Hi guys, we're live on YouTube. Just got back. Seeing a nice little bounce here for Doge. I think Doge is gonna outperform Bitcoin on this run up here. We saw a big drop for Bitcoin earlier, and it's a big one. Now, actually seeing a little bit of recovery for Bitcoin up here. Nice little recovery. Bitcoin. Huge. Little bit of a bounce up here for all these altcoins following Bitcoin, but I think Doge is outperforming Bitcoin. Doge has a big run up YouTube. If you look over here at Doge's chart on the bottom left, it is running. Doge is running. We're going to go to the dedicated Dogecoin chart up here. I'll show you what's happening with Doge. It's already increased by well over 1%. I miss it when Doge does a run like this. Look how far Doge has come up. Doge has already broke that small downtrend that we've had. So on our 5-minute charts, Doge recovered a majority of that dip that we had earlier today. Very huge for Doge. That's a huge buy volume. The candle's over 9 million volume for Doge, and it's coming up here liquidating all these positions. Huge liquidations in for Dogecoin. We just destroyed those shorts, Doge. Yeah. Elon's taming the bears. Elon's wrecking them. Elon destroyed those fucking bears right there. Ah! Woo! Got wrecked. Destroyed. You don't short the cryptocurrency. The richest man in the world publicly stated that he supports and will keep buying. At any moment in time, he could liquidate all of your shorts on Doge. Hilarious. He just destroyed all those positions. You don't fucking short the crypto where the richest men in the world can come in and buy a dip and cause the price to pump by 1% out of nowhere. Almost 2% up here for Doge. This is Doge's glory. Doge is starting that breakout that we're seeing up here. 30 at 6.13. Meanwhile, ETHW is back above 8.3. 11.83. Huge run up though. 6.1370 for Doge up here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Elon is wrecking the shorts on Doge. Totally destroyed their position right there. Oh my god, these shorts are getting wrecked on Dogecoin up here today. Look how beautiful this is. Shorts are getting wrecked on Doge up here today. Look how far we've already run up on Doge. This is the buy signal. We're already up over 1.8%. Huge run for Doge. My God, shorts have gotten wrecked. Evening. Destroyed them. That's a big run up. Huge run up for Doge right there. That was a giant run for Doge. Oh. That's a big liquidation block. We just liquidate all the 100 times right there. Went through halfway through the 50s. Nice move up for Doge from what I've seen. Big run for Doge. Huge run for Doge so far. 1.8% move. Generally, that's a pretty big move for something like Doge. Even with Bitcoin being in the downtrend. It's a huge move for Doge. Let's see if this move will sustain and get the 6.19 up here for Dogecoin. Be very interesting if we can look up there and liquidate the rest of these positions. Get a nice measure move up this evening. Getting a little bit of sell pressure here. A bit of sell pressure here coming back in for Doge. A little bit though. Maybe a push down before going up for those liquidations. And while this is happening, if we look over at Bitcoin chart, Bitcoin started a little bit of recovery up here as well. First thing I see about Bitcoin is, sorry, my mic was a little bit low. First thing I see about Bitcoin is that we broke the support down here, bounced down to the 19,300s range. Probably like one of the worst days for the SPY that we've seen in a while. And then Bitcoin is now parabolic SAR on the 5 minutes. So I think Bitcoin's starting to recover a little bit right here as well. Doge is outperforming Bitcoin right here though. Doge is going to outperform Bitcoin this evening. It's a big push for Doge. It's going to destroy all these shorts this evening. A lot of people did not see this coming. Right, so to start the fucking stream, we just running up on Doge. Getting this nice recovery on cryptocurrency. Let's go ahead and fix to chat, subscribers only. Make everything nice and easy.
Yo, what up, Tame, man? Long time no hear. Hopefully things are going well with you.
It's good. I've been on every day almost, Consume.
Yeah, I've been out, man. I've been living the dream of working way too many hours.
Doge just came up, started liquidating the shorts.
This weekend's going to be full of drinking and not remembering what I did. So just giving a quick shout out to the crew until maybe Monday, Tuesday. Hopefully going to get back in the swing of things. Things are starting to slow down a little bit at work.
Hopefully. You in any trades right now?
Nah, I haven't been in a trade probably a month. It feels like 3 weeks.
ETHW did a big run up after the $4 support. We're trading above $11, almost $12 on the cryptocurrency now.
Oh shit! Last time I saw it was at like 70 cents. Maybe I'm thinking of something different.
You're thinking of something else. It was not 70 cents. But guys, I drew the map up here for you guys so you can see these recoveries on these cryptos. I closed the Bitcoin short earlier. So let's see how far Doge pushes up on these liquidations though, YouTube. It's getting pretty nasty up here for the shorts. Elon is going to destroy all these shorts any moment in time. He can liquidate shorts all the way up about 10% of the current price anytime he wants to. Snap his fingers, boom, they're fucking liquidate. That's why you never short Dogecoin. Some of these guys, their stop losses never even triggered. Never even triggered. And they were wrecked immediately.
Hey, how'd you make out with Ian?
Make out with what?
Ian, the storm.
Oh, the wind's blowing here, so it's raining pretty hard.
It was pretty much a non-event here on the coast too. I expected a lot worse.
So I closed out my Bitcoin short. My short, I closed it out not that long ago. And let's see. I'm looking at Doge here. Doge is still looking really healthy. Doge is already coming through, liquidating a lot of these positions. Doge is wrecking havoc on the shorts tonight. I'm very happy to see that. Extremely happy. These are some nasty liquidations. Woo! My God, we're already up. From the buy signal, we're already up over 2.5%. We don't really see moves in Dogecoin like this. He hasn't even tweeted. The man has not even tweeted. And we are already getting these big pumps for Doge. It's beautiful.
Is he supposed to?
No, he doesn't have to tweet. He doesn't have to do anything. He can just buy whenever he wants to and liquidate the shorts. Anytime he wants to, he can come in and buy up Doge on a dip and liquidate the shorts. That's why you don't short Doge. You could get wrecked super fast. You could get demolished. Any moment in time, Elon could snap his fingers. Him or one of his assistants on his account just buys up a little bit of Doge and you would get wrecked. Even on 15-minute candles, this is not a lot of volume. Like 38 million Doge. That's like only $2.2 million. It's nothing to the man. It's hilarious. So, see how far Doge runs up here, because Bitcoin started that small recovery there as well. If I look at Bitcoin right here, it's still in the buy block, still in this area. I closed my short, not at the absolute bottom, but on the way back up right here. And I entered that short around 19,700 and some change. So, it's a big move down for the short. Watching the SPY earlier, I wasn't able to go on voice, but I saw the SPY was bleeding, and I was looking at a weekly chart. I was like, this is going to be the worst week for the SPY if it ends like this. So I was like, I have to get out of my Bitcoin long, and we're as overbought on Bitcoin anyways. So let's go back to Dogecoin chart. Dogecoin came up, did a lot of liquidations. Sell signal already popped in right here for Doge as well. Some big move up. That was a big move for Doge, from the buy to the sell, over 2%. And while that's happening, we're looking at Bitcoin here. Bitcoin still hasn't did a big move up. There are some liquidations for Bitcoin, but it's not as strong. One has a mic open trying to talk the real AC, but you're lagging really bad. But I think Doge is going to keep pushing here. Small cooldown. I think it's going to come up and liquidate these positions up here. I don't care what the buy sell indicator says. I think we are going to liquidate up here. This is just the beginning. I think the people shorting Bitcoin at the bottom there, they're going to get wrecked. They're going to get destroyed. People doing 100 times shorting the bottom there, they're going to get destroyed.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm driving through mountains in Maryland.
No problem.
So did he just buy a bunch of Doge and we know that because it went to his wallet, or did he make a tweet earlier?
We don't know if it went to his wallet. I'm just assuming that the richest man in the world, that's publicly stated multiple times, he supports and buy Doge, bought it on this dip. I think this is a good dip for him to buy dollar cost average in Doge. About $2 million. That's, we've seen that multiple times in the past on these dips. So I think at any given time he can liquidate these shorts. And the best time to do that is near a bottom for Bitcoin after a big drop down. I think that's the best, ultimately the best time.
Do you think he sold his Bitcoin and that's probably why it dropped down so much?
He's already sold Bitcoin before. It happened a long time ago. That's when Bitcoin went from 30 down to like 20s. Those big liquidation chains. Because Elon dumped the Tesla Bitcoin and they stated it in a shareholder meeting. Like even after they put it in a shareholder meeting, that's when they did a big drop.
Did he dump all his Bitcoin or just some of it?
It was a huge amount of the Bitcoin for Tesla. Huge amount. They only kept like a very small fraction. This happened a long time ago. That's why we had all those liquidations. We're still getting like, even on the 30-second, I saw another candle for over 4.3 million volume. So we have volume for Doge. Just since my buy signal until now is over 19 million volume for Doge between buys and sells. So that's a nice 2% wick up to liquidate the 100 times shorts. Very inspirational. If Michael Saylor was a smart man, he would liquidate as many bears as he could too. So people are too scared to short it. Every time we're at a bottom, we have huge amounts of people trying to short Bitcoin. He could just do a big buy up, liquidate them. But he does the opposite. He buys after we're already at the top. So doesn't liquidate anybody. Does not liquidate anybody. There's a lot of 100 times longs that went there right after that buys went through. So there's over $2 million worth of buys for Doge. And then now there's some sells came through. But after these sells, people are still trying to go 100 times long up here. Hopefully these people going 100 times long don't get completely wrecked. It's very greedy to use 100 times. Very greedy to use 100 times. Either direction. But we'll see how this continues. If Bitcoin is still uptrending today and comes up for these liquidations, tames these bears, then it could help Doge. But Doge already did that 2%, so a lot of people are very happy with that. Pretty huge profits. 2%, if you're on 5 times, that's about 10% profits. It's not bad. And then if we right up to these liquidations, all the way into the blues, it would be over a 4% move up. And then we saw ETHW was trying to do its own thing earlier too. Looking down here, ETHW broke out down here as well. Doge did it better. Let me hide my camera real quick. Doge broke out way better than ETHW could have. Whereas everything else is not really moving that much. Like Doge at bottom left, huge breakout today. ETHW is getting near the bottom of this downtrend. And Bitcoin, that's a big move down for Bitcoin. If we look from top 2000 till here, it's over 4%. So generally that 4% move is what Bitcoin likes to do. Let's hyper focus on Doge real quick though, to see if we're going to wick up and liquidate some more of these shorts on Doge to push us above 6.3. That would be a big ingredient to getting a higher price for Doge. This drop down and run up. If we look over the hourly chart for Doge, it's almost as if we are not inside of a pattern any longer for Doge. It's doing its own thing. It's not exactly following Bitcoin here. Like you're getting a big 2% move up for Doge for liquidations. It's starting to do its own thing up here, which is good. Bitcoin pump was when the Ditsu was dropping. That's why Bitcoin was pumping today. I don't think it has anything to do with Apple stock at all. Like nothing to do with Apple, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think it had anything at all to do with Apple. Doge is about to liquidate these 100 times that went long right here. So it's going to be brutal for those 100 times. Parabolic SR downtrend up here since sell signal. So far since that run up, we've already come down roughly 0.73%. That's a big move down. A 2% break on Doge. Very uncommon. So when we get those, it's widely appreciated. Very much appreciated for those big 2% movements up. Woo. We'll see if they all get liquidate right here. It's not surprising to see longs and short liquidate after big moves up, because I saw people, they didn't go 100 times until we hit the peak of this candle right here at 6.19. So and greedy people right here going 100 times after we're at the top of that run up there. We already saw we got overbought running up, and people took profits really fast on this Doge run up. Really fast take profits for this Doge run up. And while this is happening, Bitcoin is still inside this block. The bottom of this block is about 19,286. XRP is still below that 50 cents resistance, although it did come a little bit closer up here this evening for XRP. It came close. And as it came closer and did not hit, people took profits very fast. So fast before getting 50 cents. That's why you don't put your orders for take profits right at the resistance. Now looking at Doge here, looks like it still has room to get a little bit more oversold before some of these positions are liquidated. We have to remember before that every time Elon does a tweet or something in the past, that price kind of spikes. Also, you have an open micro, Ace. I can hear every time like you move your headset or something. Thank you. So generally after Elon tweets before and price spiked, sometimes they would come down quite fast unless there's another tweet or something right after. So that's what we're looking at right here. But like this isn't a full retrace for Doge. Far from a full retrace. All right. Really hoping though that we can run up and liquidate all these shorts this evening for Doge. Might take some time. I'll be right back, YouTube, and then we'll look over some charts. And I'll leave it on this Doge screen just for a bit here, just to see if we wake up and get those liquidations when I step away.
What up, what up? Happy Friday, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good day. Just want to say hi.
All right, I'm back.
What's up, team?
He didn't tweet anything, Zarina. Just one of the richest men in the world that can drop 2 million on Doge like it's nothing. Cause the 2% price spike up. Imagine what happened if 50 million was dropped. Yeah, a lot of people were shorting ETH and Bitcoin earlier after those runs up. Let's take a look at all these cryptos combined together. I see Bitcoin still looks like it's trying to downtrend liquidate some of these 100 times longs right here. If you look at Bitcoin on 15 minutes though, we can see that we had the def cross not too long ago, but we are getting this oversold territory. So we'll see if Bitcoin, when it's in this oversold territory, if we're going to get double bottoms down here at, let's see, gotta zoom up the chart a little bit more, try to get that double bottom. 19,157 could be a nice double bottom. That's a pretty decent double bottom down here as well to get some orders filled on. 19,157, that would be a nice one right there. Could get some orders if it fills. And that's really only a $200 price drop from here. Not bad. So 19,157 for that double bottom. Not looking too bad for Bitcoin. And then we even have some short-term double bottoms as well. Let's take a look at Dogecoin up here after that run up. So it's about, currently it's still up. I think this is over 1%. Yeah, 1.07%. It went as high as 2.77%. Surprisingly, there were still people willing to 100 times on both sides at the top here and at the bottom here. So we'll see how this plays out for Doge. There's been about 220 tweets in the past hour for Doge. I think Doge oversold on a weekly. If we look on this weekly chart, just look at this weekly chart. We were oversold on the weekly, and Doge started curving back up back in June. Got about halfway there in August before coming back down. Now it's curving back up on this week, thanks to that last candle that we've had. So there's people that are bullish on Doge even at these price levels. If you dollar cost average back in June, your Doge was under 5 cents. Now, dollar cost average this month, your Doge is under 6. Perhaps next month, dollar cost average is going to be under 7. So, about a 1 cent spread. About 1 cent spread. Let's take a look at ETHW, see how far it's moving. ETHW just broke our $11.60 support. And that was on a candle with over 1.3 million volume. That huge volume definitely moved the price. Look at that. 1.3 million volume moved that price drastically. And give us a def cross, push us down over 2.5% on ETHW. While that happened, Bitcoin is still looking like it could touch this double bottom down here. And then Dogecoin, if I look on the short time frame as well as check out these liquidations, it looks like it's still not retraced all the way, which is a good sign. If Doge doesn't retrace all the way, that can make it more bullish. It's very possible that it could start trending on social media again if more and more people start realizing that we had a 2% spike up randomly, unannounced, no tweets, nada. Could help get it trending on social media. I think Doge, before we get overbought on the weekly, will be above 21 cents again. So that is something to look forward to on the weekly. Currently, ETHW is still cheaper than $50 per. So that's also nice. We've been seeing that these wick down sometimes on similar volume. For the 1.3 up to 2 million volume for ETHW. That's when we get those big sells. You have to be very careful if you go long on ETHW with high leverage without money backing it up. If you look on the hourly chart, we can see down here that, let's go ahead and clean this up just a little bit. Let's clean up my chart just a little bit. So we still have this $12 resistance. This one has been pretty firm with this $12 resistance. And then our support down here, we've been finding support at 11.60, but I think it's been adjusted the last few times now to go down all the way to $11.50. So about 10 cents cheaper. We have about $11.50 support, and this is in short time frame while we've been in this sideways block building out this bull flag. Now the only thing is this candle right here, after it dipped down to like $11, it kind of messed up the bull flag pattern, but this is still kind of like a bull flag that we're seeing for ETHW. So as long as we're holding above these supports and not dipping too far down, then it's actually pretty bullish for the cryptocurrency before it gets listed on a lot of these exchanges and future platforms. And then that's when our volume is going to start spiking back up for ETHW, ETH proof of work. With that being said, let's go ahead and turn back over to Doge chart because it still looks like it wants to retrace fully. Generally after a big buy or big tweet, Doge does retrace fully. How long it takes to retrace though varies. So far it's been over 35 minutes. Yeah, we've been live for about 36 minutes. Okay. Been about 35 minutes and it still hasn't fully retraced yet. I look at the hourly RSI for Bitcoin, we're almost in this oversold area. Meanwhile, we have the big double bottom at 19,157. We have a short-term support at $19,255. Bitcoin loves to liquidate positions up or down though. So if you're thinking about using 100 times, go ahead and write that money off as liquidated. Bitcoin's still pushing down here. Pretty decent volume. And generally, like, one thing we see with Bitcoin, once you see 1,000 volume like this over here, you see a big candle like this, that's when you get out. That's when a lot of people get out. You see 1,000 sell, they get out. So boom. If they would have got out $19,500 on Bitcoin, the price is already down about 1.6%. So generally, you see a big sell like that, you get out on your spot bag. For some people doing leverage, it's almost a little bit too late for those types of movements. We're out of this choppiness block for Bitcoin as the buy zone that I had up here for Bitcoin. It tapped it a few times and then went up. So from the bottom of the buy block, it went up about 0.62% before coming back down lower. We're going to look at Doge a little bit deeper here. I do see Doge is still dipping. Now we have the Def Cross for Doge. Def Cross is bearish. But on this Def Cross candle, we are also getting a mixture of buy volume coming in. So it's very interesting here. Would that break the short-term 30-minute downtrend? Possibly. If enough buys coming in here for Doge to sustain it. Now, that's pretty big buy, like over 3 million volume for Doge right there, as it started coming back down just a little bit more. I do think Elon Musk is buying Doge. I don't have 100% proof, but that's my opinion. I think he's buying Doge. He's stated it multiple times. He's buying and supporting Doge. And he's active on Twitter right now too. He's tweeting like, you guys probably want to be long on Doge. I'm not telling you to buy Doge, but you might want to be long on Doge. At 9:15 p.m., you may see something about Doge at the Tesla AI Day. So I'm just letting you guys know, you're probably going to see something about Doge at this event today. It starts in roughly 3 hours. And I think that's why people are buying up Doge right now in that anticipation. They're buying in anticipation that we see Doge symbolism or something at the Tesla AI Day. So I'll put it in my Discord. I'll write the announcements out for the people out there waiting. But I already think people are buying it because reasons like this. No coincidence that 3 hours before we already have this. No coincidence. So I tag everybody in the Discord. And I just let you know, like, we're going to have probably some Dogecoin mentioned at this event. I think Elon not having a tweet before this event will help us get the bigger push up for Doge. So, I think Doge at this event, we could probably see at least 7 cents if it runs up, if there's a nice symbol about Doge. Yeah, so it's going to be a very interesting stream. Very interesting stream in about 3 hours. Very happy about the way this is playing out with Dogecoin, though. A lot of positions were liquidated down there that use high leverage. If you're going to use high leverage, you need to back it up, especially if you want to use it before this event. Especially before this event. Like, if you can't do leverage, probably spot trade it. But we already ran up over 2%, almost a 3% run. And now we're currently up 1.45%. So there's still some buys coming in here before this event. Where's the next liquidation block for Bitcoin? If I look at Bitcoin, I mean, Bitcoin's bounced off that support right here. Let me show you on the 5 minutes. Bitcoin bounced off this support really well, 19,255. It wicked down to 19,243 and then bounced. But some of these liquidation blocks for Bitcoin, like it could already climb up here 19,500 relatively fast. Like, there's more liquidations on the upside than the downside because there's people that heavily shorted Bitcoin on high leverage. They heavily short Bitcoin on high leverage. But heading into this Tesla AI day, I'm very optimistic about Dogecoin. Super optimistic. So, getting a little bit of bounce on Bitcoin off that support, brought us right back into the buy zone. While this is happening, Dogecoin is still trying to get this uptrend. Now the question is, will we maintain this price levels before the event, which happens in around 3 hours? Are we going to be able to hold? It takes about 3 hours. 3 hours. Huge. Huge time difference on 3 hours. Like, let me show you this 15-minute charts and show you what could happen in 3 hours. So let's just drag this back by 3 hours. Like, this is 3 hours. Huge price spread between 3 hours price range for something like Doge. But our lowest price in those last 3 hours has been about 6 cents and some change. So as long as we don't get a big push down, Doge should be able to appreciate during this event. Tesla AI events at 9:30. Or, well, I think it's like 9:15. Yeah, 9:15 Eastern time zone, which is 6:15 p.m. California time. It's unfortunate for the people that got into Doge after the pump. If they got in right before, they would feel a lot better about their position. And we only have it's about 3 hours now until that event. Not bad. Not bad.
Hey Sam, quick question.
Hey, what's up?
What are the fees like on Mexi?
It's not that bad. They have different fees for different amounts of like trading volume and stuff. So it really depends on how much money you're using and your trading volume.
Okay, thanks.
Do you want me to give you the website link for the fees so you can look over all of them? And the funding rate's going to be completely different depending on which cryptocurrency you're trading as well. Like all exchanges, some cryptos have positive funding rate, some have negative funding rate. You know
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind.
so here's the website. When you're at the website, on the very top right, click futures trading fees, and then you can look at the base fees that they have. But then the funding rate for different cryptocurrencies, they should have those as well. Before you're placing an order, you can see funding rate. And every exchange, the funding rate changes like 7 to 8 hours. But if you're the maker of the trade, or taker of the trade, it depends. There's discounts as well.
Okay, I see it. Yeah, I'm checking it out right now.
I mean, it's not really that bad.
It's better than KuCoin, right?
I think so. For the fees. You see what I'm eating? This looks good to you? Yeah, my girlfriend cooked it for me. Let me show you. Let's find my face. 1 second, YouTube. 1 second, YouTube, sorry. Basically, it's just some rice and salmon and vegetables. Pretty good. Oh, getting a little bit of a death cross on Doge. Probably have a lot of price action until we get to this event. And the closer we get to the event, that's when we may see more buys coming in. And they have the link for the live stream up here. It's 2 hours, 54 minutes. I put the live stream link in the announcements channels for you guys out there to watch. And while this is happening, let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still technically in this buy block zone, but if we zoom in a little bit more, I should probably adjust the buy block to be at the support line as well, to go as low as 19,255 on the short run. I don't think the Tesla AI event's bullish for Bitcoin. I think it's more bullish for Doge. Generally, when Tesla has big events, they like to have like some Dogecoin stuff there, because some of the employees at Tesla really invested deeply in Doge. For XRP, we're well under that 50 cents resistance that we saw earlier. We tried to touch it earlier today. We were at 49.923, so not a horrible spot to take profits, because after we got rejected there, it came down very fast, down 2.6%. If we look at ETHW, we're at this $11.50 support. We hit it a few times here. If I put it on the 1 minute chart, we can see we bounced off of it a few times. So we have this support for ETHW at $11.50. Our resistance still at $12. It did a big falling knife drop today when Bitcoin did its drop earlier. And then it dipped a little bit lower today on liquidations to $11.43 for ETHW. And then it started uptrending around this support at $11.50. Nice. So what we're seeing here with ETHW, this big moves from the sell to buy, that was about 1.98% from the sell to the supports, over 2% move down for ETHW. Still very volatile cryptocurrency. Next big catalyst for ETHW is getting listed on some of these exchanges. Coinbase, we need to own Binance Futures, we need to own KuCoin Futures. What we need after that, we need more miners on the platform to make transaction speed a lot faster. That's the next big thing we need. And to make it more profitable for the miners, the price has to be about $32. Miners selling their tokens now with the energy prices are losing money. So it's like they're just donating their money to the community to get this token out here for us traders. Let's take a look at Doge though. Doge is around 6.1 cents here. It's from the top of that run there, it's down almost 1.6%. So that's pretty good. It put us in the oversold territory at this candle. And some people would have bought back in at 6.08 on Doge up there. But we have time, 3 hours before the event. I'm wondering how far it will run. Let's do a YouTube poll, see what people think. Let's ask the guys on the vote. Let's see what you guys are saying. Alright, I put a vote out there. So I'm already looking over some of these charts, and I see that a lot of these cryptos already started recovering since I started my stream. Now, let me explain the logic behind this. We were oversold on Bitcoin, and that was the driving factor. So generally when Bitcoin gets oversold, people like to go long. They like to make money, right? People like to go long. They like to make money. And we'll see. Yeah, you get a deduction coupon when you sign up on my link, I believe, depending on how much you deposit. But anyways, Bitcoin, after it was oversold, we get runs up, and we lost like what, $400 per Bitcoin in a very short time. That's a lot of gas. A lot of gas, lots of money taken away from some of these positions. So as Bitcoin is going up, some of these altcoins start running up a little bit as well. Look at ETHW here. ETHW has already recovered around that support at $11.50 right here. It did wick a little bit under $11.43, but ETHW is still trying to get this uptrend here. Whereas Doge, we have a multiple death cross, golden cross, death cross, golden cross, and there's still people buying up Doge before this event today. Still buying up Doge before this event today. Woo! Most of the people are voting 6.5 cents for Doge. That's fair. I mean, if we go to 6.5 cents, it's not really bad profits. It's not really bad profits. That would be very insane to see Doge go back up to 20 though. I don't know if they're going to talk about Doge or maybe just have like some drones showing pictures of Doge. Maybe have a way Doge interacts with the AI. The AI can buy stuff with Doge a lot easier than using dollars. Yeah, AI can buy stuff a lot easier with cryptocurrency rather than real dollars probably. And they can communicate easier with each other. I'm gonna turn off my camera real quick. I need to eat. I did not eat yet, so I'm gonna eat while I'm watching this Dogecoin liquidations, liquidating the shorts up here. Mhm. I wouldn't be surprised if my government in America treats AI as human beings, the way they treat corporations as people. It would not surprise me. What do you guys think? Is anybody buying Doge or holding Doge before this event? Buy the rumor, sell the news. Matt did. Nice, Matt. Awesome. We've been waiting a long time for a catalyst that could help the price of Doge go up from Elon Musk. Yeah, they had the drones at the Tesla Gigafactory, so that was really cool. With the AI day, I can only imagine it would be a lot better. I put the link announcements on Discord if people want to watch your stream. I was thinking about playing it on the YouTube, but I don't know if people want to be talking what's happening as well. So, thinking about that. Yeah, it should take you 80 cents, possibly, OBS. Well, maybe just have the audio and then put the charts. I don't think we need to watch the video. Solana is it getting effed? Possibly. What happens when you turn off your network multiple times? I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but just the name Optimus Bot. Totally not original. It's like the names from Transformers. If somebody came out and made a crypto called Optimus Bot, it would probably be a rug pull. So don't jump in any rug pulls that you see tonight that are forming from this type of action. if they did not turn off their network, they would be in a way better position. I'm seeing another big order for Doge up here on the short time frame, over 150,000. This is a bull flag for Doge right here forming. Bull flag for Doge. Could be the bull flag forming, and I think the bull flag would form if there's a tweet or images that we see about Doge at the event. I'll share this chart and chart still on Discord so you can see what I'm talking about, but it's like the same chart on YouTube. Doge is looking good though. I'm happy with it. Very happy with Doge up here. All right. Heading closer and closer to liquidating these shorts up here for Doge. Very close to getting up here. I think people are even just doing like 5 times longing Doge before this event. Nothing crazy, not high leverage or anything like that. Oh. Yeah, nothing super crazy. Sorry, I'm almost done eating, and then I'll turn my camera and everything back on. Just need a little bit more time, and then we'll be able to watch this a little bit closer together. Doge is getting closer and closer to liquidating these shorts as we get closer to the events. And I was thinking about adding a clock on here. Maybe we can do a clock. So let's do a countdown. Let's do a timer. All right, so I have the timer. I'll put it on the screen. Until the event happens. And let's just see the clock. Can't do the clock on here. I have to do another feature. It's weird. But we are going to get these liquidations. I feel it. Alright, so I have the clock on here. I think right here. Getting closer and closer up here for Doge for these potential liquidations tonight. Oh, I have to take away 1 minute. Alright, let's start it. Let's start the countdown. We have roughly 3 hours, 17 minutes. No, that's not right. 2 hours. Roughly 2 hours, 17 minutes. So a majority of people think 6.5 cents. Let's go ahead and end that poll. Let's do another poll. I just want to see who's holding Doge before the event. Who's holding Doge before this event? Yeah, it's 2 minutes. My bad. Yeah, I'll start a timer in the minutes. Let's see. Let's start the timer. It's 2 hours. 2 hours and 15 minutes. So 2 At 7 o'clock, I'll start the timer, and then we can watch it there. About 2 hours, 15 minutes. Thank you. Still seeing Doge up here, getting closer and closer to these liquidations. While this is happening, XRP is barely uptrending. Bitcoin bounced really far off that support line at $19,255. We've already moved up quite a lot for Bitcoin, over 0.66%. A big move up. Big move up. And I'll do another pulse. See who's holding Doge before the event. Bitcoin's getting close to this liquidation block. ETHW isn't really pumping as much right now, but it's already did this big move up. It's already moved up over 2% from its support line, which was huge. So it's not moving as big as the other days, but it's still larger movements than some of these other cryptocurrencies. And then let's look at Doge here. Doge is getting closer and closer. Closer and closer. Woo! Yeah, I saw the British pound do the big drop today. Watching Doge here tonight. If you like this type of content, go ahead and hit subscribe. Doge is looking good though. 68% of people vote are holding it before this event. I know back in 2021, people would kill to get Doge at 6.145 before a rally up. They would kill for something like that. I'm back. So I'm gonna get a drink. We have quite some time before this event, but we're already forming a cup and handle for Bitcoin. We are getting ready for that bull flag for Bitcoin as well in the short time frames. Doge is looking beautiful. Oh, this is happening. Bitcoin's up here. My oh my. Apple pie. Which chart looks the most bullish down here in the bottom, everyone? Which chart looks the most bullish? ETHW, Doge, Bitcoin, or Ethereum? I think it's 100% short is Dogecoin chart at the bottom that looks the most bullish. Doge looks the most bullish heading to this event. My God almighty. But they're all kind of like uptrending from the dip, so they're all uptrending from dip. The only difference is Doge has a big catalyst that could happen tonight. It could do a big run up. Look at this. My God. Definitely seeing a big run up potential for Doge tonight. Looking good, looking good. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Doge is looking great tonight. Currently, we are running up. Currently, we're running up so far. Doge is getting ready for the event tonight. Doge is getting ready for the event tonight, YouTube. I tell you. We have the Tesla AI event tonight. That's why Dogecoin has room to go up. It's a Friday night. It would suck to be out at a party as tonight instead of on the charts. That's for sure. It's going to be a little bit of a late event. 9:15 p.m. Eastern, so still have quite some time. I made a lot in bear market because I was able to short Luna. That was like the lucky thing for me in this bear market, shorting Luna. I shorted it because it was overvalued. It was overpriced. It was in the overbought region. So I'm just going to short it. Put my charts on there, put it on Twitter, and people... I told people to retweet it if they were shorting as well. Put the tweet in there. I mean, I got like a perfect entry for Luna. I don't think I'll ever get a trade ever like that again in my life. The only thing that may compare is getting in pulse chain early on the sacrifice. And that's already over. Already gotten the sacrifice, so that may be the only thing that would compare. Doge is getting close to this liquidation block, YouTube, and it's going to destroy these shorts up here. Annihilate them. So I don't like to short. I generally don't like to short. Me personally, I don't like shorting. I feel a little bit dirty when I'm shorting. Still dirty shorting. I'll show you the Discord real quick. So like show off your profits channel. Some recent shorts like Bitcoin short right here, 143%. Mace did a 34% on a Bitcoin short. A lot of people were shorting Bitcoin up here. Let me double check the least. Yeah, this was a Bitcoin short. They did 138%, $19,900. My God, that's a good entry. Let me turn on my camera for this one. Let me turn on the money for this one. This is whoo. My God, they are making money. Look at that, 138%, $19,900 entry. That was a great entry. Good job, DG. I'm gonna go ahead and reward you with the paper hands roll. Congratulations, that's impressive. Miller Time. Need to see Miller Time post a little bit more profits taken. This is another Bitcoin short, 89%. I closed it early. Another short for only 50%, closed early. I did a long on Bitcoin, made over 197%. Did another long on Bitcoin, made over 296%. This one was really good because my entry was so well for the Bitcoin. Mr. Casual had over 142% on a Bitcoin short, 19,400. He closed at 18,947. He was in this short for a long time before he was able to even get profits. So, Sinlos had a Bitcoin short as well, 19,267. So going back at seeing when people take profits and the dates and stuff, like kind of sees. Florida was up over 4,000% on his Luna Classic, not Luna Classic, but his EFW long. He got in around that $6.42 price range. Pretty good entry. Let's go back to the charts though. Doge is climbing tonight. 4 more minutes. Let me not mess up on this one. I want to get the moment we start. $6.42 was a great entry for his ETH-W. You're a little bit late for your entry on Doge. The original buy down here was at, like, even before this, like, when I came back to stream and started drawing these blocks, like, Doge was down here at 6 cents and some change. So you're a little bit late to the party, but you're still before the event. That's all I have to say about it. And while we're looking at this, ETH-W is still trying to make its way to that resistance. ETH-W is still trying to make its way to his resistance at $12. Currently, our support's at $11.50. Chris Tat says, how much are you risking with these trades? What are you talking about, Chris Tat? Look at the dollars earned on the trade. Profits. Look at this. 71,812 period 8984. You're not doing that with $1 on the trade, Chris. Not doing that with $1. Anyways, reaching towards $12 resistance on ETH-W up here. It supports at $11.50. Doge is still a little bit early before the event. We're already at $6.20 up here, and we're very, like, we can go up to $6.30 inside of this liquidation block before the event even begins, possibly. So this would be our bull flag right here. Let me draw it out for you. So this is our bull flag. Come down a little bit, boom, boom, and completing this liquidation block would give us that bull flag for Dogecoin. We don't know what's going to happen at this event, but woo, a lot of us are trying to get in positions before the event. Look, buy the rumor, sell the news, right? The moment I saw the spike earlier, like, I knew, like, people are going to be buying this before the event. I've been in my Doge long, and I refused to take profits when it came back down. I just put it back in my entry. And my entry is under sits. And I told myself, I'm waiting for the next big catalyst to take profits. I need a bigger scalp on my Dogecoin position. And I think this is the event that can help that happen. I think this is that event that can make it happen. All right, one more minute to start the timer. Boom, 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 boom. Let's watch this like a hawk. We're already at $6.21.3 up here, Giselle. Let's go ahead and start the timer a little bit early so we have some buffer. I don't have a prediction for this King Crypto. I'm just going to write it and trade it what I see. And if this event's big enough, I'll take profits. If it's not big enough, I'll just hold my position a little bit longer. We've only hit my entry one time in the past month. So that one time hit my entry in the past month. I'm not really pressed about it. I added more to my position. I want to see at least 21.45 cents on Doge before we're overbought on that weekly. And then when we're up there, I can start making bigger long-term decisions. And then for my spot bag, for that spot bag, I might not even sell it for over a year. I bought it at 4.92 cents, and I don't think I could sell it for over a year. I don't want to scalp it. I just want to hold that spot bag just in case of a rainy day fund. Well, looking here. Woo. Sorry, I didn't have the clock on the screen. There we go. Still coming up on these liquidations. So I was able to put the futures platform that I'm using in Met C in the YouTube chat if you guys want to trade similar platform. In my Discord, we're going to be doing a trading competition using that platform as well in futures. I think it's a good platform to use for the futures trading competition since a lot of Discord members were already using another platform and they would not have to close out their trades on their main platform. So with cryptocurrency, you literally can buy XLM, transfer it, 1 minute later it's in your other crypto exchange wallet. So using the second account for this is actually pretty good. Currently we're seeing a little bit of sell pressures mixed in here for Doge. I have this on the 5-minute charts to see if that bull flag was forming all the way. Put it on 1 minute so we can see these liquidations a little bit closer together. These liquidations will load, just give it a little bit of time. It's not too much sell pressure. I mean, this last candle right here was over 5.9 million volume on the wick up to those liquidations before it started cooling down just a little bit. 2 hours, 10 minutes until the event. Still technically in this uptrend. We have not broken this uptrend yet. So yeah, that Robinhood article is very bearish. That Robinhood article, the one that MarketWatch wrote earlier as well. Robinhood to take bigger restructuring charge as it exits leases. Huge expenses for Robinhood. Ginormous expenses for Robinhood. We're still in this uptrend for Doge. Still watching it. Watching it run before the event. I could stream it here if you guys really want me to stream it here. But I was going to stream the charts while it's happening and talk about what's happening. And you guys can watch the stream for yourselves. All right, Doge is above 6.19 right here. This is the bull flag forming on the short time frame. Since our first buy season when started sideways, we're already up over 3% for Doge so far. Replay the stream. See the price at the beginning of my stream, YouTube. Replay the price at the beginning of my stream, YouTube. I think I was able to grab Doge at the beginning of the stream at 6.05 before this run up. Discord's super quiet tonight for a big run up like this. I think a lot of people got bored watching stuff run sideways earlier after people took profits. Was waiting for a bigger dip. But we didn't get that giant dip. Looking at Bitcoin here, it's still inside this buy block area. Big range, and it bounced off our support. Bitcoin is still holding above our support up here as well. With this being said, XRP is really far below its resistance at 50 cents. Look at FIS. My God. This thing did a big run up today. It is crazy. Big run up today and then came right back down. If I could only have shorted it. Could not short it. It was not on my platform. ETHW is trying to make another run towards our resistance at $12. I do believe that ETHW will eventually be at $50 price range. Eventually, we'll probably be at $50 price range for ETHW. While this is happening, we can look at Dogecoin. Dogecoin still has some liquidations to come up here this evening, YouTube. The moment we complete these liquidations, we have a giant bull flag as well. So that's very entertaining. Very entertaining. I'll be right back in a minute, YouTube. Okay, I'm back. How much time do we have? 2 hours, 1 minute, and some change. While this is happening, ETHW is getting closer and closer to resistance as more buy volume is rolling in for the coin. Really happy about the way ETHW is going. I still do not take profits. When I take profits, I would be glad to let everybody know. We are getting this uptrend for ETHW here, while this uptrend for ETHW. Let's keep in mind, since the support, we're already up over 3.65%. Whereas Doge, since the original buy signal down here, we went up only 3.23%. So even with this fundamental news, we see ETHW still moves faster than Dogecoin. ETHW is still moving faster than Doge. We still have some time before the event though. So some people may be doing ETHW trades while waiting on this Doge catalyst to play out. And while this is happening, Bitcoin is getting to the top of this block here. Let's see if ETHW is going to break out up here, YouTube. See if we're going to break out as we get closer to our resistance up here. It would be a beautiful thing for ETHW to break out above this resistance heading into Tesla AI event before Dogecoin gets a little bit more traction as well. We're watching Dogecoin, Bitcoin, ETHW. Let's look at all the charts together real quick. Let me turn off my camera. Looking at all the charts together real quick, we can see Doge on the 5-minute skinning parabolic SAR downturn. Bitcoin still slowly creeping up here. It's not huge momentum. Whereas ETHW is now currently the most bullish on the chart, although it had a giant V-shaped dip. It recovered from that dip and then started running even higher up here for ETHW. Now, we still have over an hour and 57 minutes before Tesla AI events. It's very possible for Dogecoin to even dip before that event happens. Some people may not even enter Doge until a minute before the event. Some people may not enter at all unless they see something about Doge and just do like a quick scalp. So, however you play this, use your strategy wisely. Let's take a look at ETHW here, see if we are going to break this resistance on ETHW. Now, we are getting close to this resistance. We're only 10 cents away, 10 cents gap away from this resistance. That's a 1% move up would wick us above this resistance. That's at $12 for Ethereum proof of work. Meanwhile, Luna Classic has been uptrending a little bit too. Luna Classic has a uptrend that's very interesting. Look at Luna Classic right here. From that dip, the current price is already over 0.9% move up. So Luna Classic also getting a little bit move up. Let's see if Bitcoin is going to get this liquidation block. What are the probabilities? Very high. Very high to wick up in this block for Bitcoin and liquidate all these shorts. And for Dogecoin, we haven't broke this uptrend for Doge. We're still technically uptrending. Like we're still uptrending quite nicely for Doge here. Even though people are seeing some small amounts of take profits, we're still uptrending for Doge. We haven't lost too much momentum yet. Like on 1 minute, we can see like we was picking up a little bit of bearish momentum, but then bullish momentum still holding us up here for Doge. Less than 2 hours before the event. Rewind the stream, Al. Play stream from the beginning. You can understand what position I would be in right now if I was not in a position. I would not use high leverage. I would use 5 times at around 6 cents for Doge. That's it. I'm drinking pineapple mixed with cranberry juice, apple or banana. But other than that, I would be in Doge before this event. If not Doge, possibly ETH on a downturn. I would try to go long. But don't use high leverage. I can't really give you advice on what to buy or sell though, Al. So you have to take that into consideration as well. We're still uptrending for ETH here as well. While watching this ETH, I want to see, are we going to break this resistance? It would be a nice move up for ETH if we broke this resistance. Meanwhile, Doge went from Death Cross to Golden Cross again on a short time frame. Very short time frame. So still some shorts in here piling in for Doge that are at risk of being liquidated. It's very interesting that people are still willing to short Doge at this price level within 2 hours from the AI event. That's crazy. I think Doge will break up tonight. We could probably even see at least 7 cents for Doge. The problem is, I know there's some greedy people out there sending me screenshots 50 times leverage. Don't use 50 times without money backing up with auto deposit that you can afford to lose. Because if you use 50 right here, dip down, boom, liquidate. You're out of your trade. Now you're on the sidelines watching as the price does go up. So don't be greedy. Don't use 50 times leverage. And while this is happening, we see ETH is still teetering up here, closer towards this resistance. Doge is still in the uptrend. We didn't break this uptrend yet to come down. We're still going up. Less than 2 hours before the event. So we're still uptrending for ETH as well. If we look at ETH on the 5 minutes, we can see this pattern. This chart V was some nasty wick down, almost more than $0.50 down from a run up, but we recovered and buys just came in. Right after this buy close was the really bad prices. We saw markets on the crypto side dip, but everything seems to be recovering a little bit on the crypto side from what I see. Bitcoin's already in this liquidation block. Bitcoin's in this liquidation block. We have ETH up here. Doge is trying to break above this liquidation block as well. And then watching ETH with Doge and everything else together. Let's look at all these charts together just for a second. Let's take off the camera. Just for a second here. Looking at all these charts, even though Doge is parabolic SAR, we still have some buys coming in here. That's because Tesla AI event happens within the next 2 hours. Bitcoin's coming up through these liquidations. And finally, Ethereum is getting some love. It took Ethereum a lot longer to start this uptrend that it did for Doge, Bitcoin, ETH, and ETHW. So I think ETHW and Doge here could be the next two cryptocurrencies to do another 5% swing up. Probably Doge or ETHW for that 5% swings up. Now keep in mind, ETHW, these candles can be very spread. Like this dip down was over 3% dip down for ETHW earlier. And then from the run up from the bottom up to the high up was over 4%. So ETHW does move a lot. It moves a lot. Generally, as we come up to try to get through resistance, if we get rejected, ETHW will get pushed down quite hard. And if we break the resistance for ETHW, it pushes up quite hard as well. Like I'm talking about a 30-cent spread. So if we break resistance, it can go from $12 to $12.30 really fast. If we hit it, tap it, get rejected, it can go from $12 down to $11.75 very fast for ETHW. Looking over here at Doge. Doge is still close to this liquidation block. We are very close to liquidating the 25 times. So it's a mixture of 50 times and 25 times up here for Doge. And that would complete our bull flag on the broader time frame. Now, with that being said, I'm going to roll over to ETH proof of work up here. I'm seeing that we do have resistance at $12 and support at $11.50. Generally, every time people have went long on the supports and took profits on resistance, it has been pretty decent spreads. Going back here, it has been a lot. So it's about 4% profits each time. Here's the problem about ETHW. You have some greedy people out there that will go long in the middle. And sometimes they go long in the middle on high leverage, and we get a big wick down, 3% down, and they are liquidated. Don't be those people. Don't go long high leverage. Definitely don't go long high leverage in the middle. If you like decent leverage like 4 times or 5 times on a support and ride it up to resistance, 4% long, 4 times long could be 16% profit from support to resistance on some of these. And sometimes we actually break resistance. So some strategy people use, they just ride it up. If we break above resistance, they'll have stop loss at resistance in case we start coming back down. And we don't come back down, they can ride it up, adjust that stop loss for something like ETH proof of work. Now, Doge is teasing us. It's right at the edge of the liquidation block, right here, right at the edge. And a gap up would liquidate all of these shorts. All of these shorts would get screwed this evening. But hey, look, I'm long on Doge. I have Doge in the spot bag. I'm not the type of individual that would short Doge. I'm definitely not the type of individual to short Doge. I'll put my referral link on the platform that I use for the futures trades for METC. I also use FEMETS and KuCoin as well, but lately I've been using METC. They have an interesting feature for 200 times. You have to use a lot of cash to back up your 200 times position though, because if the price goes 1% out of your favor, your bag goes down 2%. So I meant 200%. If it goes 1% in your favor for the price, you make up to like 200%. So it's hard. It's hard to back it up. So if you have like $1,000, maybe you need like 100,000 auto deposit to defend those types of positions. And with this being said, let's go back to ETHW, see if it's going to break up this resistance. I would like to see that live when it breaks to see how fast we push up. And we don't push up here. This is we've seen multiple times earlier. We maybe even squeezing down a little bit our resistance. But if I look at it on the broader time frame on the 15 minutes, our MACD looks like it's crossed up on the positions down here, shedding that bearish momentum and starting curving up. So MACD does look like we are at the beginning of the bullish formation for ETHW. But I look on the 4-hour chart and look at the MACD as well, we were coming down, and that's about $13. And we've already cooled down a lot, curved up, cooled down again, because we were still overbought, but we still have a little bit of bearish momentum on ETHW on the 4-hour. But look on the daily MACD, it's a little bit different story. There's no daily MACD yet. It's not that old, so still don't have a lot of data. But I do think we're going to break this resistance up here for ETHW. I've been trading this thing since $6, like holding it last time since $6. I think we'll end up breaking this resistance relatively soon for ETHW, although we are getting in this overbought area as well. So generally when we are overbought and hit resistance, we have a little bit hard time pushing up even further and could get rejected quite fast. Getting closer and closer to this resistance for ETHW. I do think that we could be $50 on ETHW by the time it is listed on all these exchanges for futures. And then we get more miners heading over to Ethereum proof of work blockchain. We get more projects developing there as well. Currently mining this coin, it's not profitable until the price goes to $32. So I think miners are less reluctant to sell their coins right now. They would be selling at a huge loss. So Thomas, if you do $1, if I did $1 on a future position on high leverage like 30 times or 50 times, I probably would not even use any money to defend that position. I would not use the money for auto deposit margin to defend that $1 position. It's not worth it. Because before you know it, you have $1 in the trade and you have $10 margin in the trade defending that position. And the most profit you might make is like $60. It's not worth it. It's better to use like a higher amount of dollars with lower leverage. There's people out there, like if you have like millions of dollars, 2 times leverage is not that bad. But even spot trading, millions of dollars spot trading is probably the most optimal way to do it. Yeah, Luna Classic's uptrending. I mentioned that earlier. And it's already up. Still uptrending. It's already up about 1.4%. Still not moving as fast as ETHW though. The thesis on why Luna Classic will rise in price is that the supply is being burned. Currently there's a 1.2% tax on all buys and sells. Every Monday Binance will be burning their supply that they've collected for the fees on the buys and sells. So I think eventually as we get lower and lower supply, people are going to start FOMO into Luna Classic. ETHW, I think it will get listed on some future platforms pretty soon. For Dogecoin, I think it's going to rise in the short term tonight within the next 3 hours because we have Tesla AI Day. And if they mention Doge or do some drones or anything interesting, people end up seeing a spike up on the price. Let's take a look at ETHW, see if we're going to get closer and closer to this resistance up here. Yep, we're at $11.93 up here. Whereas Bitcoin's digging into the shorts, liquidating the shorts up here. Very brutal. Bitcoin's not taking any prisoners tonight. I'll tell you that right there. We've already bounced out of the buy area. We already bounced out of the support zone for Bitcoin at $19,255. The bears are getting tamed. I reckon the bears. Whoever the whales are out there, reckon these bears. You are doing God's work. Doing God's work. And then ETH is getting closer and closer to resistance while being overbought. If we're not overbought in the 15, it won't be as bad. But we are overbought, so we'll be overbought when we touch this resistance up here in the 15 minutes. And generally when that happens, price likes to come back down. So we'll see if we can break it this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've already broke through resistance 5 different times in the last 28 hours. So 28 hours, we already broke resistance 5 different times. What's to stop us from breaking it this time? What's to stop us from breaking it this time? 28 hours, 5 times we broke. I don't think Tesla would accept Luna Classic, Cal. Not at all. Not at all. When you're a business, you don't accept a cryptocurrency that charges you a 1.2% tax on every transaction. Not worth it. We got close to resistance, still getting a little bit of sell pressure right here for ETH. And while this is happening, Bitcoin is coming on this liquidation block like wild animals. Liquidating these shorts. It's huge. Bitcoin is destroying these shorts up here, liquidating shorts really far out of the buy block now for Bitcoin. And then ETH, since our support line earlier tonight, we're already up over 3.3%. Meanwhile, Doge may be breaking this uptrend that we've seen. It's not all the way down, still uptrending technically though. So it's more broad upstream. We have 1 hour 36 minutes until the event happens, so hold in there. Keep your eyes tuned. Some people are going to wait until the event starts to buy. Some people are going to wait until after Doge is mentioned or seen before they buy. But I will say that if you're waiting until it's mentioned or seen to buy, you probably are going to be late and your scalp's going to be like very quick. Looking over here at ETH, still under our resistance at $12. A gap up would close that resistance. I just fear that since we're overbought, we may not push too far. But if there's a tweet from Coinbase or something, we could become surprised. Getting closer and closer to resistance, so really hoping we break it as Bitcoin was in this uptrend from the $19,255 support. Teetering here, just teetering. If we can creep up, right before this, that would be the ultimate push up. Meanwhile, Doge is still in this uptrend, but it's far away from this liquidation block now. For this one, we would have to move up almost another 1% to start digging deep in that liquidation block. And I see Bitcoin right here. Bitcoin got rejection from this liquidation block. Pushed down a little bit right here. Big slap in the face to Bitcoin. And we look at a volume right here as well. This is over 300 volume. 300 Bitcoin's a lot of cash. 300 Bitcoin is a lot of cash, and it's pushing us back down up here. So definitely at this moment seeing the bigger sell pressure for Bitcoin in tonight's stream. So I'm going to highlight this for you. Gold block, this is where I'm seeing that sell pressure pile in on Bitcoin. And we were overbought up here, overbought multiple times. I'm just wondering if it's going to pull ETH down while Bitcoin's downtrending on this time. And Doge isn't really pushing down as far. I think it's because we had this event in 1 hour, 32 minutes. But if Bitcoin does downtrend here, and Doge could push down a little bit and liquidate some of these 100 times longs that are in a greedy position. Generally use stop loss, just sell. If you don't use stop loss, you're gambling, in my opinion. And then looking at EFW, still getting some wicks down right here. I've seen EFW break resistance multiple times this week, though. Multiple times broke this $12 resistance. Bitcoin, we saw right here, this is when these sells were coming in. I wish I could draw it right here, draw it down here too, but you see that volume. You guys can get a picture of what's happening. And meanwhile, EFW is still getting some sells as it was overbought in this 5 minutes before we even got to resistance up here. Highlight this for you on the chart. So this indicator right here, that is the gold line on the purple background, is my relative strength index. And seeing up here, since the levels up here were over 74, we were overbought. Generally, when you're overbought, price likes to come down just a little bit until you're oversold again. So we were completely oversold right here around the support line at $11.50. And then we got overbought up here at $11.96 and 93. So from going from oversold to overbought, that's about a 3.87% price movement. Pretty decent scalping range if you ask me, 3.86%. So a lot of traders that are very seasoned are happy with 3.86%, especially if they're doing futures. So they're more inclined to take profits in areas like this. Meanwhile, it's as people take profits, it helps us push down from resistance even further. And that's how resistance are formed. It's an area where people generally are taking profits, or right before there, people are taking profits. So we have a hard time pushing up. We're still holding above the moving average here, 200 EMA for ETHW at $11.80. But generally sell pressure on ETHW price moves down fast. we could see 1 to 5%, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% candles, and you can't use high leverage. If you do 20 times leverage and price comes down 5%, you would be liquidated. So don't use high leverage on stuff like this. And meanwhile, Bitcoin looks like it's still getting a little bit of rejection up here. All right, let's see how the price of Doge is doing while Bitcoin is teetering there. Doge isn't really retracing that hard. Doge is not really retracing that hard. Whereas Bitcoin, that's a nice measure move down for Bitcoin from that liquidation block. Perhaps Bitcoin is not done with these liquidations as well. This is another gap up, just $70. And we will liquidate a lot more positions. And that's only 0.36% move up. It's nothing for Bitcoin. And then ETHW is still teetering up here. It wants to hit the resistance and break, but we are having trouble. We are having trouble. We're at $11.90 up here. We're closer and closer to this resistance up here, though. Trying to make it up there. This. I'm multitasking real quick as well. Sorry, YouTube. Getting closer and closer resistance for ETH proof of work. Closer and closer. We're edging closer and closer. Edging closer and closer. Getting there. I'll look at YouTube chat in a second. Sorry, I'm just looking over some things. Let's go back to Bitcoin real quick. Bitcoin's still not done with these liquidations. Still coming up here for these liquidations. Bitcoin does not want to take any prisoners tonight. Meanwhile, Dogecoin is starting a little bit of a downtrend here. 1 hour, 23 minutes until the event happens. So, still seeing some people take profits on the run up that we've had so far today. Luna Classic spiked again. So, Luna Classic still uptrending a lot from earlier. Still up about 1.7%. Meanwhile, EFW is trying to get above this resistance. We're just teetering here. It's a tough spot for ETHW. Still trying up here. So the event is the Tesla AI event today. And generally when Tesla had the AI event last time, we saw that the price appreciated for Dogecoin. It's very interesting. You're welcome. If you want to trade ETHW, you can trade it on METC on futures accounts already. It is available on spot trading on some other platforms. Watching the Luna Classic though. Luna Classic still getting the uppity here. It's lots of volume for Luna Classic. The price has been appreciating a lot since the last dip. And this is like a bull flag for Luna Classic here. It's a nice bull flag for Luna Classic. Meanwhile, ETHW is teetering here if it wants to break through or not. It's very close though. A breakthrough would be very welcome for ETH proof of work. $12 support. I'm at $12 resistance, $11.50 support. Bitcoin is teetering if it wants to get these liquidations. Not far away. And Doge received the Death Cross. So let's see the price difference between Golden Cross and Death Cross for Doge. Our Golden Cross is at 6.105. Our Death Cross is 6.17. That price move difference was about 1%. 1% is not a big price movement. Meanwhile, ETHW is still not getting like a large number of sells. Still technically uptrending here, trying to get up here to break this resistance. If we break resistance, it could be very profitable for people that have been holding since dollars. Been holding this thing since $6 is very good. Getting a little bit more buys coming in here for ETHW as we edge closer and closer to resistance. Not as many buys as we had near our support line, though. I will say that. Definitely not as many buys as we had at our support line. I'll be right back in a moment. Still watching up here. I'm going to get another drink. We still have about 1 hour, 18 minutes until the event. All right, so basically we are hitting the support. We just broke through it a little bit one time for ETHW. And while this is happening, Bitcoin is not uptrending any longer. Bitcoin is technically in this downtrend. We did break the uptrend for Bitcoin right here. Doge is following Bitcoin, but not as closely. We still have over an hour for the event. Is it possible Doge does a full retrace before this event happens? Possible. Anyways, let's keep watching ETHW up here, see what happens as we get closer and closer to this resistance, see if we're going to break down. I'm already seeing big sell pressure as we touch the resistance line up here for ETHW. Yeah, the moment we touch resistance, we already received a lot of sell pressure. Giant sell pressure right there, but we'll see if the buys continue coming in. Generally, more times you tap on resistance, higher chance of breaking. But if we tap it like this one time, 2 times, 3 times, and then start pushing down, it generally retraces pretty fast for something like ETHW. But we'll see. $12 has been a steady take profit area for a lot of traders, and then they keep buying back in from $11 to $11.50. It's been a very steady take profit area for ETHW. Last time we hit our resistance up here, look how fast we came down. Came down to like $11.72.5. We'll see. Every day we edge closer and closer to Coinbase listing, closer and closer to Binance KuCoin futures. Am I muted? I don't think I'm muted. Discord is really quiet though. There's still 25 people in Discord right before this event's happening tonight for Tesla AI. I would love to see a bigger break on this resistance for ETHW. Would love to see a bigger break. Like if we get a big break up to $12.30, that would be worth watching for ETHW up here. There we go. There goes a little break up for ETHW. Broke that resistance. $12.11 went as high as $12.17 so far. Nice movement up for ETHW. I tell you. That's what I want to see right there. Let's let this bad boy run. Woo! On that candle, just on the 10-second time frame, was over 300,000 volume. 300,000. That's over $3 million US dollars. More than 3.6 million US dollars just on a 10-second candle for people buying up ETHW. Yep. Getting a little bit of this volume piling in here after we break this resistance on ETHW one more time. I've been holding it since $6 and some change, so I'm not like really taking profits on areas like this. I'm just waiting. I'm just happy that it's never retraced all the way back to $6. ETHW is the forked version from the Ethereum merge. It's ETH proof of work. Basically, they got rid of the detonation that causes your block rewards to be nothing, and they switched it back to giving miners 2 ETHW per block reward. Now currently, even people mining ETHW are still not in the profits. This thing has to go to $32 to break even currently with our electric rates. So miners are still not in the profits right here with their ETHW. Still watching the coin. I like to scalp it on one account and then just holding ETHW 5 times. I had a 5 times position around $6, and I'm just waiting until around $50. I'm not sure exactly if I'll take profits at 50 or let this be my runner for the year. It did not start at low money value. It started at high money value. And it started with low volume. I'll pull up the nomics chart for you real quick, buddy. So if we look on nomics, we can see this all-time chart for ETHW. For the all-time chart, we've had the price over $117 when it first came out, when it was first airdropped. Quite a few people were trading it and exchanging it for other coins when it first came out, so the value was 117. And within a few days, the price calmed down, and then we got support at $4. After $4, that's when we started the uptrending for ETHW. On September 16th, that's when we had our big volume started trading for ETHW. Now, since then, that's when our volume's been increasing since September 16th. Biggest volume was on September 24th, and the price was at $11.45. And we saw the prices been in this area, trading in this area. So definitely a good coin for scalping opportunities up here. 1 hour 7 minutes until the event. Just 1 hour 7 minutes. If you want to trade ETHW, I'll put that link in the chat for you guys. Still relatively early trading this thing. Hasn't been out that long. And we look at Dogecoin up here. Doge is finally getting a little bit of buys coming back in. So we're still holding up here. We still did not do a full retrace. It's very interesting. No full retrace. And 1 hour 6 minutes until the event. So these shorts are not safe tonight. This blue area are going to be liquidated tonight probably. Meanwhile, ETHW, as it did break above the resistance tonight, I am seeing a little bit of sell pressure. Was trying to come in here for ETHW, but we'll see if the buys start matching this thing. I still think it's undervalued at $12. It's this thing needs to be at least $30, at least 30, and then we could probably see a spike to 50 on some nasty liquidations for ETHW. So currently still undervalued for this thing. That's why I keep saying that it's under $50 on this stream, so that next year I can go back and say like, oh, this thing's still under that. This thing was under $50. Very interesting. Now this is our current price. Still seeing some of these wicks up for ETHW. That's a big run up. So from my buy signal earlier today, let's see how far we ran up for ETHW. About 4.69%. 4.69%. And this is a big run up. Now I'm definitely seeing more of the sell pressure build in here for ETHW on this candle. Still seeing some sell pressure up here. See if these sells push it all the way back down to our resistance line that we had at $12. It's only a 9-cent drop. Not that bad. While this is happening, Bitcoin is still not coming up through these liquidations. So big mixtures of buys and sells for Bitcoin. That's making it hard for other coins to pump. Meanwhile, Luna Classic is also having trouble pumping higher than we saw up here on the 5 minutes at 31. So Luna Classic still trending down here as well. We're at $12.09 for ETH proof of work. And saw quite a bit of sell pressure come in for the coin. It's undervalued though, in my opinion. This thing should be over $30 before the miners are in profits. Should be over $30 in. We're still under 20 currently. Still under $20 currently for this. Let me work on something on my phone real quick. Bear with me. I'm getting a mixture of buys and sells up here, but the price is still holding. Woohoo! I'm seeing a bull flag form on the 10 seconds for ETHW. Alright, so we still have roughly an hour or 2 minutes before the Dogecoin could possibly see another spike up. I think we may see Doge, or hear Elon say Doge, or see images of Doge during the Tesla AI events. Oh, what if Elon Musk has the Tesla AI walk a Doge that is a Shiba Inu dog? That would be amazing. That'd be crazy. So Doge is still up from earlier tonight. Really happy with that. ETHW, maybe we can start forming higher supports for ETHW as well. We just need more buy pressure coming in. Just need more buy pressure to come in here. Woo! Yeah. I think another spike up for ETHW could happen right here. I think another rocket up for ETHW could happen. There we go. There we go. Getting these pushes up here for ETHW. This is beautiful. Been trying to get people to trade this since it was like $6. Yeah, the deeper colors represents the volume that we see. Woo! Get another push up here. What I wanted to see. That's what I wanted to see. Yeah, don't use 50 times, Josh. You're gonna get liquidated. Even when you're not watching, you can lose a lot, so be careful. Yeah, use 50 times low leverage, you're gonna get wrecked generally. Ugh. Hmm. All right, so currently looking here at the charts, definitely seeing a little bit more of the sell volume picking up here as well. Still in the uptrend, but it could start breaking this uptrend and head back towards our resistance down here for ETH. Generally, it likes to move pretty fast like that. While Bitcoin, though, on the other hand, Bitcoin is getting closer and closer to these liquidations, liquidating the shorts up here for Bitcoin. Not too far away. Dogecoin is still holding its ground here. We have less than 1 hour until the event. Our wick down recently was to 6.13. So Doge is breaking this short-term downtrend right here about 1 hour before the event. So currently just retested the trend line, but we broke this downtrend for Doge on a short time frame. I don't think these shorts are safe. They are probably going to get liquidated today. And while this is happening, Luna Classic is still trying to get another push back up here. Luna Classic still above the 3.0 price range. Luna Classic still above 3.0 price range. ETH on the other hand, $12.10 still. But when we see the deep red like this and orange, the orange we're changing. So we're going from bullish to bearish right here as people are taking profits on their positions. Basically what I'm seeing. And we'll see if we're going to form a higher support up here or if this maintains our resistance and we come back down. If you want to trade Doge before the event, I'll put a futures platform link for you guys to trade futures for Doge before the event. Otherwise, spot trading is also on that platform. 60% of people are not holding Doge before the event. Very interesting. Meanwhile, looking at Doge, we just broke this downtrend. 54 minutes until Tesla AI. Woo! Let me take a screenshot of this, put it in charts. I like having the other prices up here when I put it in my charts. That's good. All right. I think I'm the only one that's been talking tonight. Really, not a lot of people talking on Discord tonight leading up to this event.
Well, I'm in here waiting on the event, man. I'm with you, Tang. Party guy checking in one time.
Thank you for checking in.
Yes, sir.
So I put something in the announcements channel. Basically, I was saying, imagine if the AI that Tesla has comes out walking a Shiba Inu dog. How crazy would that be? That would be huge. If the Tesla AI comes out walking a Shiba Inu dog. We'd probably see like a 4% price spike up on Doge. That would be wild.
What time is this going down, Tane?
53 minutes.
53 minutes. I'm about to go buy all the Doge I can. No, I'm just kidding.
9:15 p.m. Eastern. Hey, well, let me tell you something though, buddy. We don't have confirmation that they are gonna walk Doge.
Right.
Hey, White Bread, I drug you down here, White Bread. This is where we're talking for the YouTube. Yeah, we don't have confirmation, right? This is buy the rumor, sell the news. But I noticed, like, if you watch at the very beginning of my stream, we were only at 6.02 for Doge, and we already gained like up to 6.16 right here, and as high as 6.22. So we saw a big spike.
I mean, another parabolic to like 20 cent, maybe. I mean, like the old days. I mean, if they did take the dog out, what do you see? What are you thinking, Tame? Talk to me.
Taking a dog on a walk's not a lot. That's not parabolic.
Okay.
But if they start accepting Doge for major payments or stuff, then that's something. But it's just like having images like a robot walking the Doge. Nah. Maybe like a 5% spike up, not 20%.
Okay.
Meanwhile, ETHW definitely starting getting sell pressure. Huge sell pressure up here for ETHW. Bring us back down to $12 right here. Look how fast we came back down on ETHW, by the way. We may even break down even lower on ETHW. $12 was the resistance level for ETHW. We broke above it, came back down. How far did we go above the resistance? About 1.5%. So pretty decent scalps that people have been doing on ETHW between supports and resistance. I wanted to do a video about scalping ETHW, but it's getting so close to events. Imagine people are scalping and then boom, Coinbase list it, and a second after they took profits and price runs up like 30%. People are going to be really salty. But until then, like events like, man, you could have done at least 8 to 9 good scalps on longer term time frames. Short term time frames, even more scalps. Even more scalps on the short term time frames. So let's just see if this $12 resistance can hold support. So I'm going to write the word support here. And let's just see if it's going to hold support at $12. If it doesn't hold support here at $12, then it will still be considered our resistance, more than likely. If it holds though, and it has to hold for quite a while before I could even consider this a support, which I'm a little bit skeptical that it could do that, because I've seen almost every time we broke this $12 recently. Generally, every time we break 12, we wick up and then come down quite hard. Go up, wick down quite hard. But this time, we're still in the uptrend. Like if I look at this on the 15 minutes, and I hide everything, and I'm looking at this, we're still uptrending, then maybe this $12 will become our support for ETHW. So we're gonna put it as support for now. I'm not telling you to buy on this support. I'm just saying that this could become support. And then our strong support at $11.50. We did have strong support at $10 and then strong support at $10.30. Now we have strong support at $11.50, and our moderate support's at $12 up here for ETH proof of work. It's always beautiful when a resistance turns into support though. That's how you get higher price floors. That's how you get higher price floors. I don't think he has to mention Doge, Kuya. And it's not illegal for a robot to walk a Shiba Inu dog. It's really not illegal.
Tame, what kind of cold storage do you recommend?
So Trezor.io is a pretty decent wallet that people use.
Got you.
Yeah. Buy it directly from their website.
All right. I finally got my Robinhood wallet, so I'm getting ready to pull everything off there.
Oh, yeah. All right, this support doesn't hold. This support doesn't hold. I'm going to leave this back at resistance. Our support does not hold at $12. Unfortunately. We saw how fast it came back down. Look at that sell pressure as we it came back down. It's not a strong support. Stronger support's at 1150 though. That is huge sell volume. Let's just calculate this volume so far. From the moment we were above the resistance till now, over 23 million volume. 23 million, that's huge. It's a lot of amount for dollars. Yeah, it was overbought, that's why. It was overbought up here in the 15 minutes when we broke above it, so we see this RSI up here. See how it's overbought? Let me delete. Completely overbought up here on the 15. That's why it did a big dippity right there. But if we look at this on the short time frame after that big dip, oversold again. On the hourly, we're far from overbought and oversold. We have a lot of points to run up. 4 hour, we have more points run up as well. 5 minutes, we are still needing to cool down on ETH proof of work. That's a big dip down. So from that top to this low right here was over 2.6%. 50 times leverage would have been liquidate right here. I don't think it's KuCoin taking profits, cocaine, because we were already overbought. Like, naturally people take profits. Naturally people take profits when they're up a lot. For example, if you did 50 times from the support up to resistance, that's a pretty big gain. If the price went up 4% and you're at 50 times 4, it's like 200% profits. Maybe more. We got to do the math up here, but that measure move up, that's huge profits. So people take profits, and as people take profits, they push price down. Let me see what this papaya tastes like. It's okay. And now is this going to be our slow ascend back up to resistance and then descend back towards our strong support? We'll see. It would be nice to break resistance one more time for ETHW. It is taking a longer time to build these higher floors. Naturally, we need catalysts like Coinbase or Binance to come out and do some big tweets. After that, then we're going to automatically form some higher supports. Our def cross just popped in right here as well. So our def cross is right here. Def cross is generally pretty bearish. From our golden cross to our def cross, that was at least a 2% price move. 2% is huge. If you have $1 million and you earn 2%, you're probably more inclined to take profits. Whereas you're the small guy doing like 100 times with like $1, you can hold it a little bit longer. But that dollar doesn't really affect the market prices of other people. If Robinhood lists ETHW, then it could get a little bit of a pump as well. But look how long it took Robinhood to list SHIB. It took them a long time. I would not trade on Robinhood though. I feel like Robinhood would eventually be at risk of bankruptcy if they continue on the path that they're on. Just my view. So after the death cross, we're getting even more sell pressure for ETH here. It's pretty brutal. Very brutal there. Look how fast we're coming down, and we don't have our support until $11.50. It's almost like clockwork, hitting resistance, breaking a little bit, giving people ample time to take profits, and then coming back down towards our support. Thing about our supports, though, we don't last at our supports that long. We hit our support about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different candles. So we don't really last at our supports that long on the ETH as well. Like when we had the $4 support, we bounced off of it so fast before ripping back up. I think this is oversold on the 5 minutes though. Oh, not yet. Almost. Almost oversold. Not completely oversold, but almost on the 5 minutes. But the MACD is starting to pick up that bearish momentum on the 5 minutes up here. Usually it does that after breaking under our resistance and coming back down. Let's check on Bitcoin why this is happening. That would make sense. Bitcoin got further away from liquidation block and started coming down. So I do see how that could have pulled on ETH. Is Bitcoin oversold on the 5? Not yet as well. We had support down here at $19,255 for Bitcoin earlier today. I'm going to go back to ETH chart. Still seeing some small sells for ETH piling in here. And that would pull the price down significantly. That would pull the price down pretty significantly here. I think we can get a bounce off this support, possibly. I think a bounce off this support would be really healthy for ETH right here. And it's a big measure move for ETH. Meanwhile, we still have 40 minutes through the event, so let's check on Doge. So after Doge broke this downtrend, it came back a little bit further to retest the trend line and started uptrending again. So Doge is in an interesting area. Possible that Elon Musk or Tesla or somebody has a picture of a dog or walks the dog with the AI robot during this event. Maybe mentions the word Doge specifically. So Doge is coming up. I'm holding Doge since 4.92 Muse.
You think that stupid lawsuit will prevent him from mentioning?
Not at all. It's a garbage lawsuit. It's a garbage lawsuit. Not at all. All right, so Doge broke this downtrend. It retested the trend line and it's uptrending again. This is almost 1 million volume for Dogecoin right here. And while this is happening, Bitcoin is downtrending a little bit. So let's look at all the cryptos together up here. Let's just take a look. Take a gander. So look how bullish Doge is compared to everything else right now. ETH is already downtrending from breaking out resistance. That was a good run for ETH. While Bitcoin and Ethereum are downtrending, Dogecoin is uptrending. Generally, every time Doge has traded inverse of Bitcoin, while Bitcoin is going down, Doge going up, there has been a catalyst that helped Dogecoin pump even further. So is this going to be our lucky break? To the lucky 170 people watching tonight, is this going to be our lucky break for Doge? And let's go into this Dogecoin chart. Dogecoin still looking pretty strong up here. Doge just wrecked that liquidation block, by the way. Doge just destroyed that block. It's about to liquidate these 25 times right here as well. Oh yeah, these shorts are not safe. We've already came up significantly since the beginning of this stream that we started over 3 hours ago, and these shorts are being liquidated. Is destroying, is demolishing. My God almighty, they are getting wrecked. A big push up for Doge though. I've been trying to get people attention about Doge tonight, being in my Discord multiple times, texting my friends. But look at Doge right here. I predicted that we would get a bull flag, and boom, we have the bull flag that formed for Doge. And it's 37 minutes before the event that we've already formed this bull flag for Doge. Now, I'm very happy about this. Let me crop this. Yeah, put it in chart channel as well. So, big bull flag formed on Doge up here in 5 minutes, and we're not even done with these liquidations. Not even done with these liquidations for Doge. Look at that. Look at these liquidations up here. We still have 36 minutes until Tesla AI event, YouTube. And while Doge is uptrending, Bitcoin's still downtrending. ETH ran up. It broke the resistance, started coming back down, has some support at $12.50. But Doge, isn't she a beauty? Doge is a beauty. Look at Doge ripping the faces off of the bears tonight. The bears are getting tamed on Doge. The bears are getting tamed. They're getting wrecked. My God almighty. Look at these shorts getting wrecked tonight. This is why you never short Doge. If you're in the profits from your last Doge purchase, put it in YouTube chat. Let us know. Let us know. Doge is ripping the faces off of these. Like, look, if you didn't get to buy down here, if you did not get to buy down here at the beginning of the stream, we did have a one dip right here, and then we also broke the downtrend right here. Then we retested a downtrend again right here. So from the beginning of the stream, we're already up significantly for Doge. From the beginning of the stream, we're already up over 4%. From retesting a downtrend, though, our most recent, we're up about 2% for Doge. So plenty of opportunities there for people that missed out. I think there's going to be some people that get in super late, though. There's going to be people taking profits at the same time people are buying up here at the peak of the event. Like when people see a dog or something, or some stuff related to Doge, that's when they'll start buying, and that's when other people start taking their profits. So we'll see. I like to encourage people on the idea of taking profits, especially if something runs up like 5-6% sometimes. So we'll see if it spikes up after being listed. Well, not listed, after... It's not being listed. There's the slip up, not being listed. Nothing new, nothing new. Just potential that we might see something at the event. Put rockets in the chat for these liquidations. We're liquidating the bears tonight. Put rockets in the chat to liquidate the bears. And we have roughly 32 minutes until the event. Woo! We just broke 6.3 YouTube. These bears are getting wrecked on Doge tonight. I would love to see above 7. Let's do a YouTube chat. Will we hit 0.07? Yes, no. I would not take profits. The event still hasn't happened yet. Getting a vote on the poll. Do you think we'll hit 7 cents? We're almost out of gas up here. Almost out of gas up here, but also our resistance is not as bad the higher up we go for Doge. Almost out of gas. While this is happening, we have ETHW still downtrending back towards its support line at $11.50. Generally, I was talking about people who are taking profits at resistance. They were buying on support, and it's about at least 4% profits for these moves. Meanwhile, Doge is outperforming our other cryptocurrencies. Because Bitcoin is still downtrending, our support's down at 19,255. And then Dogecoin was liquidating a lot of shorts this evening. If I look at Doge on the 5 minutes, we can see how far we've came up so far. Like, this is our chart so far for Doge, and we've kind of been forming this bull flag for Doge heading into the event. Now, there's still 30 minutes. Still 30 minutes. It could be interesting to see another drop down. Like last time we had a drop down by about 1.4%. At overbought area dropped down by about 2%. So even like a 1% drop would bring us back to 625. But welcome to the stream. Tesla AI event could have some symbols of Doge and could help get the price of Dogecoin to squeeze these shorts. We're 30 minutes prior to the event, and we've already squeezed the majority of the shorts. Like, we've already wrecked a lot of the shorts, so happy about that. This was a lot of liquidations on Dogecoin shorts this evening. So in the past 4 hours, we've already liquidated over $287,000 worth of Dogecoin shorts. In the past 4 hours, we've already liquidated a large amount of Dogecoin shorts. In the past hour, it's over $159,000. But in about the time we've started this stream, we've already liquidated over 4.58 million Doge, which is 287,000 US dollars. It's huge. Nice. And we're still breaking up here.
Doge.
Yeah. I tried to get people earlier. People are just getting in now. They're definitely super late.
Man, got some nice price action.
Yeah. Over $287,000 liquidate so far on Dogecoin bears that we're shorting. And we still have room to push up. I'll put my referral link for Metsy if you want to trade futures, or if you just want to spot trade ETHW. It's out there early on the platform. They have futures on ETHW as well. If we look at ETHW again up here, we see that we did find a little bit of short-term buys at $11.73 right here on ETHW. So it's highly interesting. And if I look right here, the volume is pretty significant as well. It's like dollar-wise, this is over 236,000 volume, which is over 2.3 million US dollars. So the pretty significant candles up here for ETHW. That being said, I'm still hoping that Doge does another run up during the event this evening. What is this? We formed a big bull flag for Doge since the beginning of the stream, so we've been here for about 3 hours. We've been in Doge. I've been in Doge undersits personally, so on my last 5 times long, and we already hit up over 4% up here since the beginning of the stream. Doge is up 4%. So that's a big momentum up for Doge. Buy the rumor, sell the news. That's generally what happens. So a lot of people are going to pull the plug on their Doge. One, if nothing happens. Two, like if nothing happens at the end of the event, like people are going to take profits. But two, even after like there's some iconic image of a dog or something, like if a robot's walking a dog or anything like that, people would probably pull the plug. Now, it's just a prediction. This stream is not financial advice. Elon's pretty active on Twitter. He just tweeted again 2 minutes ago on a reply about Kamala Harris. So but basically our vice president in America, she said that they are going to be, the Biden administration will be directing funds, federal funds, to communities of colors affected by a hurricane. Elon Musk commented, should be according to greatest need, not race or anything. Look, if you're in a hurricane flood damage area, you probably need help. Doesn't matter what your skin looks like, you probably need help. A lot of people down in Florida are going to need help, regardless of which neighborhoods they are from, if they are suffering any damages. Property damage, their bodily damage, lots of damages from the hurricane. Anyways, if you want to be on my Discord, and next time an event like this happens again and I ping it out, you hear about it early rather than checking on YouTube 3 hours late, I'll put my link in the chat. It's one-time fee, $50. I mean, let's just do the math here. If you had $10,000 and you bought the Doge at 0605, you could have had 165,000 Doge, and if you sold it at this price now, you would have over $10,338. So that's a more than $300 price difference buying the Doge here versus way down here. So big price difference, huge price difference. Just one-time fee, join the Discord, $50. At least I tag everybody when I see something crazy like this happening. Let's see if ETHW is still holding in that area. Yeah, ETHW still has some buys up here, which is good, holding its up. Meanwhile, while ETHW was getting some buys, we are seeing Dogecoin getting a little bit of sell pressure up here. I mean, we're almost done with liquidations. I think the whole goal was to liquidate these shorts up here, and we've already almost accomplished this goal. We've liquidated the majority of these shorts before the event has even started. Still 23 minutes, so I see a lot of people are already taking their profits. They're happy. They're happy with their profits. My God. And then there's other people that are they're in early. Somebody probably used like 50 times leverage down here at 6.02, and they're going to hold until the event, see what happens. Because if you did 50 times leverage and the price is up 4%, 50 times 4, you're up over 200% on your bag. But I am seeing Doge, like, if we put it on the 1 minute chart, we can see on the 1 minute, that's when we get a little bit more of the sell pressure for Doge. Still 23 minutes before the event. I mean, we just liquidate a lot of positions for Doge there, so still a little bit more to run up here before the event starts. And if there's an image or something about Doge during Tesla AI, we would liquidate these positions. Meanwhile, ETHW is still in this range where we're starting to get a little more buys. I just want to show you though that the support's at $11.50, resistance at $12 for ETHW. If we look over to Bitcoin up here, Bitcoin we can see strong support at $19,255. We bounced off of it a few times earlier in the stream before running up, and I think eventually we'll get a golden cross on the 5 minutes for Bitcoin now. We're already down roughly 1.58% on Bitcoin from our def cross up here that you see on the upper left of the screen. So it would not surprise me if Bitcoin gets a few more buys coming here, golden cross on the uptrend. And we look at XRP, we have resistance on XRP up here at 50 cents. So we came very close to hitting that resistance last time. It was like 49.9 and very close. So people started taking profits on the way back down on XRP though. We're going to go back to the Dogecoin chart. Sell signal popped in again on Dogecoin. So the difference between my buy and sell signal for Doge has been about 1.5%. So pretty big price move, 1.5%. If you did 5 times leverage, that's a 5% gain right there. About 7.25% gain. And if you want to trade ETHW, I'll put it in the YouTube chat. We have 21 minutes until the events. 21 minutes until this event. And we already have over 200 YouTube viewers as well. Pretty big audience tonight.
Spooky Floki is flying on Bay Say check poo coin chart. Flushed face.
Okay. Yeah, those are pretty crappy charts though, Stuart Rodney. Thank you for the $2 super chat, but Binance Smart Chain's charts are pretty dumb, in my opinion. It's like a pump and dump, probably. All it takes is like one person doing the order when it comes out to get the price moving. But yeah, we're looking up here at Doge, still coming down a little bit. Thank you for the super chat, Stuart. I don't condone people buying Spooky Floki or anything like that, though. I would not buy any of those. Like, it has the word Floki in it too. It's like off of Floki, which is off of Doge. And it's not even trading volume, so you could get wrecked. The Twitter page only has 11,000 followers. Very easy to get wrecked into those coins like that, where they just build a website, do a social media, and do a cash grab. You're waiting on XRP to go to 46.46. I understand that. I think Doge will end up finishing up these liquidations. We have about 18 minutes. While this is happening, ETHW is still getting some buys up here. Notice the book down at $11.74. So $11.75 was also a pretty decent area that I saw multiple times where people were buying as well. $11.75. Seen that multiple times. Multiple times $11.75. That would make sense. Anyways, let's keep an eye on Doge while this is happening. I'm going to go grab a drink. We have 17 minutes. Do a little bit of stretching real quick. And then I'll come back and watch Doge a little bit more closely. And we'll see if this is buy the rumor, sell the news. Generally, it's buy the rumor, sell the news. So once people see Doge pumping after something, people are very quick to take profits. I'm back. We have 12 minutes until the event, and Dogecoin seems to be holding up here. I do see more sell pressures coming in though. After I stepped away for a moment. Ethereum proof of work started to come down under that area where people was buying. So a little bit of a delay on our way to the support line at $11.50. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. Meanwhile, Bitcoin is getting a little bit more bulls piling in here, trying to get their support or their weight. Let's watch this on a shorter time frame, see some of these resistance. So look at Bitcoin right here. On the short time frame, it's definitely been uptrending. We've had a big drop down when the death cross came at 19,400 down to 19,350. So Bitcoin was oversold. I think Bitcoin can come up a little bit more. Doge definitely getting into overbought territory though before this event. 11 minutes. Stay tuned. Doge is still holding. It did not break its uptrend for this time, YouTube. Doge is still uptrending, in my opinion. And we still have room to wick up 6.42, at least 6.42. For my YouTube poll, I asked if we can hit 7 cents. 73% said yes. I'll close that poll when we get deeper in this blue zone just because I don't want people voting yes right when we're at like 6.9. Looking at all these charts together though, I see Bitcoin on the bottom, Bitcoin down here from the support had a nice bounce. Dogecoin had the most momentum right here compared to Bitcoin. And then ETHW had a nice move up. So from the bottom of the dip to the top, ETHW did 6.6%. Doge from the bottom to the top did only 4.96%. So Ethereum proof of work outperformed Doge right there. And let's do Bitcoin. Bitcoin is like 1.32%. Whereas Ethereum was basically only like 1.24%. So Ethereum actually performed the least there compared to everything else. And then ETHW performed the most. And ETHW is still pretty consistent for these scalps. Meanwhile, Doge has a catalyst that can help it come up and finish off these liquidations thanks to the Tesla AI day. So we're watching Doge here, watching these liquidations. I do have my timer. We have less than 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. It's not bad.
Really Are they going to cover that on YouTube, Tim?
I put in the announcements channel the link if you want to watch it.
Yeah, I want to watch it, but I have you on my phone, so I don't want to watch it on my phone.
It's on their website. Here. Let me tag everybody. Alright, I just tag everybody in the announcements channel. You can watch it there. It's literally just 9 more minutes. Livestream.tesla.com. AI Day 2022. Palo Alto, California. So, not too long from now. Not too long from now. We have less than 9 minutes, YouTube. You guys excited? You probably did miss it, David. If you were in a Discord, I pinged everybody at the beginning. If you're not in the Discord, definitely fill out an application and join. Seems like ETHW is bouncing off that 1175. Let's just draw a line here at 1175, see if we hit it multiple times. I mean, it's very easy to break it, but I want to see how many times we ping off of 1175 for ETHW. Meanwhile, let's watch Dogecoin here. 7 minutes to go until the event starts. And while this is happening, I'll try to put it up here on the screen as well. All right, let me load it up here. So I have that stream up there at the top. Let's All right, there we go. Had to get it off the Kindle. So we have 5 more minutes until the event starts, and let's see what happens up here, YouTube. Is this a buy the rumor, sell the news? We are getting a little bit of sells down here for Bitcoin. Let's take a look at our ETHW. ETHW kept bouncing off 1175 and it's back up here at 1185. Remember, resistance is at $12 on ETH proof of work. Yep. Looking at Doge. We were watching Doge just 5 minutes until the event happens. The event starts for Tesla AI Day. Four minutes, 20 seconds left to go. Definitely interested in seeing what's happening on the charts during this event. During the Tesla Gigafactory, we saw drones. We saw they had drones. It was pretty interesting. And they have over 37,000 people watching, by the way. So, it's a lot. Over 37,000 people watching, and Doge has already ran up and liquidated a lot of shorts this evening. If I look at Doge on this 5-minute chart here, we can see that we've even started forming these bull flag pattern on Dogecoin. Our 200 EMA is down at 6.097. Our last wick up. This was a lot of liquidation that Doge has done tonight as well. I think a lot of people would have been happy taking profits up here. Like compared to the beginning of the stream until up here at the top, that was over 4%. Even right here, from the beginning of the stream to now, is well over 3.5%. So we're watching here. We have about 2 minutes until the stream begins for Tesla AI Day. And we're gonna see how this affects the price of Dogecoin. We're almost out of liquidations though. We're almost out of liquidations. It's not really much room to go based off of liquidations. So if there is something in this event that helps the price of Doge, people may take profits relatively fast. Meanwhile, ETHW is still up here. It's still above our support, below our resistance, almost in the middle down here for ETHW. But yeah, we're watching Doge here. If we look at the RSI for Doge, it was overbought already. So it's cooling down. If we see how long it's been cooling down, we've been cooling down for about 40 minutes. We were overbought 40 minutes ago for Doge. It's been cooling down. And I don't think it's going to be cooled down before this event starts in 1 minute, 45 seconds. It could probably cool down while the event's going until they show something about Doge. It's definitely going to cool down a lot faster if we don't see anything about Doge, though. It will cool down very fast. There's not too many longs that could be liquidated right here. It's not a lot of cash for the long side. All right. This is probably going to be a nice long event. Grab some food, grab some drink, get ready to watch. But even before this event has happened, we've already ran up for Doge more than we would have needed to for our profits. So it's already ran up a lot for Doge. Let's see how far we run up in an event if we see a picture of a dog or see a AI robot walking a dog. ETHW. Let's take a look at ETHW up here. ETHW is still holding above our support. It did get some sell pressure here. It worked down to 11.697, but after 11.75, we hit multiple times. That's when we started getting more buy pressure. All right. All right, so the event should be starting now. Let's go ahead and delete the timer. After this, we are going to watch the charts a little bit more. It should already be started right now. Pretty soon.
It hasn't went live yet.
They're live. It's live, but it isn't live yet.
Well, that's what I meant.
We're watching still. Michael Brent says Doge will have to go up 12%.
Right,
yeah, they're live. Oh, I think I might need one of these robots.
Yeah, I like that. I like this.
Oh, this is good. I like that motion right there.
Yeah, that's dope.
Look at that.
Okay. Look at Elon in his leather. Go ahead.
That's what some CEOs have been doing, like Jensen Huang from NVIDIA. Come out wearing leather. And give that impression that they're like a biker. Should I play the audio, YouTube? Let's play the audio.
Back in the audience and all right, great. Welcome to Tesla AI Day 2022.
I'm gonna mute the Discord.
We've got some really exciting things to show you. I think you'll be pretty impressed. I do want to set some expectations with respect to our Optimus robot. As you know, last year it was just a person in a robot suit, but we've come a long way, and it's I think compared to that, it's going to be very impressive. We're going to talk about the advancements in AI for full self-driving, as well as how they apply to, more generally, to real-world AI problems like a humanoid robot and even going beyond that. I think there's some potential that what we're doing here at Tesla could make a meaningful contribution to AGI. And I think actually Tesla's a good entity to do it from a governance standpoint, because we're a publicly traded company with one class of stock, and that means that the public controls Tesla, and I think that's actually a good thing. So if I go crazy, you can fire me. This is important. Maybe I've gone crazy. I don't know. Yeah, so we're going to talk a lot about our progress in AI and autopilot, as well as the progress with Dojo. And then we're going to bring the team out and do a long Q&A. So you can ask tough questions, whatever you'd like, existential questions, technical questions, but we want to have as much time for Q&A as possible. So let's see, with that, you guys want to say anything?
Hey guys, I'm Milan. I work on Autopilot and the Tesla bot.
And I'm Lizzie, mechanical engineer on the project as well.
Okay. So should we bring out the bot?
Before we do that, we have one little bonus tip for the day. This is actually the first time we try this robot without any backup support, cranes, mechanical mechanisms, no cables, nothing.
Yeah.
I want to do it with you guys tonight, but it's the first time, so let's see.
You ready? Let's go.
Go.
I think the bot got some moves too. So this is essentially the same full self-driving computer that runs in your Tesla cars, by the way.
This is literally the first time the robot has operated without a tether. Was on stage tonight. So the robot can actually do a lot more than we just showed you. We just didn't want it to fall on its face. So we'll show you some videos now of the robot doing a bunch of other things, yeah, which are less risky.
Show them the video of the robot walking a dog. Show them the video of the robot walking a dog.
Yeah, we wanted to show a little bit more what we've done over the past few months with the bot, and just walking around and dancing on stage. Just humble beginnings, but you can see the autopilot neural networks running as is, just retrained.
They need to show the video of the robot walking a dog. I would like to see that type of video.
Yeah, when you see a rendered view, that's the robot. That's the world the robot sees. So
I think that's what we're all waiting on.
Identifying objects.
I don't care about watering plants. Here, water my plants, actually. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We use the same process.
I mean, it seems like it's too agile for a dog. I think a dog would pull that thing.
That's an example that illustrates the upper body a little bit more.
Not if it's a well-trained Shiba Inu.
Something that we'll try to nail down in a few months, over the next few months, I would say, to perfection.
This is really
Even
an
if
actual
Elon was
stake
like,
in the
we're running
Ethereum
tests
architecture
on
as
running
well
or
that he's working
walking
at.
Shiba Inus or whatever.
I'm gonna mute the Discord again. I'm gonna listen to this.
And that's not the only thing we have to show today, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So what you saw was what we call Bumble C. That's our sort of rough development robot using semi-off-the-shelf actuators. But we actually have gone a step further than that already. The team's done an incredible job. And we actually have an Optimus bot with fully Tesla-designed and built actuators, battery pack, control system, everything. It wasn't quite ready to walk, but I think it will walk in a few weeks. But we wanted to show you the robot, something that's actually fairly close to what will go into production, and show you all the things it can do. So let's bring it out.
Do it.
So here you're seeing Optimus with these are with the degrees of freedom that we expect to have in Optimus Production Unit 1, which is the ability to move all the fingers independently, to have the thumb have 2 degrees of freedom, so it has opposable thumbs, and both left and right hand, so it's able to operate tools and do useful things. Our goal is to make a useful humanoid robot as quickly as possible. And we've also designed it using the same discipline that we use in designing the car, which is to design it for manufacturing such that it's possible to make the robot in high volume at low cost with high reliability. So that's incredibly important. I mean, you've all seen very impressive humanoid robot demonstrations, and that's great, but what are they missing? They're missing a brain. They don't have the intelligence to navigate the world by themselves. And they're also very expensive and made in low volume. Whereas Optimus is designed to be an extremely capable robot, but made in very high volume, probably ultimately millions of units. And it is expected to cost much less than a car.
I'll just bring it directly to the right here.
I would say probably less than $20,000 would be my guess.
Okay.
The potential for Optimus is, I think, appreciated by very few people.
Hey!
As usual, Tesla demos are coming in hot. So.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. The team's the team has put in an incredible amount of work, working days, 7 days a week, burning the 3 a.m. oil to get to the demonstration today. Super proud of what they've done. They've really done a great job. I'd just like to give a hand to the whole Optimus team. So, now there's still a lot of work to be done to refine Optimus and improve it. Obviously, this is just Optimus version 1. And that's really why we're holding this event, which is to convince some of the most talented people in the world, like you guys, to join Tesla and help make it a reality and bring it to fruition at scale such that it can help millions of people. And the potential, like I said, is really boggles the mind, because you have to say, like, what is an economy? An economy is sort of productive entities times their productivity, capita times output, productivity per capita. At the point at which there is not a limitation on capita, it's not clear what an economy even means at that point. An economy becomes quasi-infinite. So what taken to fruition in the hopefully benign scenario, this means a future of abundance, a future where there is no poverty, where you can have whatever you want in terms of products and services. It really is a fundamental transformation of civilization as we know it. Obviously, we want to make sure that transformation is a positive one and safe. But that's also why I think Tesla as an entity doing this, being a single class of stock publicly traded, owned by the public, is very important and should not be overlooked. I think this is essential because then if the public doesn't like what Tesla's doing, the public can buy shares in Tesla and vote differently. This is a big deal. It's very important that I can't just do what I want. Sometimes people think that, but it's not true. It's very important that the corporate entity that makes this happen is something that the public can properly influence. So I think the Tesla structure is ideal for that. And like I said, self-driving cars will certainly have a tremendous impact on the world. I think they will improve the productivity of transport by at least a half order of magnitude, perhaps an order of magnitude, perhaps more. Optimus, I think, has maybe a 2 order of magnitude potential improvement in economic output. It's not clear what the limit actually even is. But we need to do this in the right way. We need to do it carefully and safely, and ensure that the outcome is one that is beneficial to civilization and one that humanity wants. This is also extremely important, obviously. So, and I hope you will consider joining Tesla to achieve those goals. At Tesla, we really care about doing the right thing here, or aspire to do the right thing, and really not pave the road to hell with good intentions. And I think the road to hell is mostly paved with bad intentions, but every now and again there's a good intention in there. So we want to do the right thing. So consider joining us and helping make it happen. With that, let's move on to the next phase.
Right on. Thank you, Elon. All right, so you've seen a couple robots today. Let's do a quick timeline recap. So last year we unveiled the Tesla Bot concept, but a concept doesn't get us very far. We knew we needed a real development and integration platform to get real-life learnings as quickly as possible. So that robot that came out and did the little routine for you guys, we had that within 6 months, built, working on software integration, hardware upgrades over the months since then. But in parallel, we've also been designing the next generation, this one over here. So this guy is rooted in the foundation of sort of the vehicle design process. We're leveraging all of those learnings that we already have. Obviously, there's a lot that's changed since last year, but there's a few things that are still the same, you'll notice. We still have this really detailed focus on the true human form. We think that matters for a few reasons. But it's fun. We spend a lot of time thinking about how amazing the human body is. We have this incredible range of motion, typically really amazing strength. A fun exercise is if you put your fingertip on the chair in front of you, you'll notice that there's a huge range of motion that you have in your shoulder and your elbow, for example. Without moving your fingertip, you can move those joints all over the place. But the robot, its main function is to do real useful work. and it maybe doesn't necessarily need all of those degrees of freedom right away. So we've stripped it down to a minimum sort of 28 fundamental degrees of freedom, and then of course our hands in addition to that. Humans are also pretty efficient at some things, and not so efficient in other times. So for example, we can eat a small amount of food to sustain ourselves for several hours. That's great. But when we're just kind of sitting around, no offense, but we're kind of inefficient. We're just sort of burning energy. So on the robot platform, what we're going to do is we're going to minimize that idle power consumption, drop it as low as possible. And that way we can just flip a switch and immediately the robot turns into something that does useful work. So let's talk about this latest generation in some detail, shall we? So on the screen here, you'll see in orange our actuators, which we'll get to in a little bit, and in blue our electrical system. So now that we have our sort of human-based research, and we have our first development platform, we have both research and execution to draw from for this design. Again, we're using that vehicle design foundation, so we're taking it from concept through design and analysis, and then build and validation. Along the way, we're going to optimize for things like cost and efficiency because those are critical metrics to take this product to scale eventually. How are we going to do that? Well, we're going to reduce our part count and our power consumption of every element possible. We're going to do things like reduce the sensing and the wiring at our extremities. You can imagine a lot of mass in your hands and feet is going to be quite difficult and power consumptive to move around. And we're going to centralize both our power distribution and our compute to the physical center of the platform. So in the middle of our torso, actually it is the torso, we have our battery pack. This is sized at 2.3 kilowatt hours, which is perfect for about a full day's worth of work. What's really unique about this battery pack is it has all of the battery electronics integrated into a single PCB within the pack. So that means everything from sensing to fusing, charge management, and power distribution is all in one place. We're also leveraging both our vehicle products and our energy products to roll all of those key features into this battery. So that's streamlined manufacturing, really efficient and simple cooling methods, battery management, and also safety. And of course, we can leverage Tesla's existing infrastructure and supply chain to make it. So going on to sort of our brain, it's not in the head, but it's pretty close. Also in our torso, we have our central computer. So as you know, Tesla already ships full self-driving computers in every vehicle we produce. We want to leverage both the autopilot hardware and the software for the humanoid platform, but because it's different in requirements and in form factor, we're going to change a few things first. So we still are it's going to do everything that a human brain does, processing vision data, making split-second decisions based on multiple sensory inputs, and also communications. So to support communications, it's equipped with wireless connectivity as well as audio support. And then it also has hardware-level security features, which are important to protect both the robot and the people around the robot. So now that we have our sort of core, we're going to need some limbs on this guy. And we'd love to show you a little bit about our actuators and our fully functional hands as well. But before we do that, I'd like to introduce Malcolm, who's going to speak a little bit about our structural foundation for the robot.
Thank you, Lizzie. Tesla have the capabilities to analyze highly complex systems. They don't get much more complex than a crash. You can see here a simulated crash from Model 3 superimposed on top of the actual physical crash. It's actually incredible how accurate it is. Just to give you an idea of the complexity of this model, it includes every nut, bolt, and washer, every spot weld, and it has 35 million degrees of freedom. Quite amazing. And it's true to say that if we didn't have models like this, we wouldn't be able to make the safest cars in the world. So can we utilize our capabilities and our methods from the automotive side to influence a robot? Well, we can make a model, and since we had crash software, we're using the same software here, we can make it fall down. And the purpose of this is to make sure that if it falls down, ideally it doesn't, but it's superficial damage. We don't want it to, for example, break its gearbox and its arms. That's equivalent of a dislocated shoulder of a robot. Difficult and expensive to fix. So we wanted to dust itself off, get on with the job it's been given. We can also take the same model and we can drive the actuators using the inputs from a previously solved model, bringing it to life. So this is producing the motions for the tasks we want the robot to do. These tasks are picking up boxes, turning, squatting, walking upstairs. Whatever the set of tasks are, we can play to the model. This is showing just simple walking. We can create the stresses in all the components. That helps us to optimize the components. These are not dancing robots. These are actually the modal behavior, the first 5 modes of the robot. And typically, when people make robots, they make sure the first mode is up around the top single figures, up towards 10 hertz. The reason to do this is to make the controls of walking easier. It's very difficult to walk if you can't guarantee where your foot is wobbling around. That's okay if you make one robot. We want to make thousands, maybe millions. We haven't got the luxury of making them from carbon fiber and titanium. We want to make them from plastic. Things are not quite so stiff. So we can't have these high targets. I call them dumb targets. We've got to make them work at lower targets. So is that going to work? Well, if you think about it, sorry about this, but we're just bags of soggy jelly and bones thrown in. We're not high frequency. If I stand on my leg, I don't vibrate at 10 hertz. People operate at low frequency, so we know the robot actually can. It just makes controls harder. So we take the information from this, the modal data and the stiffness, and feed that into the control system. That allows it to walk. Just changing tack slightly, looking at the knee. We can take some inspiration from biology, and we can look to see what the mechanical advantage of the knee is. It turns out it actually represents quite similar to 4-bar link, and that's quite non-linear. That's not surprising, really, because if you think when you bend your leg down, the torque on your knee is much more when it's bent than it is when it's straight. So you'd expect a non-linear function. And in fact, the biology is non-linear. This matches it quite accurately. So that's a representation. The 4-bar link is obviously not physically a 4-bar link. As I said, the characteristics are similar. But me bending down, that's not very scientific. Let's be a bit more scientific. We've played all the tasks through this graph. And this is showing picking things up, walking, squatting, the tasks I said we did on the stress. And that's the torque seen at the knee against the knee bend on the horizontal axis. This is showing the requirement for the knee to do all these tasks. I've then put a curve through it, surfing over the top of the peaks, and that's saying this is what's required to make the robot do these tasks. So if we look at the 4-bar link, that's actually the green curve, and it's saying that the non-linearity of the 4-bar link has actually linearized the characteristic of the force. What that really says is that's lowered the force. That's what makes the actuator have the lowest possible force, which is the most efficient. We want to burn energy up slowly. What's the blue curve? Well, the blue curve is actually if we didn't have a 4-bar link, we just had an arm sticking out of my leg here with an actuator on it, a simple 2-bar link. That's the best we could do with a simple 2-bar link. And it shows that that would create much more force in the actuator, which would not be efficient. So what's that look like in practice? Well, as you'll see, it's very tightly packaged in the knee. You'll see it go transparent in a second. You'll see the 4-bar link there. It's operating on the actuator. This is determining the force and the displacements on the actuator. I'll now pass you over to Konstantinos, who'll tell you a lot more detail about how these actuators are made and designed and optimized. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. So I would like to talk to you about the design process and the actuator portfolio in our robot. So there are many similarities between a car and a robot when it comes to powertrain design. The most important thing that matters here is energy, mass, and cost. We are carrying over most of our designing experience from the car to the robot. So in the particular case, you see a car with 2 drive units. And the drive units are used in order to accelerate the car 0 to 60 miles per hour time or drive a city drive cycle. While the robot that has 28 actuators, it's not obvious what are the tasks at actuator level. So we have tasks that are higher level, like walking or climbing stairs, or carrying a heavy object, which need to be translated into joint specs. Therefore, we use our model that generates the torque speed trajectories for our joints, which subsequently is going to be fed in our optimization model to run through the optimization process. This is one of the scenarios that the robot is capable of doing, which is turning and walking. So when we have this torque speed trajectory, we lay it over an efficiency map of an actuator, and we are able, along the trajectory, to generate the power consumption and the energy, cumulative energy for the task versus time. So this allows us to define the system cost for the particular actuator and put a simple point into the cloud. Then we do this for hundreds of thousands of actuators by solving in our cluster. And the red line denotes the Pareto front, which is the preferred area where we will look for our optimal. So the X denotes the preferred actuator design we have picked for this particular joint. So now we need to do this for every joint. We have 28 joints to optimize, and we parse our cloud. We parse our cloud, again, for every joint spec, and the red axis this time denote the bespoke actuator designs for every joint. The problem here is that we have too many unique actuator designs, and even if we take advantage of the symmetry, still there are too many. In order to make something mass manufacturable, we need to be able to reduce the amount of unique actuator designs. Therefore, we run something called commonality study, which we parse our cloud again, looking this time for actuators that simultaneously meet the joint performance requirements for more than one joint at the same time. So the resulting portfolio is 6 actuators, and they show in a color map at the middle figure. And the actuators can be also viewed in this slide. We have 3 rotary and 3 linear actuators, all of which have a great output force or torque per mass. The rotary actuator in particular has a mechanical clutch integrated, on the high-speed side, angular contact ball bearing, and on the high-speed side, and on the low-speed side, a cross-roller bearing, and the gear train is a strain-wave gear. There are 3 integrated sensors here and a bespoke permanent magnet machine. The linear actuator The linear actuator has planetary rollers and an inverted planetary screw as a gear train, which allows efficiency and compaction and durability. So in order to demonstrate the force capability of our linear actuators, we have set up an experiment in order to test it under its limits. And I will let you enjoy the video. So our actuator is able to lift a half-ton, 9-foot concert grand piano. And this is a requirement. It's not something nice to have, because our muscles can do the same when they are direct driven. When they are directly driven, our quadricep muscles can do the same thing. It's just that the knee is an up-gearing linkage system that converts the force into velocity at the end effector of our heels for purposes of giving to the human body agility. So this is one of the main things that are amazing about the human body. And I'm concluding my part at this point, and I would like to welcome my colleague Mike, who is going to talk to you about hand design. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Konstantinos. So we just saw how powerful a human and a humanoid actuator can be. However, humans are also incredibly dexterous. The human hand has the ability to move at 300 degrees per second. It has tens of thousands of tactile sensors, and it has the ability to grasp and manipulate almost every object in our daily lives. For our robotic hand design, we were inspired by biology. We have 5 fingers and an opposable thumb. Our fingers are driven by metallic tendons that are both flexible and strong. We have the ability to complete wide aperture power grasps while also being optimized for precision gripping of small, thin, and delicate objects. So why a human-like robotic hand? Well, the main reason is that our factories and the world around us is designed to be ergonomic. So what that means is that it ensures that objects in our factory are graspable, but it also ensures that new objects that we may have never seen before can be grasped by the human hand and by our robotic hand as well. The converse there is pretty interesting because it's saying that these objects are designed to our hand instead of having to make changes to our hand to accompany a new object. Some basic stats about our hand is that it has 6 actuators and 11 degrees of freedom. It has an in-hand controller, which drives the fingers and receives sensor feedback. Sensor feedback is really important to learn a little bit more about the objects that we're grasping, and also for proprioception. And that's the ability for us to recognize where our hand is in space. One of the important aspects of our hand is that it's adaptive. This adaptability is involved essentially as complex mechanisms that allow the hand to adapt to the objects that's being grasped. Another important part is that we have a non-back drivable finger drive. This clutching mechanism allows us to hold and transport objects without having to turn on the hand motors. You just heard how we went about designing the Tesla bot hardware. Now I'll hand it off to Milan and our autonomy team to bring this robot to life.
Thanks, Michael. All right. So all those cool things we've shown earlier in the video were possible just in a matter of a few months, thanks to the amazing work that we've done on Autopilot over the past few years. Most of those components ported quite easily over to the bot's environment. If you think about it, we're just moving from a robot on wheels to a robot on legs. So some of the components are pretty similar, and some other require more heavy lifting. So for example, our computer vision neural networks were ported directly from Autopilot to the bot's situation. It's exactly the same occupancy network that we'll talk into a little bit more details later with the Autopilot team that is now running on the bot here in this video. The only thing that changed really is the training data that we had to recollect. We're also trying to find ways to improve those occupancy networks using work made on neural radiance fields to get really great volumetric rendering of the bot's environments. For example, here, some machinery that the bot might have to interact with. Another interesting problem to think about is, in indoor environments, mostly with absence of GPS signal, how do you get the bot to navigate to its destination? Say, for instance, to find its nearest charging station. So we've been training more neural networks to identify high-frequency features, key points within the bot's camera streams, and track them across frames over time as the bot navigates through its environment. And we're using those points to get a better estimate of the bot's pose and trajectory within its environment as it's walking. We also did quite some work on the simulation side. And this is literally the Autopilot simulator, to which we've integrated the robot's locomotion code. And this is a video of the motion control code running in the Autopilot simulator, showing the evolution of the robot's walk over time. And so as you can see, we started quite slowly in April and started accelerating as we unlock more joints and deploy more advanced techniques like arms balancing over the past few months. And so locomotion is specifically one component that's very different as we're moving from the car to the bot's environment. And so I think it warrants a little bit more depth, and I'd like my colleagues to start talking about this now.
Thank you, Milan. Hi, everyone. I'm Felix. I'm a robotics engineer on the project, and I'm going to talk about walking. Walking seems easy, right? People do it every day. You don't even have to think about it. But there are some aspects of walking which are challenging from an engineering perspective. For example, physical self-awareness. That means having a good representation of yourself. What is the length of your limbs? What is the mass of your limbs? What is the size of your feet? All that matters. Also, having an energy-efficient gait. You can imagine there's different styles of walking, and all of them are equally efficient. Most important, keep balance, don't fall. And of course, also coordinate the motion of all of your limbs together. So now, humans do all of this naturally, but as engineers or roboticists, we have to think about these problems. And in the following, I'm going to show you how we address them in our locomotion planning and control stack. So we start with locomotion planning and our representation of the bot. That means a model of the robot's kinematics, dynamics, and the contact properties. And using that model and the desired path for the bot, our locomotion planner generates reference trajectories for the entire system. This means feasible trajectories with respect to the assumptions of our model. The planner currently works in 3 stages. It starts planning footsteps and ends with the entire motion for the system. And let's dive a little bit deeper in how this works. So in this video, we see footsteps being planned over a planning horizon, following the desired path. And we start from this and add then foot trajectories that connect these footsteps using toe-off and heel strike just as humans do. And this gives us a larger stride and less knee bend for high efficiency of the system. The last stage is then finding the center of mass trajectory, which gives us a dynamically feasible motion of the entire system to keep balance. As we all know, plans are good, but we also have to realize them in reality. Let's see how we can do this.
Thank you, Felix. Hello, everyone. My name is Anand, and I'm going to talk to you about controls. So let's take the motion plan that Felix just talked about and put it in the real world on a real robot. Let's see what happens. It takes a couple steps and falls down. Well, that's a little disappointing. But we are missing a few key pieces here, which will make it walk. Now, as Felix mentioned, the motion planner is using an idealized version of itself and a version of reality around it. This is not exactly correct. It also expresses its intention through trajectories and wrenches. Wrenches are forces and torques that it wants to exert on the world to locomote. Reality is way more complex than any sim or model. Also, the robot is not simplified. It's got vibrations and modes, compliance, sensor noise, and on and on and on. So what does that do to the real world when you put the bot in the real world? Well, the unexpected forces cause unmodeled dynamics, which essentially the planner doesn't know about, and that causes destabilization, especially for a system that is dynamically stable like biped locomotion. So what can we do about it? Well, we measure reality. We use sensors and our understanding of the world to do state estimation. And here you can see the attitude and pelvis pose, which is essentially the vestibular system in a human, along with the center of mass trajectory being tracked when the robot's walking in the office environment. Now we have all the pieces we need in order to close the loop. So we use our better bot model, we use the understanding of reality that we've gained through state estimation, and we compare what we want versus what we expect that reality is doing to us in order to add corrections to the behavior of the robot. Here, the robot certainly doesn't appreciate being poked, but it does an admirable job of staying upright. The final point here is a robot that walks is not enough. We need it to use its hands and arms to be useful. Let's talk about manipulation.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eric, robotics engineer on TeslaBot, and I want to talk about how we've made the robot manipulate things in the real world. We wanted to manipulate objects while looking as natural as possible, and also get there quickly. So what we've done is we've broken this process down into 2 steps. First is generating a library of natural motion references, or we could call them demonstrations. And then we've adapted these motion references online to the current real-world situation. So let's say we have a human demonstration of picking up.
Possibly could.
We can get a motion capture of that demonstration.
This robot's very boring.
As a bunch of
very boring, bro.
The hands, the elbows.
Man, my God.
We can map that.
I can't believe people get together to watch this shit.
We had the cell signal on Doge after the robot could barely walk.
Yeah.
But a single demonstration.
I'm glad Doge could come up and liquidate most of these shorts tonight, though. We ran out of gas liquidating shorts right before this event.
Very particular location.
It kind of amazes me how they can send a rocket to orbit, but have trouble getting a robot to walk.
Optimization program, which solves for where the hand should be, how the robot should balance.
Why do they want it to walk, though? That's interesting.
When it needs to adapt.
So it could be, you know, capable of doing people's jobs.
In this location.
I guess so.
Optimizer.
Elon works for the machines, man. When the machines take over finally, we'll look back and we'll be like, holy shit, Elon's been working for them the whole time.
Elon is a machine, hell.
I was thinking they could make cells a lot faster. Like when Tesla came out, they did the luxury cars first.
By now you guys got a good idea of what
They should make like set spots first. They don't need to walk, and then they could get a lot more cells early on.
Far from being useful. There's still a long and exciting road ahead of us.
I think the world would victimize him though if he made set spots after saying that we don't have enough people being born.
And probably beyond.
I feel like this is like them trying to like get people to come work. I mean, I don't see this. I don't know. I just don't see this.
It'd be nice if my sex bot could get up and get me a beer after the walking function. I could get some use out of that.
Well, it probably could keep a beer I said bull. Keep a beer inside of it in the cooler.
I mean, I think it would be simple if they would just put it on wheels. Just put the motherfucker on wheels and let it do its thing. Let it roll everywhere.
I guess they're making it walk because sometimes walking you can get over more terrain than wheels. Are they going to make one that can do mountain climbing as well? That would be cool.
I mean, if these robots end up walking and having faces like us, there's going to be a time where you're going to get in trouble for like kicking your robot or something. Watch. It's going to be robot abuse.
Yep.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you. Don't make them look like humans or we're going to go down the slippery slope.
Hi, I'm Ashok. I lead the autopilot team alongside Milan. God, it's going to be so hard to top that Optimus section. We'll try nonetheless. Anyway, every Tesla that has been built over the last several years, we think has the hardware to make the car drive itself.
We're already down like 0.03 from the cell signal on Doge. There's a lot of liquidation on Doge.
Last year, we had roughly 2,000 cars driving our FSD beta software.
Yeah, I said, fuck this market. I just bought myself another Bronco.
Significantly improved the software's robustness and capability that we are now
Drew flips Broncos now. That's what he does. Flipping Broncos full time.
Bronco dealership over there.
Hey, Rob, I got a 2-door. The one you like.
Oh,
this did not come for free. It came from the sweat.
The dealer called me. He's like, some guy ordered a Bronco and he didn't come to pick it up. If he's not here by 12, it could be yours. So I showed up there like 11:55. He didn't show up. And I was right there. And as soon as I stepped up, like there was like 3 people behind me waiting to see it. I made sure I was the first one in the door.
And then
got that shit quick.
81 of those models.
Imagine you show up to pick up your new Bronco and you see Drew driving off the lot in it.
Is happening throughout the stack.
Be so pissed.
The planning software, the infrastructure, the tools, even hiring, everything is progressing to the next level.
Yeah, I'll be because.
The FSD beta software is quite capable of driving the car. It should be able to navigate from parking lot to parking lot, handling city street driving, stopping for traffic lights and stop signs, negotiating with objects at intersections, making turns, and so on. All of this comes from the camera streams that go through our neural networks that run on the car itself. It's not coming back.
I bought a little bag at 6 cents trying to see what this was going to do. I might just go ahead and sell and be done with it.
And the planning software drives the car based on
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the cell signal popped in already, but it came up a lot from the buys already. Still, we're already up a lot.
The occupancy network.
Even right here, we're already up over 2% up.
Geometry layer of the system. This is a multi-camera video.
So this was a good run for Doge.
that from the
I was hoping to see like 6'7", 6'8", maybe.
occupancy of the world
I was hoping at least for
robot.
6'5" to 7
Anything that's
cents.
physically present, trees, walls, buildings, cars, balls, what have you.
The thing we have to consider though, look how the SPY closed today. Like this was our worst week for the SPY.
On top of this base level of geometry, we have more semantic layers.
Thank God it's Friday, because if tomorrow was a trading day for stocks, Bitcoin would have pulled down a lot harder than we saw earlier today.
They connect in all kinds of ways. So it's actually a really difficult problem for typical computer vision techniques to predict the set of lanes and their connectivities.
But yeah, Bitcoin's found some support earlier today.
And then pull the state of the art from other
$19,255
to make this task possible. For vehicles, we need their full kinematic state to control for them. All of this directly comes from neural networks. Video streams, raw video streams, come into the networks, go through a lot of processing, and then output.
Do you think they'll show any Doge symbols or have a dog come out after this? Those robots could barely walk, so I'm losing a little bit of optimism.
Man, like I'm holding on to the idea that I would hope something. Maybe even in like the Q&A, like someone asks something and get some type of feedback from somebody regarding, you know, transaction or something. I mean, something.
Yeah, maybe they'll sell these for Doge. Who knows?
That would be dope.
Systems that churn through raw sensor data.
That's what your car looks like, Drew?
On the servers. It can take a few hours, run expensive neural networks, distill the information.
Yeah, that's one I just got today. I was lucky. Instead of having to wait another year for mine, year and a half, luckily somebody didn't go to pick up theirs.
To synthetically create images.
Where'd you post it at, Drew? Did you post it somewhere?
Random stuff, non-general channel. Is it supposed to be that short, or is that just how your image is?
Data engine pipeline, where
that's the two-door.
Train a baseline model.
It looks weird.
Some data, ship it to the car.
It looks very short. It looks like one of those older Toyotas.
We mine the fleet for the cases where it fails.
You mean like
provide the correct labels and
short as not high off the ground, or short as not long?
This process
not long.
Systematically fixes the issue.
Yeah, it's a two.
And we do this for every task that runs in the car.
Those grappers look dope on there.
Yeah, I'm about to get some side rails. I'm about to get some side rails. I just ordered some nice side rails. And
that sits us at about 14,000 GPUs today.
Like about a month, and I'm gonna sell it. If anyone wants to buy it, let me know.
In the United States.
You gonna lift it up a little more?
Yeah. I'm probably gonna lift it
3 inch or something.
Just a little bit, depending. Those are only 33s. If I get 35s, I'm gonna lift.
Yeah. And our inference engine today.
I would just leave it like that and sell it like that.
With 35s.
Across 2 independent system on
chip. Yeah.
Essentially,
you could probably just flip it like that, Drew. You don't have to modify it.
The same full self-driving computer.
Yeah, I mean, I might get a little more though if I raise it.
We had to keep a tight control on.
Yeah, I was gonna say people that are buying those Broncos are, I mean, the custom Broncos are selling crazy money right now.
All of these
there's this guy
running in the car together produce the vector space, which is again the model of the world around the robot or the car. And then the planning system operates on top of this, coming up with trajectories that avoid collisions or smooth, make progress towards the destination using a combination of model-based optimization plus neural network that helps optimize it to be really fast. Today, we are really excited to present progress on all of these areas. We have the engineering leads standing by to come in and explain these various blocks. And these power not just the car, but the same components also run on the Optimus robot that Milan showed earlier. With that, I welcome Paril to start talking about the planning section.
Hi all, I'm Paril Jain. Let's use this intersection scenario to dive straight into how we do the planning and decision making in Autopilot. So we are approaching this intersection from a side street, and we have to yield to all the crossing vehicles. Right as we are about to enter the intersection, the pedestrian on the other side of the intersection decides to cross the road without a crosswalk. Now, we need to yield to this pedestrian, yield to the vehicles from the right, and also understand the relation between the pedestrian and the vehicle on the other side of the intersection. So a lot of these intra-object dependencies that we need to resolve in a quick glance. And humans are really good at this. We look at a scene, understand all the possible interactions, evaluate the most promising ones, and generally end up choosing a reasonable one. So let's look at a few of these interactions that autopilot system evaluated. We could have gone in front of this pedestrian with a very aggressive longitudinal and lateral profile. Now, obviously, we are being a jerk to the pedestrian, and we would spook the pedestrian and his cute pet. We could have moved forward slowly, shot for a gap between the pedestrian and the vehicle from the right. Again, we are being a jerk to the vehicle coming from the right, but you should not outright reject this interaction in case this is only safe interaction available. Lastly, the interaction we ended up choosing: stay slow initially, find the reasonable gap, and then finish the maneuver after all the agents pass. Now, evaluation of all of these interactions is not trivial, especially when you care about modeling the higher order derivatives for other agents. For example, what is the longitudinal jerk required by the vehicle coming from the right when you assert in front of it? Relying purely on collision checks with marginal predictions will only get you so far, because you will miss out on a lot of valid interactions. This basically boils down to solving a multi-agent joint trajectory planning problem over the trajectories of ego and all the other agents. Now, how much ever you optimize, there's going to be a limit to how fast you can run this optimization problem. It will be close to order of 10 milliseconds, even after a lot of incremental approximations. Now, for a typical crowded, unprotected lift, say you have more than 20 objects, each object having multiple different future modes, the number of relevant interaction combinations will blow up. The planner needs to make a decision every 50 milliseconds. So how do we solve this in real time? We rely on a framework what we call as interaction search, which is basically a parallelized tree search over a bunch of maneuver trajectories. The state space here corresponds to the kinematic state of ego, the kinematic state of other agents, their nominal future multimodal predictions, and all the static entities in the scene. The action space is where things get interesting. We use a set of maneuver trajectory candidates to branch over a bunch of interaction decisions, and also incremental goals for a longer horizon maneuver. Let's walk through this tree search very quickly to get a sense of how it works. We start with a set of vision measurements, namely lanes, occupancy, moving objects. These get represented as sparse abstractions as well as latent features. We use this to create a set of goal candidates, lanes again from the lanes network, or unstructured regions which correspond to a probability mask derived from human demonstrations. Once we have a bunch of these goal candidates, we create seed trajectories using a combination of classical optimization approaches, as well as our network planner, again trained on data from the customer fleet. Now, once we get a bunch of these seed trajectories, we use them to start branching on the interactions. We find the most critical interaction. In our case, this would be the interaction with respect to the pedestrian, whether we assert in front of it or yield to it. Obviously, the option on the left is a high penalty option. It likely won't get prioritized. So we branch further onto the option on the right, and that's where we bring in more and more complex interactions, building this optimization problem incrementally with more and more constraints. And the tree search keeps flowing, branching on more interactions, branching on more goals. Now, a lot of tricks here lie in evaluation of each of this node of the tree search. Inside each node, initially we started with creating trajectories using classical optimization approaches, where the constraints like I described would be added incrementally. And this would take close to 1 to 5 milliseconds per action. Now, even though this is a fairly good number, when you want to evaluate more than 100+ interactions, this does not scale. So we ended up building lightweight queryable networks that you can run in the loop of the planner. These networks are trained on human demonstrations from the fleet, as well as offline solvers with relaxed time limits. With this, we were able to bring the runtime down to close to 100 microseconds per action. Now, doing this alone is not enough, because you still have this massive tree search that you need to go through, and you need to efficiently prune the search space. So you need to do scoring on each of these trajectories. Few of these are fairly standard. You do a bunch of collision checks, you do a bunch of comfort analysis, what is the jerk and axle required for a given maneuver. The customer fleet data plays an important role here again. We run two sets of, again, lightweight queryable networks, both really augmenting each other. One of them trained from interventions from the FST beta fleet, which gives a score on how likely is a given maneuver to result in interventions over the next few seconds. And second, which is purely on human demonstrations, human-driven data, giving a score on how close is your given selected action to a human-driven trajectory. The scoring helps us prune the search space, keep branching further on the interactions, and focus the compute on the most promising outcomes. The cool part about this architecture is that it allows us to create a cool blend between data-driven approaches, where you don't have to rely on a lot of hand-engineered costs, but also ground it in reality with physics-based checks. Now, a lot of what I described was with respect to the agents we could observe in the scene, but the same framework extends to objects behind occlusions. We use the video feed from 8 cameras to generate the 3D occupancy of the world. The blue mask here corresponds to the visibility region, we call it. It basically gets blocked at the first occlusion you see in the scene. We consume this visibility mask to generate what we call as ghost objects, which you can see on the top left. Now, if you model the spawn regions and the state transitions of these ghost objects correctly, if you tune your control response as a function of their existence likelihood, you can extract some really nice human-like behaviors. Now, I'll pass it on to Phil to describe more on how we generate these occupancy networks. Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Phil. I will share the details of the occupancy network we built over the past year. This network is our solution to model the physical world in 3D around our cars. And it is currently not shown in our customer-facing visualization. And what you will see here is the raw network output from our internal dev tool. The occupancy network takes video streams of all our 8 cameras as input, produces a single unified volumetric occupancy in vector space directly. For every 3D location around our car, it predicts the probability of that location being occupied or not. Since it has video context, it is capable of predicting obstacles that are occluded instantaneously. For each location, it also produces a set of semantics, such as curb, car, pedestrian, and road debris, as color-coded here. Occupancy flow is also predicted for motion. Since the model is a generalized network, it does not tell static and dynamic objects explicitly. It is able to produce and model the random motions, such as a swerving trainer here. This network is currently running in all Teslas with FSD computers, and it is incredibly efficient, runs about every 10 milliseconds with our neural net accelerator. So how does this work? Let's take a look at the architecture. First, we rectify each camera images with the camera calibration. And the images we're showing here were given to the network. It's actually not the typical 8-bit RGB image. As you can see from the first image on top, we're giving the 12-bit raw photon count image to the network. Since it has 4 bits more information, it has 16 times better dynamic range, as well as reduced latency, since we don't have to run ISP in the loop anymore. We use a set of reglets and FPNs as a backbone to extract image space features. Next, we construct a set of 3D position query along with the image space features as keys and values fit into an attention module. The output of the attention module is high-dimensional spatial features. These spatial features are aligned temporally using vehicle odometry to derive motion. Next, these spatial temporal features go through a set of deconvolution to produce the final occupancy and occupancy flow output. They're formed as fixed-size voxel grid, which might not be precise enough for planning and control. In order to get a higher resolution, we also produce per voxel feature maps, which we feed into MLP with 3D spatial point queries to get position and semantics at any arbitrary location. After knowing the model better, let's take a look at another example. Here, we have an articulated bus parked on the right side of the road, highlighted as an L-shaped voxel here. As we approach, the bus starts to move. The front of the car turns blue first, indicating the model predicts the front of the bus has a non-zero occupancy flow. And as the bus keeps moving, the entire bus turns blue. And you can also see that the network predicts the precise curvature of the bus. Well, this is a very complicated problem for traditional object detection network, as you have to see whether I'm going to use one cuboid or perhaps two to fit the curvature. But for our occupancy network, since all we care about is the occupancy in the visible space, and we'll be able to model the curvature precisely. Besides the voxel grid, the occupancy network also produces a drivable surface. The drivable surface has both 3D geometry and semantics. They are very useful for control, especially on hilly and curvy roads. The surface and the voxel grid are not predicted independently. Instead, the voxel grid actually aligns with the surface implicitly. Here, we're at a hill crest where you can see the 3D geometry of the surface being predicted nicely. Planner can use this information to decide perhaps we need to slow down more for the hill crest. And as you can also see, the voxel grid aligns with the surface consistently. Besides the voxels and the surface, we're also very excited about the recent breakthrough in neural radiance field, or NeRF. We're looking into both incorporate some of the nice NeRF features into occupancy network training, as well as using our network output as the input state for NeRF. As a matter of fact, Ashok is very excited about this. This has been his personal weekend project for a while.
About these NeRFs, because I think the academia is building a lot of these foundation models for language, using like tons of large data sets for language. But I think for vision, NeRFs are going to provide the foundation models for computer vision, because they are grounded in geometry, and geometry gives us a nice way to supervise these networks and frees us of the requirement to define an ontology. And the supervision is essentially free because you just have to differentially render these images. So I think in the future, this occupancy network idea where images come in and then the network produces a consistent volumetric representation of the scene that can then be differentially rendered into any image that was observed, I personally think is a future of computer vision. And we do some initial work on it right now, but I think in the future, both at Tesla and in the academia, we will see that these combination of one-shot prediction of full volumetric occupancy will be the future. That's my personal bet.
Thanks, Ashok. So here's an example early result of a 3D reconstruction from our fleet data. Instead of focusing on getting perfect RGB reprojection in image space, our primary goal here is to accurately represent the world in 3D space for driving. And we want to do this for all our fleet data all over the world, in all weather and lighting conditions. And obviously, this is a very challenging problem, and we're looking for you guys to help. Finally, the occupancy network is trained with large auto-labeled data set without any human in the loop. And with that, I'll pass to Tim to talk about what it takes to train this network.
Thanks, Phil. All right, hey everyone. Let's talk about some training infrastructure. So we've seen a couple of videos, 4 or 5. I think and care more and worry more about a lot more clips than that. So we've been looking at the occupancy networks just from Phil. Just Phil's videos, it takes 1.4 billion frames to train that network, what you just saw. And if you have 100,000 GPUs, it would take 1 hour. But if you have one GPU, it would take 100,000 hours. So that is not a humane time period that you can wait for your training job to run, right? We want to ship faster than that. So that means you're going to need to go parallel. So you need more compute for that. That means you're going to need a supercomputer. So this is why we've built in-house 3 supercomputers comprising of 14,000 GPUs, where we use 10,000 GPUs for training and around 4,000 GPUs for auto-labeling. All these videos are stored in 30 petabytes of a distributed, managed video cache. You shouldn't think of our data sets as fixed.
Rockets for
let's say,
Doge, rockets for
ImageNet or
Doge.
something, you know, with like 1 million frames. You should think of it as a very fluid
This is a big
thing.
wake up, guys.
So we've got 500,000 of these videos flowing
My
in
God,
and
finally
out of this
something.
cluster,
Look at that wick up for
every single
Doge.
day. And we track
Finally
400,000
something.
of these kind of Python video instantiations every second. So
That's a big
that's
wick
a lot
for
of
Doge.
calls. We're going to need to capture that in order to govern the retention policies of this distributed video cache. So underlying all of this is a huge
that ended
amount
our
of
short-term
infra, all
downtrend
of
for
which
Doge
we
right
build
there.
and manage in-house. So you cannot just buy, 14,000 GPUs and then 30 petabytes of flash NVMe and just put it together and let's go train. It actually takes a lot of work, and I'm going to go into a little bit of that. What you actually typically want to do is you want to take your accelerator, so that could be the GPU or Dojo, which we'll talk about later. And
I was eating,
because that's the most expensive component,
look at this
that's where
big
you
spread
want
of
to
the
put your
candle.
bottleneck.
Like bunch
And
of
so that
buys and
means that
sells,
every
even sells
single
down here,
part of your
liquidations.
system is going to need to
Oh, that's very
outperform this
brutal for
accelerator.
Doge.
And so that is really complicated. That means that your storage is going to need to have the size
I don't know,
and
people
the
got
bandwidth
liquidated
to
up
deliver
and
all the
down.
data down into the nodes. These nodes need to have the right amount of CPU and memory capabilities to feed into your machine learning framework. This machine learning framework then needs to hand it off to your GPU, and then you can start training.
What you think, Tame? Just get out? You think I should just get out?
Across
What you
hundreds
think?
or
When did you get in
thousands of
Doge?
GPU in a reliable
At 6
way,
cents. I just
in
bought a little
lockstep,
bag at
and
6
in a way
cents just
that's
to try
also
to,
fast. So
see
you're
what it was
also
going to
to
do,
need
play with it.
interconnect. Extremely complicated.
We're having
We'll
a
talk more
giant
about Dojo in a
indecisive
second.
candles right here. My God.
So first, I want to take you
There's an
through,
order, just a
some
big order for
optimizations that we've
26
done on
million
our cluster.
Doge that pushed us up
So we're getting in a lot of
and
videos.
bring us right
and
back
video
down.
is very
It's
much
weird, after it
unlike,
pushed us up,
let's say
people took
training on
profits
images
in
or
mass and
text,
it brought us
which I
down to
think is
even
very well established.
to like
Video is quite
6.12.
literally a dimension more complicated. And so that's
don't know,
why we
like,
need to
did
go
you buy on
end to
spot
end
or
from
futures?
the storage layer down to the accelerator and optimize every
On
single
spot.
piece of that. Because we train on the
I
photon
mean, if your
count
price is at
videos
6,
that
you
come
could probably hold that
directly
for
from
a
our
little while
fleet.
longer
We
to
train on
see.
those directly. We do not pause
Yeah.
those at all.
Because
the way
you're-
it's just done is we seek exactly to
I mean,
the
your
frames we
profit's not
select
that
for our
big
batch.
currently.
We load those in, including
No, it's not, not at all.
on. So these are your iframes or your keyframes. We package those up. move them
Bitcoin's
into
still in
shared
this
memory,
downtrend
move them
area,
into the
though.
double buffer on the GPU, and then use the hardware decoder that's on the
But why would we get a big buy on Doge like
to
that
actually decode the
randomly?
video. So
They
we do
just
that on the
liquidate all
GPU
those people
natively.
shorting. I
And
would
this is all
hold
in
it a little
very
bit
nice
longer.
PyTorch extension. Doing so
Copy
unlocked
that.
more than 30% training speed increase for the occupancy networks and freed up basically the whole CPU to do any other thing.
Yeah, that's a big volume.
You cannot just do training with just videos. Of course, you need some kind of a ground truth. And that is actually an interesting problem as well. The objective for storing your ground truth is that you want to make sure you get to your ground truth that you need in the minimal amount of file system operations and load in the minimal size of what you need in order to optimize for aggregate cross-cluster throughput. Because you should see a compute cluster as one big device which has internally fixed constraints and thresholds. So for this, we rolled out a format that is native to us that's called small. We use this for our ground truth, our feature cache, and any inference outputs. So a lot of tensors that are in there. And so just a cartoon here, let's say these are is your table that you want to store, then that's how that would look out if you rolled out on disk. So what you do is you take anything you'd want to index on, so for example, video timestamps, you put those all in the header, so that in your initial header read, you know exactly where to go on disk. Then if you have any tensors, you're going to try to transpose the dimensions to put a different dimension last as the contiguous dimension, and then also try different types of compression. Then you check out which one was most optimal, and then store that one. This is actually a huge tip if you do feature caching. Unintelligible output from the machine learning network, rotate around the dimensions a little bit, you can get up to 20% increase in efficiency of storage. Then when you store that, we also order the columns by size so that all your small columns and small values are together so that when you seek for a single value, you're likely to overlap with a read on more values, which you'll use later so that you don't need to do another file system operation. So I could go on and on I just went on, touched on 2 projects that we have internally, but this is actually part of a huge continuous effort to optimize the compute that we have in-house. So accumulating and aggregating through all these optimizations, we now train our occupancy networks twice as fast just because it's twice as efficient. And now if we add in a bunch more compute and go parallel, we can now train this in hours instead of days. And with that, I'd like to hand it off to the biggest user of compute, John.
Hi, everybody. My name is John Emmons. I lead the Autopilot Vision team. I'm going to cover 2 topics with you today. The first is how we predict lanes, and the second is how we predict the future behavior of other agents on the road. In the early days of Autopilot, we modeled the lane detection problem as an image space instance segmentation task. Our network was super simple, though. In fact, it was only capable of predicting lanes of a few different kinds of geometries. Specifically, it would segment the eagle lane, it could segment adjacent lanes, and then it had some special casing for forks and merges. This simplistic modeling of the problem worked for highly structured roads like highways. But today we're trying to build a system that's capable of much more complex maneuvers. Specifically, we want to make left and right turns at intersections, where the road topology can be quite a bit more complex and diverse. When we try to apply this simplistic modeling of the problem here, it just totally breaks down. Taking a step back for a moment, what we're trying to do here is to predict the sparse set of lane instances and their connectivity. And what we want to do is to have a neural network that basically predicts this graph, where the nodes are the lane segments, and the edges encode the connectivities between these lanes. So what we have is our lane detection neural network. It's made up of 3 components. In the first component, we have a set of convolutional layers, attention layers, and other neural network layers that encode the video streams from our 8 cameras on the vehicle and produce a rich visual representation. We then enhance this visual representation with a coarse road-level map data, which we encode with a set of additional neural network layers that we call the lane guidance module. This map is not an HD map, but it provides a lot of useful hints about the topology of lanes inside of intersections, the lane counts on various roads, and a set of other attributes that help us. The first 2 components here produce a dense tensor that sort of encodes the world, but what we really want to do is to convert this dense tensor into a sparse set of lanes and their connectivities. We approach this problem like an image captioning task, where the input is this dense tensor, and the output text is predicted into a special language that we developed at Tesla for encoding lanes and their connectivities. In this language of lanes, the words and tokens are the lane positions in 3D space. In the ordering of the tokens, and predicted modifiers in the tokens encode the connective relationships between these lanes. By modeling the task as a language problem, we can capitalize on recent autoregressive architectures and techniques from the language community for handling the multimodality of the problem. We're not just solving the computer vision problem at Autopilot, we're also applying the state-of-the-art in language modeling and machine learning more generally. I'm now going to dive into a little bit more detail of this language component. What I have depicted on the screen here is a satellite image which sort of represents the local area around the vehicle. The set of nodes and edges is what we refer to as the lane graph, and it's ultimately what we want to come out of this neural network. We start with a blank slate. We're going to want to make our first prediction here at this green dot. This green dot's position is encoded as an index into a coarse grid which discretizes the 3D world. Now, we don't predict this index directly because it would be too computationally expensive to do so. There's just too many grid points, and predicting a categorical distribution over this has both implications at training time and test time. So instead what we do is we discretize the world coarsely first. We predict a heat map over the possible locations, and then we latch in the most probable location. Conditioned on this, we then refine the prediction and get the precise point. Now we know where the position of this token is, but we don't know its type. In this case, though, it's a beginning of a new lane. So we predict it as a start token. And because it's a start token, there's no additional attributes in our language. We then take the predictions from this first forward pass, and we encode them using a learned positional embedding, which produces a set of tensors that we combine together, which is actually the first word in our language of lanes. We add this to the first position in our sentence here. We then continue this process by predicting the next lane point in a similar fashion. Now, this lane point is not the beginning of a new lane. It's actually a continuation of of the previous lane. So it's a continuation token type. Now, it's not enough just to know that this lane is connected to the previously predicted lane. We want to encode its precise geometry, which we do by regressing a set of spline coefficients. We then take this lane, we encode it again, and add it as the next word in the sentence. We continue predicting these continuation lanes until we get to the end of the prediction grid. We then move on to a
I would just wait a little bit. If you're holding, I would wait a little bit longer. I'll be back in a few minutes. I have to check on something, but I'm not taking profits on my Doge yet. I'll be right back in a few minutes.
That green point there. So it's got a fork type. And fork tokens actually point back to previous tokens from which the fork originates. So you can see here the fork point predictor is actually the index 0. So it's actually referencing back to tokens that it's already predicted, like you would in language. We continue this process over and over again until we've enumerated all of the tokens in the lane graph. And then the network predicts the end of sentence token.
Yeah, I just want to note that the reason we do this is not just because we want to build something complicated. It almost feels like a Turing-complete machine here with neural networks, though. Is that we tried simpler approaches. For example, trying to just segment the lanes along the road or something like that. But then the problem is when there's uncertainty. Say you cannot see the road clearly, and there could be 2 lanes or 3 lanes, and you can't tell. A simple segmentation-based approach would just draw both of them. It's kind of a 2.5 lane situation. And the post-processing algorithm would hilariously fail when the predictions are such.
Yeah, and the problems don't end there. I mean, you need to predict these connective lanes inside of intersections, which it's just not possible with the approach that Ashok's mentioning, which is why we had to upgrade to this sort of.
Yeah, when it overlaps like this, segmentation would just go haywire. But even if you try very hard to put them on separate layers, it's just a really hard problem. But language just offers a really nice framework for getting a sample from a posterior as opposed to trying to do all of this in post-processing. But this doesn't actually stop for just autopilot, right, John? This can be used for Optimus.
Yeah, I guess they wouldn't be called lanes, but you could imagine, sort of in this, stage here, that you might have sort of paths that sort of, encode the possible places that people could walk.
Yeah, it's basically if you're in a factory or in a home setting, you can just ask the robot, okay, please route to the kitchen or please route to some location in the factory, and then we predict a set of pathways that would go through the aisles, take the robot and say, okay, this is how you get to the kitchen. It just really gives us a nice framework to model these different paths that simplify the navigation problem for the downstream planner.
Yo, does anyone here know about crypto websites?
All right, so ultimately what we get from this lane detection network is a set of lanes in their connectivities, which comes directly from the network. There's no additional step here for sparsifying these dense predictions into sparse ones. This is just the direct, unfiltered output of the network. Okay, so I talked a little bit about lanes. I'm going to briefly touch on how we model and predict the future paths and other semantics on objects. So I'm just going to go really quickly through 2 examples. The video on the right here, we've got a car that's actually running a red light and turning in front of us. What we do to handle situations like this is we predict a set of short time horizon future trajectories on all objects. We can use these to anticipate the dangerous situation here and apply whatever braking and steering actions required to avoid a collision. In the video on the right, there's 2 vehicles in front of us. The one in the left lane is parked. Apparently it's being loaded, unloaded. I don't know why the driver decided to park there. But the important thing is that our neural network predicted that it was stopped, which is the red color there. The vehicle in the other lane, as you notice, also is stationary. But that one's obviously just waiting for that red light to turn green. So even though both objects are stationary and have 0 velocity, it's the semantics that is really important here, so that we don't get stuck behind that awkwardly parked car.
Yo, Tim, I got a question for you.
Predicting all of these agent attributes presents some practical problems when trying to build a real-time system.
Now, I was in your Discord a couple
we need to
years back,
maximize the frame rate of our object detection
so
stack
pretty much I did
so that autopilot can quickly react to the changing environment. Every millisecond really matters here.
Account,
to minimize the inference latency, our neural network is split into 2.
But basically, it's unverified. So, can I take the crypto out of there, or nah?
Wait, what happened?
All right, so
wait, you're so quiet. Can you turn up your mic somehow?
All right, can you hear me now?
I hear you a little bit better.
All right. So pretty much, bro, we did some kind of transaction. So
who's we?
Me and this kid.
Okay.
So he gave me a crypto wallet, I guess, right? It's on this random ass website. It's called DYF crypto or something. And so Like, I don't know. Every time I try to transfer the crypto to my Cash App, it's just not working.
Sounds like a scam. He gave you a whole wallet?
Yeah, he gave me a wallet and it says it's got zero 0.8 Bitcoin in it.
I think that's a scam. So basically, they're gonna scam you. It's a site. Basically, it's gonna tell you to deposit money in there to get the Bitcoin out, and it's a scam. I'm just telling you straight up, it's a scam.
That's what I was thinking, but it's like, it's saying it's just saying to verify it. Like, it's just like
I know to verify, it wants you to transport money to verify. It's a scam, straight up. Just delete it and don't look back at it. It's a scam, straight up.
All right.
But yeah, it looks like Doge still uptrending a little bit during this meeting. We've already liquidated a lot of shorts this evening. Look right here. We just liquidate a large portion of shorts. But yeah, that guy, he's scamming you. They try to do the same thing with me before too. Just block them. Block them and move on with your life. Don't fall for the bait.
No, what I'm saying is, like, because my friend told me the same thing. He signed into his account, right? But the thing is, like, he's a kid. So I think what happened is he bought it, but he didn't verify his account. You know how they allow you to buy stuff, but like they don't allow you to take it out if you're not verified? You know
right, but if anything's asking you to verify by depositing crypto in a platform, it's a scam, straight up.
No, it's asking me to verify as in like your ID and stuff like that.
You're going to put your ID on his account that they may two-factor authenticate and do the taxes and stuff. That's also a scam. I would not upload my account on anybody's crypto thing. You don't know what transactions they've done.
Maybe I just like, what I'm saying is, let's say a certain way, like if I didn't have to use my ID, could I just verify it, take it out, and then just like never look back at it?
You can't take out crypto out of a scam website, buddy. It's not there. It's just the number on the screen on the website.
Okay, I'm gonna send you like the website, or like I'll just type the website. Like I won't send a link.
Google that website. See how many people call it a scam.
All right, I'll do that.
Done you straight up. Anything asking you to deposit crypto is a scam. You never deposit crypto to verify ID on any exchange. So people make those scams this year. They're very annoying scams as well. Straight up, even the YouTube chat's saying it. It's a scam.
Wait, you see it? I typed in the general. That's the website.
So I'm gonna delete that from general so nobody get caught on there. So delete that. Yeah, it looks like a scam website. It looks like a scam website from what I'm seeing on here.
No, I'm not denying that.
Even the way the website loads, it's not even that robust of a website. But yeah, if they're asking you to deposit any crypto in there and then also your ID, do you really want to put your ID on a website like this?
Okay, so they're not asking me to deposit crypto. They're asking me to pretty much just verify. So, okay, you know, like you verify yourself on like Robinhood or like any other trading app. Like it's pretty much saying like if you want to take the funds out, you have to verify yourself. So basically, I'd have to use my ID, which I'm not gonna use my ID. But let's say if I use someone else's ID and it verified, I'd be like straight.
How would you be straight if you not withdraw it to? The name's not gonna match, but I'm just telling you straight up. Like, look this up on Nomics, CoinMarketCap or something. This is not an exchange. It doesn't have trading volume. This is something that somebody made to scam users. Even the copyright of the website is 2022.
But I'm gonna look it up on YouTube and see if anybody's used it.
Nobody uses it because it's no trading volume on no exchanges. You can use nomics.com or CoinMarketCap. It's not like the DeFi. It's not the same as DeFi, the other currency like DFI. Like, let me show you the real website. I'll PM you. Like, this is real website. They're trying to do a knockoff.
Oh.
And they're trying to fool people into like thinking like this is the real DFI. They're and then
this is the one that I recognize, yeah.
And I see, look at this on the scam detector. They have no trust. They have 0.6 divided by 100. Not even 1% trust. It looks like a scam. It was created in July. It's looks like some malware, phishing, and threats. Definitely don't put that website link in the general chat again, please, as well.
No, I got you.
I'm telling you, everything red flag scam. And I know you're so focused on that 0.8 Bitcoin, but I need to tell you that 0.8 Bitcoin is imaginary. Nada, nothing. It's not there. Throw the ring into the fire and move on.
I got you.
I've heard of this scam before, so like, you know, you don't have to put anything in until it says, okay, well, now you need to deposit the rest of the Bitcoin to take it out because you can only move one Bitcoin at a time.
Yes, sir. I would never touch a website like that. Go ahead and clear your cookies. Go ahead and clear your search history and everything as well in case they are phishing your data or phishing your MetaMask. I would get the fuck clean all your search history.
No, I'm using the Brave browser. I got a VPN and everything, so I'm fine. I'm not using any real information on like that, like, because it looked mad sketch. I told the dude, but like, I was just like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Whoever's trying to give you that stuff for like trade, you said somebody's trading you something, they're scamming you as well.
No, yeah, I mean, like, I didn't give him the full thing yet because I was telling him like I gotta wait for this to go through. You feel me?
Yeah. Anybody that's giving you a whole account, that's definitely a big red flag. Giant red flag.
Nah, the thing is, like, when he gave it to me, he was like, it only has like 1K, and he said just crypto. So I was like, oh, I was thinking it's like in a bunch of different things, but then it was just like 17 grand of Bitcoin. And I was just like, bro, what the fuck? And he was just like, yeah, you could have it because I can't verify it. So I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's probably somebody from a website trying to scam you. Like, do you actually know this person? Have you seen this person in real life?
No, I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, it's probably somebody from a website trying to scam you. Happens all the time.
Nah, he's definitely not from the website. I could verify that.
Or somebody tried to scam him and he's trying to pass it along after he realized it was a scam.
I think he got scammed by somebody. He's trying to just, you know what I'm saying?
I'm going to go back playing this video. I'm going to mute the Discord. We're still in the Tesla AI.
We capture and transform the space-time slices of the world into the network supervision.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to note is that Jagan just talked about how we auto-label our lanes, but we have auto-labelers for almost every task that we do, including our planner.
And many of these are fully automatic. There's no humans involved. For example, for objects, all of the kinematics, the shapes, the futures, everything just comes from auto-labeling. And the same is true for occupancy too. And we have really just built a machine around this.
Yeah, so if you can go back one slide. One more. It says parallelized on cluster. So that sounds pretty straightforward, but it really wasn't. Maybe it's fun to share how something like this comes about. So a while ago, we didn't have any auto-labeling at all. And then someone makes a script. It starts to work. It starts working better until we reach a volume that's pretty high, and we clearly need a solution. And so there were 2 other engineers in our team who were like, hey, that's an interesting thing. What we needed to do was build a whole graph of essentially Python functions that would need to run one after the other. First you pull the clip, then you do some cleaning, then you do some network inference, then another network inference, until you finally get this. So you need to do this at a large scale. So I tell them, we probably need to shoot for 100,000 clips per day, or like 100,000 items. That seems good. And so the engineer said, well, we can do a bit of Postgres and a bit of elbow grease. We can do it. Meanwhile, we are a bit later, and we're doing 20 million of these functions every single day. Again, we pull in around 500,000 clips, and on those, we run a ton of functions, each of these, in a streaming fashion. And so that's kind of the back-end infra that's also needed to not just run training, but also auto-labeling.
Yeah, it really is like a factory that produces labels, and it's like production lines, yield, quality, inventory, like all of the same concepts apply to this label factory that applies for the factory for our cars.
That's right.
Okay, thanks, Tim and Ashok. So concluding this section, I'd like to share a few more challenging and interesting examples for network, for sure, and even for humans, probably. So from the top, there's like examples for like lack of lights case, or foggy night, or roundabout and heavy occlusions by parked cars, and even rainy night with the raindrops on camera lenses. These are challenging, but once their original scenes are fully reconstructed by other clips, all of them can be auto-labeled so that our cars can drive even better through these challenging scenarios. So now, let me pass the mic to David to learn more about how Sim is creating the new world on top of these labels. Thank you.
Thank you, Yagen. My name is David, and I'm going to talk about simulation. So simulation plays a critical role in providing data that is difficult to source and/or hard to label. However, 3D scenes are notoriously slow to produce. Take, for example, the simulated scene playing behind me. A complex intersection from Market Street in San Francisco. It would take 2 weeks for artists to complete. And for us, that is painfully slow. However, I'm going to talk about using Yagen's automated ground truth labels along with some brand new tooling that allows us to procedurally generate this scene and many like it in just 5 minutes. That's an amazing 1,000 times faster than before. So let's dive in to how a scene like this is created. We start by piping the automated ground truth labels into our simulated world creator tooling inside the software Houdini. Starting with road boundary labels, we can generate a solid road mesh and retopologize it with the lane graph labels. This helps inform important road details like crossroad slope and detailed material blending. Next, we can use the line data and sweep geometry across its surface and project it to the road, creating lane paint decals. Next, using median edges, we can spawn island geometry and populate it with randomized foliage. This drastically changes the visibility of the scene. Now, the outside world can be generated through a series of randomized heuristics. Modular building generators create visual obstructions, while randomly placed objects like hydrants can change the color of the curbs, while trees can drop leaves below it, obscuring lines or edges. Next, we can bring in map data to inform positions of things like traffic lights or stop signs. We can trace along its normal to collect important information like number of lanes and even get accurate street names on the signs themselves. Next, using lane graph, we can determine lane connectivity and spawn directional road markings on the road and their accompanying road signs. And finally, with lane graph itself, we can determine lane adjacency and other useful metrics to spawn randomized traffic permutations inside our simulator. And again, this is all automatic, no artists in the loop, and happens within minutes. And now this sets us up to do some pretty cool things. Since everything is based on data and heuristics, we can start to fuzz parameters to create visual variations of the single ground truth. It can be as subtle as object placement and random material swapping to more drastic changes like entirely new biomes or locations of environment, like urban, suburban, or rural. This allows us to create infinite targeted permutations for specific ground truths that we need more ground truth for. And all this happens within a click of a button. And we can even take this one step further by altering our ground truth itself. Say John wants his network to pay more attention to directional road markings to better detect an upcoming captive left turn lane. We can start to procedurally alter our lane graph inside the simulator to help create entirely new flows through this intersection to help focus the network's attention to the road markings to create more accurate predictions. And this is a great example of how this tooling allows us to create new data that could never be collected from the real world. And the true power of this tool is in its architecture and how we can run all tasks in parallel to infinitely scale. So you saw the tile creator tool in action, converting the ground truth labels into their counterparts. Next, we can use our tile extractor tool to divide this data into geohash tiles about 150 meters square in size. We then save out that data into separate geometry and instance files. This gives us a clean source of data that's easy to load and allows us to be rendering engine agnostic for the future. Then, using a tile loader tool, we can summon any number of those cache tiles using a geohash ID. Currently, we're doing about these 5x5 tiles or 3x3, usually centered around fleet hotspots or interesting lane graph locations. And the tile loader also converts these tile sets into U assets for consumption by the Unreal Engine and gives you a finished product from what you saw in the first slide. And this really sets us up for size and scale. And as you can see on the map behind us, we can easily generate most of San Francisco city streets. And this didn't take years or even months of work, but rather 2 weeks by one person. And we can continue to manage and grow all this data using our PDG network inside of the tooling. This allows us to throw compute at it and regenerate all these tile sets overnight. This ensures all environments are of consistent quality and features, which is super important for training, since new ontologies and signals are constantly released. And now, to come full circle, because we generated all these tile sets from ground truth data, they contain all the weird intricacies from the real world, and we can combine that with the procedural, visual, and traffic variety to create limitless targeted data for the network to learn from. And that concludes the sim section. I'll pass it to Kate to talk about how we can use all this data to improve autopilot. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Hi, everyone. My name is Kate Park, and I'm here to talk about the data engine, which is the process by which we improve our neural networks via data. We're going to show you how we deterministically solve interventions via data and walk you through the life of this particular clip. In this scenario, autopilot is approaching a turn and incorrectly predicts that crossing vehicle as stopped for traffic, and thus a vehicle that we would slow down for. In reality, there's nobody in the car. It's just awkwardly parked. We've built this tooling to identify the mispredictions, correct the label, and categorize this clip into an evaluation set. This particular clip happens to be one of 126 that we've diagnosed as challenging parked cars at turns. Because of this infra, we can curate this evaluation set without any engineering resources custom to this particular challenge case. To actually solve that challenge case requires mining thousands of examples like it, and it's something Tesla can trivially do. We simply use our data sourcing infra, request data, and use the tooling shown previously to correct the labels. By surgically targeting the mispredictions of the current model, we're only adding the most valuable examples to our training set. We surgically fix 13,900 clips,
And because those were examples where the current model struggles, we don't even need to change the model architecture. A simple weight update with this new valuable data is enough to solve the challenge case. So you see, we no longer predict that crossing vehicle as stopped, as shown in orange, but parked, as shown in red. In academia, we often see that people keep data constant, but at Tesla, it's very much the opposite. We see time and again that data is one of the best, if not the most deterministic lever to solving these interventions. We just showed you the data engine loop for one challenge case, namely these parked cars at turns. But there are many challenge cases even for one signal of vehicle movement. We apply this data engine loop to every single challenge case we've diagnosed, whether it's buses, curvy roads, stopped vehicles, parking lots. And we don't just add data once, we do this again and again to perfect the semantic. In fact, this year, we updated our vehicle movement signal 5 times, and with every weight update trained on the new data, we push our vehicle movement accuracy up and up. This data engine framework applies to all our signals, whether they're 3D, multicam video, whether the data is human-labeled, auto-labeled, or simulated, whether it's an offline model or an online model. And Tesla's able to do this at scale because of the fleet advantage, the infra that our Eng team has built, and the labeling resources that feed our networks. To train on all this data, we need a massive amount of compute, so I'll hand it off to Pete and Ganesh to talk about the Doge supercomputing platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for hanging in there. We're almost there. My name is Pete Bannon. I run the custom silicon and low voltage teams at Tesla.
And my name is Ganesh Venkat. I run the Doge program.
Thank you. I'm frequently asked, why is a car company building a supercomputer for training? And this question fundamentally misunderstands the nature of Tesla. At its heart, Tesla is a hardcore technology company. All across the company, people are working hard in science and engineering to advance the fundamental understanding and methods that we have available to build cars, energy solutions, robots, and anything else that we can do to improve the human condition around the world. It's a super exciting thing to be a part of, and it's a privilege to run a very small piece of it in the semiconductor group. Tonight we're going to talk a little bit about Dojo and give you an update on what we've been able to do over the last year. But before we do that, I wanted to give a little bit of background on the initial design that we started a few years ago. When we got started, the goal was to provide a substantial improvement to the training latency for our autopilot team. Some of the largest neural networks they train today run for over a month, which inhibits their ability to rapidly explore alternatives and evaluate them. So, a 30x speed up would be really nice if we could provide it at a cost competitive and energy competitive way. To do that, we wanted to build a chip with a lot of arithmetic units that we could utilize at a very high efficiency. And we spent a lot of time studying whether we could do that using DRAM, various packaging ideas, all of which failed. And in the end, even though it felt like an unnatural act, we decided to reject DRAM as the primary storage medium for this system, and instead focus on SRAM embedded in the chip. SRAM provides, unfortunately, a modest amount of capacity, but extremely high bandwidth and very low latency, and that enables us to achieve high utilization with the arithmetic units. Those choices, that particular choice led to a whole bunch of other choices. For example, if you want to have virtual memory, you need page tables. They take up a lot of space. We didn't have space, so no virtual memory. We also don't have interrupts. The accelerator is a bare bones, raw piece of hardware that's presented to a compiler, and the compiler is responsible for scheduling everything that happens in a deterministic way. So there's no need or even desire for interrupts in the system. We also chose to pursue model parallelism as a training methodology, which is not the typical situation. Most machines today use data parallelism, which consumes additional memory capacity, which we obviously don't have. So all of those choices led us to build a machine that is pretty radically different from what's available today. We also had a whole bunch of other goals. One of the most important ones was no limits. So we wanted to build a compute fabric that would scale in an unbounded way for the most part. I mean, obviously there's physical limits now and then, but pretty much if your model was too big for the computer, you just had to go buy a bigger computer. That's what we were looking for. Today, the way machines are packaged, there's a pretty fixed ratio of, for example, GPUs, CPUs, and DRAM capacity and network capacity. And we really wanted to disaggregate all that so that as models evolved, we could vary the ratios of those various elements and make the system more flexible to meet the needs of the autopilot team.
Yeah, and it's so true, Pete, like no limits philosophy was our guiding star. All the way, all of our choices were centered around that. And to the point that we didn't want traditional data center infrastructure to limit our capacity to execute these programs at speed. So that's why we, sorry about that. That's why we integrated vertically our data center. The entire data center, by doing a vertical integration of the data center, we could extract new levels of efficiency. We could optimize power delivery, cooling, and as well as system management across the whole data center stack rather than doing box by box and integrating those boxes into data centers. And to do this, we also wanted to integrate early to figure out limits of scale for our software workloads. So we integrated Dojo environment into our autopilot software very early, and we learned a lot of lessons. And today, Bill Chang will go over our hardware update as well as some of the challenges that we faced along the way. And Rajiv Kurian will give you a glimpse of our compiler technology as well as go over some of our cool results.
Great. There you go.
Thanks, Pete. Thanks, Ganesh. I'll start tonight with a high-level vision of our system that'll help set the stage for the challenges and the problems we're solving, and then also how software will then leverage this for performance. Now, our vision for Dojo is to build a single unified accelerator, a very large one. Software would see a seamless compute plane with globally addressable, very fast memory, and all connected together with uniform, high bandwidth, and low latency. Now, to realize this, we need to use density to achieve performance. Now, we leverage technology to get this density in order to break levels of hierarchy all the way from the chip to the scale-out systems. Now, silicon technology has done this for decades. Chips have followed Moore's law for density and integration to get performance scaling. Now, a key step in realizing that vision was our training tile. Not only can we integrate 25 dies at extremely high bandwidth, but we can scale that to any number of additional tiles by just connecting them together. Now, last year, we showcased our first functional training tile. And at that time, we already had workloads running on it. And since then, the team here has been working hard and diligently to deploy this at scale. Now, we've made amazing progress and had a lot of milestones along the way. And of course, we've had a lot of unexpected challenges. But this is where our fail fast philosophy has allowed us to push our boundaries. Now, pushing density for performance presents all new challenges. One area is power delivery. Here, we need to deliver the power to our compute die, and this directly impacts our top-line compute performance. But we need to do this at unprecedented density. We need to be able to match our die pitch with a power density of almost 1 amp per millimeter squared. And because of this extreme integration, this needs to be a multi-tiered vertical power solution. And because there's a complex heterogeneous material stack-up, we have to carefully manage the material transition, especially CTE. Now, why does the coefficient of thermal expansion matter in this case? CTE is a fundamental material property, and if it's not carefully managed, that stack-up would literally rip itself apart. So we started this effort by working with vendors to develop this power solution. But we realized that we actually had to develop this in-house. Now, to balance schedule and risk, we built quick iterations to support both our system bring-up and software development, and also to find the optimal design and stack-up that would meet our final production goals. And in the end, we were able to reduce CTE over 50% and meet our performance by 3x over our initial version. Now, needless to say, finding this optimal material stack-up while maximizing performance at density is extremely difficult. Now, we did have unexpected challenges along the way. Here's an example where we pushed the boundaries of integration that led to component failures. This started when we scaled up to larger and longer workloads, and then intermittently, a single site on a tile would fail. Now, they started out as recoverable failures, but as we pushed to much higher and higher power, these would become permanent failures. Now, to understand this failure, you have to understand why and how we build our power modules. Solving density at every level is the cornerstone of actually achieving our system performance. Now, because our XY plane is used for high bandwidth communication, everything else must be stacked vertically. This means all other components other than our die must be integrated into our power modules. Now, that includes our clock and our power supplies and also our system controllers. Now, in this case, the failures were due to losing clock output from our oscillators. And after an extensive debug, we found that the root cause was due to vibrations on the module from piezoelectric effects on nearby capacitors. Now, singing caps are not a new phenomenon, and in fact, very common in power design. But normally, clock chips are placed in a very quiet area of the board and often not affected by power circuits. But because we needed to achieve this level of integration, these oscillators need to be placed in very close proximity. Now, due to our switching frequency and then the vibration resonance created, it caused out-of-plane vibration on our MEMS oscillator that caused it to crack. Now, the solution to this problem is a multi-prong approach. We can reduce the vibration by using soft terminal caps. We can update our MEMS part with a lower Q factor for the out-of-plane direction. And we can also update our switching frequency to push the resonance further away from these sensitive bands. Now, in addition to the density at the system level, we've been making a lot of progress at the infrastructure level. We knew that we had to re-examine every aspect of the data center infrastructure in order to support our unprecedented power and cooling density. We brought in a fully custom designed CDU to support Dojo's dense cooling requirements. And the amazing part is we're able to do this at a fraction of the cost versus buying off the shelf and modifying it. And since our Dojo cabinet integrates enough power and cooling to match an entire row of standard IT racks, we need to carefully design our cabinet and infrastructure together. And we've already gone through several iterations of this cabinet to optimize this. And earlier this year, we started load testing our power and cooling infrastructure. And we were able to push it over 2 megawatts before we tripped our substation and got a call from the city. Yeah. Now, last year, we introduced only a couple of components of our system, the custom D1 die and the training tile. But we teased the exapod as our end goal. We'll walk through the remaining parts of our system that are required to build out this exapod. Now, the system tray is a key part of realizing our vision of a single accelerator. It enables us to seamlessly connect tiles together, not only within the cabinet, but between cabinets. We can connect these tiles at very tight spacing across the entire accelerator, and this is how we achieve our uniform communication. This is a laminated bus bar that allows us to integrate very high power, mechanical and thermal support, and an extremely dense integration. It's 75 millimeters in height and supports 6 tiles at 135 kilograms. This is the equivalent of 3 to 4 fully loaded high-performance racks. Next, we need to feed data to the training tiles. This is where we've developed the Dojo interface processor. It provides our system with high bandwidth DRAM to stage our training data. And it provides full memory bandwidth to our training tiles using TTP, our custom protocol that we use to communicate across our entire accelerator. It also has high-speed Ethernet that helps us extend this custom protocol over standard Ethernet. And we provide native hardware support for this with little to no software overhead. And lastly, we can connect to it through a standard Gen 4 PCIe interface. Now, we pair 20 of these cards per tray, and that gives us 640 gigabytes of high bandwidth DRAM. And this provides our disaggregated memory layer for our training tiles. These cards are our high bandwidth ingest path, both through PCIe and Ethernet. They also provide a high-radix Z connectivity path that allows shortcuts across our large Dojo accelerator. Now, we actually integrate the host directly underneath our system tray. These hosts provide our ingest processing and connect to our interface processors through PCIe. These hosts can provide hardware video decoder support for video-based training. And our user applications land on these hosts so we can provide them with the standard x86 Linux environment. Now, we can put 2 of these assemblies into one cabinet and pair it with redundant power supplies that do direct conversion of 3-phase 480-volt AC power to 52-volt DC power. Now, by focusing on density at every level, we can realize the vision of a single accelerator. Now, starting with the uniform nodes on our custom D1 die, we can connect them together in our fully integrated training tile, and then finally, seamlessly connecting them across cabinet boundaries to form our Dojo accelerator. And altogether, we can house 2 full accelerators in our exapod for a combined 1 exaflop of ML compute. Now, altogether, this amount of technology and integration has only ever been done a couple of times in the history of compute. Next, we'll see how software can leverage this to accelerate their performance.
Thanks, Bill. My name is Rajiv, and I'm going to talk some numbers. So our software stack begins with the PyTorch extension that speaks to our commitment to run standard PyTorch models out of the box. We're going to talk more about our JIT compiler and the ingest pipeline that feeds the hardware with data. Abstractly, performance is TOPS times utilization times accelerator occupancy. We've seen how the hardware provides peak performance. It's the job of the compiler to extract utilization from the hardware while code is running on it. And it's the job of the ingest pipeline to make sure that data can be fed at a throughput high enough for the hardware to not ever starve. So let's talk about why communication-bound models are difficult to scale. But before that, let's look at why ResNet 50-like models are easier to scale. You start off with a single accelerator, run the forward and backward passes, followed by the optimizer. Then to scale this up, you run multiple copies of this on multiple accelerators. And while the gradients produced by the backward pass do need to be reduced, and this introduces some communication, this can be done pipeline with the backward pass. This setup scales fairly well, almost linearly. For models with much larger activations, we run into a problem as soon as we want to run the forward pass. The batch size that fits in a single accelerator is often smaller than the batch norm surface. So to get around this, researchers typically run this setup on multiple accelerators in sync batch norm mode. This introduces latency-bound communication to the critical path of the forward pass, and we already have a communication bottleneck. And while there are ways to get around this, they usually involve tedious manual work best suited for a compiler. And ultimately, there's no skirting around the fact that if your state does not fit in a single accelerator, you can be communication bound. And even with significant efforts from our ML engineers, we see such models don't scale linearly. The Doge system was built to make such models work at high utilization. The high density integration was built to not only accelerate the compute bound portions of a model, but also the latency bound portions like a batch norm, or the bandwidth bound portions like a gradient all reduce or a parameter all gather. A slice of the Doge mesh can be carved out to run any model. The only thing users need to do is to make the slice large enough to fit a batch norm surface for their particular model. After that, the partition presents itself as one large accelerator, freeing the users from having to worry about the internal details of execution. And it's the job of the compiler to maintain this abstraction. Fine-grained synchronization primitives and uniform low latency makes it easy to accelerate all forms of parallelism across integration boundaries. Tensors are usually stored sharded in SRAM and replicated just in time for layers execution. We depend on the high Doge bandwidth to hide this replication time. Tensor replication and other data transfers are overlapped with compute, and the compiler can also recompute layers when it's profitable to do so. We expect most models to work out of the box. As an example, we took the recently released Stable Diffusion model and got it running on Doge in minutes. Out of the box, the compiler was able to map it in a model parallel manner on 25 Doge dies. Here are some pictures of a Cybertruck on Mars generated by Stable Diffusion running on Doge. Looks like it still has some ways to go before matching the Tesla Design Studio team. So we've talked about how communication bottlenecks can hamper scalability. Perhaps an acid test of a compiler and the underlying hardware is executing a cross-die batch norm layer. Like mentioned before, this can be a serial bottleneck. So the communication phase of a batch norm begins with nodes computing their local mean and standard deviations, then coordinating to reduce these values, then broadcasting these values back, and then they resume their work in parallel. So what would an ideal batch norm look like on 25 Doge dies? Let's say the previous layer's activations are already split across dies. We would expect the 350 nodes on each die to coordinate and produce die local mean and standard deviation values. Ideally, these would get further reduced with the final value ending somewhere towards the middle of the tile. We would then hope to see a broadcast of this value radiating from the center. Let's see how the compiler actually executes a real batch norm operation across 25 dies. The communication trees were extracted from the compiler, and the timing is from a real hardware run. We're about to see 8,750 nodes on 25 dies coordinating to reduce and then broadcast the batch norm mean and standard deviation values. Die local reduction, followed by global reduction towards the middle of the tie, then the reduced value broadcast radiating from the middle, accelerated by the hardware's broadcast facility. This operation takes only 5 microseconds on 25 Doge dies. The same operation takes 150 microseconds on 24 GPUs. This is an orders of magnitude improvement over GPUs. And while we talked about an all-reduce operation in the context of a batch norm, it's important to reiterate that the same advantages apply to all other communication primitives. And these primitives are essential for large-scale training. So how about full model performance? So while we think that ResNet 50 is not a good representation of real-world Tesla workloads, it is a standard benchmark, so let's start there. We are already able to match the A100 die for die. However, perhaps a hint of Doge's capabilities is that we're able to hit this number with just a batch of 8 per die. But Dojo was really built to tackle larger, complex models. So when we set out to tackle real-world workloads, we looked at the usage patterns of our current GPU cluster. And 2 models stood out: the auto-labeling networks, a class of offline models that are used to generate ground truth, and the occupancy networks that you heard about. The auto-labeling networks are large models that have high arithmetic intensity, while the occupancy networks can be ingest-bound. We chose these models because together they account for a large chunk of our current GPU cluster usage, and they would challenge the system in different ways. So how did we do on these 2 networks? The results we're about to see were measured on multi-die systems for both the GPU and Dojo, but normalized to per-die numbers. On our auto-labeling network, we're already able to surpass the performance of an A100 with our current hardware running on our older generation VRMs. On our production hardware with our newer VRMs, that translates to doubling the throughput of an A100. And our model showed that with some key compiler optimizations, we could get to more than 3x the performance of an A100. We see even bigger leaps on the occupancy network. Almost 3x with our production hardware, with room for more. So what does that mean for Tesla? With our current level of compiler performance, we could replace the ML compute of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 GPU boxes with just a single Dojo tile. And this Dojo tile costs less than 1 of these GPU boxes.
Whoa.
What it really means is that networks that took more than a month to train now take less than a week. Alas, when we measured things, it did not turn out so well. At the PyTorch level, we did not see our expected performance out of the gate. And this timeline chart shows our problem. The teeny tiny little green bars, that's the compile code running on the accelerator. The row is mostly white space where the hardware is just waiting for data. With our dense ML compute, Dojo hosts effectively have 10x more ML compute than the GPU hosts. The data loaders running on this one host simply couldn't keep up with all that ML hardware. So to solve our data loader scalability issues, we knew we had to get over the limit of this single host. The Tesla Transport Protocol moves data seamlessly across host, tiles, and ingest processors. So we extended the Tesla Transport Protocol to work over Ethernet. We then built the Dojo network interface card, the DNIC, to leverage TTP over Ethernet. This allows any host with a DNIC card to be able to DMA to and from other TTP endpoints. So we started with the Dojo mesh. Then we added a tier of data loading hosts equipped with the DNIC card. We connected these hosts to the mesh via an Ethernet switch. Now, every host in this data loading tier is capable of reaching all TTP endpoints in the Dojo mesh via hardware-accelerated DMA. After these optimizations went in, our occupancy went from 4% to 97%. So the data loading sections have reduced. The data loading sections have reduced drastically, and the ML hardware is kept busy. We actually expect this number to go to 100% pretty soon. After these changes went in, we saw the full expected speed up from the PyTorch layer, and we were back in business. So we started with hardware design that breaks through traditional integration boundaries in service of our vision of a single giant accelerator. We've seen how the compiler and ingest layers build on top of that hardware. So after proving our performance on these complex real-world networks, we knew what our first large-scale deployment would target: our high arithmetic intensity auto-labeling networks. Today, that occupies 4,000 GPUs over 72 GPU racks. With our dense compute and our high performance, we expect to provide the same throughput with just 4 Dojo cabinets. And these 4 Dojo cabinets will be part of our first exapod that we plan to build by Q1 of 2023. This will more than double Tesla's auto labeling capacity. The first exapod is part of a total of 7 exapods that we plan to build in Palo Alto right here across the wall. And we have a display cabinet from one of these exapods for everyone to look at. 6 tiles densely packed on a tray, 54 petaflops of compute, 640 gigabytes of high bandwidth memory with power and host to feed it. A lot of compute. And we're building out new versions of all our cluster components and constantly improving our software to hit new limits of scale. We believe that we can get another 10x improvement with our next generation hardware. And to realize our ambitious goals, we need the best software and hardware engineers. So please come talk to us or visit tesla.com/AI. Thank you.
Let me know what
the... All right, so hopefully that was enough detail. And now we can move to questions. Guys, like I think the team can come out on stage, and we really wanted to show the depth and breadth of Tesla in artificial intelligence, compute hardware, robotics actuators, and try to really shift the perception of the company away from, a lot of people think we're like just a car company or we make cool cars, whatever, but they don't have, most people have no idea that Tesla is arguably the leader in real-world AI hardware and software. And that we're building what is arguably the first, the most radical computer architecture since the Cray 1 supercomputer. And I think if you're interested in developing some of the most advanced technology in the world that's going to really affect the world in a positive way, Tesla's the place to be. So yeah, let's fire away with some questions. I think there's a mic at the front and a mic at the back.
I have a question.
Chris,
or
on this side.
Just throw mics at people. Jump ball for the mic.
Yeah. Hi. Thank you very much. I was impressed here. Yeah. I was impressed very much by Optimus, but I wonder why tendon-driven, the hand? Why did you choose a tendon-driven approach for the hand? Because tendons are not very durable. And why spring-loaded?
Yeah. Hello, is this working? Cool, awesome. Yes, that's a great question. When it comes to any type of actuation scheme, there's trade-offs between, whether or not it's a tendon-driven system or some type of linkage-based system.
Just keep the mic close to your mouth.
A little bit closer?
Yeah.
Hear me? Cool.
Yeah.
The main reason why we went for a tendon-based system is that, first we actually investigated some synthetic tendons, but we found that metallic Bowden cables are, a lot stronger. One of the advantages of these cables is that it's very good for part reduction. We do want to make a lot of these hands, so having a bunch of parts, a bunch of small linkages ends up being, a problem when you're making a lot of something. One of the big reasons that, tendons are better than linkages in a sense is that you can be anti-backlash. So anti-backlash essentially, allows you to not have any gaps or, stuttery motion in your fingers. Spring-loaded, mainly what spring-loaded allows us to do is it allows us to have active opening. So instead of having to have 2 actuators to drive the fingers closed and then open, we have the ability to, have the tendon drive them closed and then the springs passively extend. And this is something that's seen in our hands as well, right? We have the ability to actively flex, and then we also have the ability to extend. Yeah.
I mean, our goal with Optimus is to have a robot that is maximally useful as quickly as possible. So there's a lot of ways to solve the various problems of a humanoid robot. We're probably not barking up the right tree on all the technical solutions. I should say that we're open to evolving the technical solutions that you see here over time. They're not locked in stone. But we have to pick something, and we want to pick something that's going to allow us to produce the robot as quickly as possible and have it, like I said, be useful as quickly as possible. We're trying to follow the goal of fastest path to a useful robot that can be made at volume. And we're going to test the robot internally at Tesla in our factory and just see like how useful is it. Because you have to have you've got a closed loop on reality to confirm that the robot is in fact useful. So we're just going to use it to build things. And we're confident we can do that with the hand that we have currently designed, but for sure there'll be hand version 2, version 3, and we may change the architecture quite significantly over time.
Sorry. Hi. The Optimus robot is really impressive. You did a great job. Bipedal robots are really difficult. But what I noticed might be missing from your plan is to acknowledge the utility of the human spirit, and I'm wondering if Optimus will ever get a personality and be able to laugh at our jokes while it folds our clothes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we want to have really fun versions of Optimus, so that Optimus can both be utilitarian and do tasks, but can also be kind of like a friend and a buddy and hang out with you. And I'm sure people will think of all sorts of creative uses for this robot. The thing, once you have the core intelligence and actuators figured out, then you can actually, put all sorts of costumes, I guess, on the robot. I mean, you can make the robot look. You can skin the robot in many different ways, I'm sure people will find very interesting ways to versions of Optimus. So.
Thanks for the great presentation. I wanted to know if there was an equivalent to interventions in Optimus. It seems like labeling through moments where humans disagree with what's going on is important, and in a humanoid robot, that might be also a desirable source of information.
Want to say anything?
Yeah, I think we'll have ways to remote operate the robot and intervene when it does something bad, especially when we are training the robot and bringing it up. And hopefully we design it in a way that we can stop the robot from, if it's going to hit something, we can just like hold it and then it'll stop. It won't crush your hand or something. And those are all intervention data. And we can learn a lot from our simulation systems too, where we can check for collisions and supervise that those are bad actions.
Yeah, I mean, so Optimus, we want over time for it to be, an android, the kind of android that you'd seen in sci-fi movies, like Star Trek: The Next Generation, like Data. But obviously, we could program the robot to be less robot-like and more friendly, and it can obviously learn to emulate humans and feel very natural. So as AI in general improves, we can add that to the robot, and it should be obviously able to do simple instructions or even intuit what it is that you want. So you could give it a high-level instruction, and then it can break that down into a series of actions and take those actions.
Hi. Yeah, it's exciting to think that with the Optimus, you will think that you can achieve orders of magnitude of improvement in economic output. That's really exciting. And when Tesla started, the mission was to accelerate the advent of renewable energy or sustainable transport. So with the Optimus, do you still see that mission being the mission statement of Tesla, or is it going to be updated with mission to accelerate the advent of, I don't know, infinite abundance or limitless economy?
Yeah, I mean, it is not strictly speaking, Optimus is not strictly speaking directly in line with accelerating sustainable energy. You know, to the degree that it is more efficient at getting things done than a person, it does, I guess, help with sustainable energy. But I think the mission effectively does somewhat broaden with the advent of Optimus to, I don't know, making the future awesome. So, I think you look at Optimus, and I don't know about you, but I'm excited to see what Optimus will become. And, this is like, if you could, I mean, you can tell, like any given technology, do you want to see what it's like in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10? I'd say for sure. You definitely want to see what's happening with Optimus. Whereas, a bunch of other technologies are, sort of plateaued. Won't name names here, but so I think Optimus is going to be incredible in like 5 years, 10 years, like mind-blowing. And I'm really interested to see that happen, and I hope you are too.
I have a quick question here. I'm Justin, and I was wondering, like, are you planning to extend like conversational capabilities for the robot? And my second follow-up question to that is, what's like the end goal? What's the end goal with Optimus?
Yeah, Optimus would definitely have conversational capabilities. You'd be able to talk to it and have a conversation, and it would feel quite natural. So, from an end goal standpoint, I don't know. I think it's going to keep evolving, and I'm not sure where it ends up, but someplace interesting for sure. We always have to be careful about don't go down the Terminator path. That's I thought maybe we should start off with a video of like the Terminator starting off with the skull crushing, but that might be people might take that too seriously. So we do want Optimus to be safe, so we are designing in safeguards where you can locally stop the robot and with like basically a localized control ROM that you can't update over the internet, which I think that's quite important, essential, frankly. Like a localized stop button, remote control, something like that cannot be changed. But I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting. It won't be boring. So.
Okay, yeah. I see you today you have very attractive product with Dojo and its applications. So I'm wondering what's the future for the Dojo platform? Will you provide infrastructure as service like AWS, or you will sell the chip like the NVIDIA? So basically, what's the future? Because I see you use 7 nanometer, so the development cost is easily over $10 million US dollars. How do you make the business business-wise?
Yeah, I mean, Dojo is a very big computer, and actually will use a lot of power and need a lot of cooling. So I think it's probably going to make more sense to have Dojo operate in like a Amazon Web Services manner than to try to sell it to someone else. So that would be the most efficient way to operate Dojo, is just have it be a service that you can use that's available online, and where you can train your models way faster and for less money. And as the world transitions to software 2.0,
and that's on the bingo card.
As someone I know, it has to now drink 5 tequilas. Let's see. Software 2.0 will use a lot of neural net training. So it kind of makes sense that over time, as there's more neural net stuff, people will want to use the fastest, lowest cost neural net training system. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in that direction.
Hi, my name is Ali Jahanian. Thank you for this event. It's very inspirational. My question is, I'm wondering, what is your vision for humanoid robots that understand our emotions and art and can contribute to our creativity?
Well, I think you're already seeing robots that at least are able to generate very interesting art with like DALL-E and DALL-E 2. And I think we'll start seeing AI that can actually generate even movies that have coherence, like interesting movies and tell jokes. So it's quite remarkable how fast AI is advancing at many companies besides Tesla. We're headed for a very interesting future. And yeah, so any guys want to comment on that?
Yeah, I guess the Optimus robot can come up with physical art, not just digital art. You can ask for some dance moves in text or voice, and then you can produce those in the future. So it's a lot of physical art, not just digital art. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Computers can absolutely make physical art. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, like dance, play soccer, or whatever you. I mean, it needs to get more agile, but over time, for sure.
Thanks so much for the presentation. For the Tesla Autopilot slides, I noticed that the models that you were using were heavily motivated by language models, and I was wondering what the history of that was and how much of an improvement it gave. I thought that was a really interesting, curious choice to use language models for the lane transitioning.
So there are sort of two aspects for why we transition to language modeling. So the first...
Talk loud and close.
Okay.
It's not coming through very clearly.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so the language models help us in two ways. The first way is that it lets us predict lanes that we couldn't have otherwise. As Ashok mentioned earlier, basically when we predicted lanes in sort of a dense 3D fashion, you can only model certain kinds of lanes, but we want to get those crisscrossing connections inside of intersections. It's just not possible to do that without making it a graph prediction. If you try to do this with dense segmentation, it just doesn't work. Also, the lane prediction is a multimodal problem. Sometimes you just don't have sufficient visual information to know precisely how things look on the other side of the intersection. So you need a method that can generalize and produce coherent predictions. You don't want to be predicting 2 lanes and 3 lanes at the same time. You want to commit to one, and a generative model like these language models provides that.
Hi. Hi. My name is Giovanni. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. It's really nice. I have a question for FSD team. So for the neural networks, how do you test, how do you do unit tests, software unit tests on that? Like, do you have like a bunch, or I don't know, maybe thousands or cases where the neural network that after you train it, you have to pass it before you release it as a product, right? What's your software unit testing strategies for this, basically?
Yeah, glad you asked. There's like a series of tests that we have defined, starting from unit tests for the software itself, but then for the neural network models, we have VAP sets defined where you can define. If you just have a large test set, that's not enough. What we find, we need like sophisticated VAP sets for different failure modes, and then we curate them and grow them over the time of the product. So over the years, we have like hundreds of thousands of examples where we have been failing in the past that we have curated. And so for any new model, we test against the entire history of these failures and then keep adding to this test set. On top of this, we have shadow modes where we ship these models in silent to the car, and we get data back on where they are failing or succeeding. And there's an extensive QA program. It's very hard to ship a regression. There's like 9 levels of filters before it hits customers, but then we have really good infra to make this all efficient.
And I'm one of the QA testers, so I QA the car
Yeah,
like
QA tester.
Yeah, so I'm constantly in the car just being QAing like whatever the latest alpha build is that doesn't totally crash.
Finds a lot of bugs.
Yeah.
Hi, great event. I have a question about foundational models for autonomous driving. We have all seen that big models that really can, when you scale up with data and model parameter, right, from GPT-3 to Palm, it can actually now do reasoning. Do you see that is essential scaling up foundational models with data and size, and then at least you can get a teacher model, right, that potentially can solve all the problems, and then you distill to a student model. Is that how you see foundational models relevant for autonomous driving?
That's quite similar to our auto labeling model. So we don't just have models that run in the car. We train models that are entirely offline, that are like extremely large, that can't run in real time on the car. So we just run those offline on the servers, producing really good labels that can then train the online networks. So that's one form of distillation of these teacher-student models. In terms of foundation models, we are building some really, really large data sets that are multiple petabytes. And we are seeing that some of these tasks work really well when we have these large data sets. Like the kinematics, like I mentioned, video in, all the kinematics out of all the objects, and up to the fourth derivative. And people thought we couldn't do detection with cameras. With detection, depth, velocity, acceleration. And imagine how precise these have to be for these higher order derivatives to be accurate. And this all comes from these kind of large data sets and large models. So we're seeing the equivalent of foundation models in our own way for geometry and kinematics and things like those. You want to add anything, John?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. Basically, whenever we train on a larger data set, we see big... Okay. Basically, whenever we train on a larger data set, we see big improvements in our model performance. And basically, whenever we initialize our networks with some pre-training step from some other auxiliary task, we basically see improvements. The self-supervised or supervised with large data sets both help a lot.
Hi. So at the beginning, Elon said that Tesla was potentially interested in building artificial general intelligence systems. Given the potentially transformative impact of a technology like that, it seems prudent to invest in technical AGI safety expertise specifically. I know Tesla does a lot of technical narrow AI safety research. I was curious if Tesla was intending to try to build expertise in technical artificial general intelligence safety specifically.
Well, if it starts looking like we're going to be making a significant contribution to artificial general intelligence, then we'll for sure invest in safety. I'm a big believer in AI safety. I think there should be an AI sort of regulatory authority at the government level, just as there is a regulatory authority for anything that affects public safety. So we have a regulatory authority for aircraft and cars and sort of food and drugs. And because they affect public safety, and AI also affects public safety. So I think, and this is not really something that government I think understands yet, but I think there should be a referee that is ensuring or trying to ensure public safety for AGI. And if you think of what are the elements that are necessary to create AGI? The accessible data set is extremely important, and if you've got a large number of cars and humanoid robots processing petabytes of video data and audio data from the real world, just like humans, that might be the biggest data set. It probably is the biggest data set. Because in addition to that, you can obviously incrementally scan the internet. But what the internet can't quite do is have millions or hundreds of millions of cameras in the real world, and with like I said, with audio and other sensors as well. So I think we probably will have the most amount of data, and probably the most amount of training power. Therefore, probably we will make a contribution to AGI.
Hey, I noticed the semi was back there.
but we haven't talked about it too much. I was just wondering for the semi-truck, what are the changes you're thinking about from a sensing perspective? I imagine there's very different requirements, obviously, than just a car. And if you don't think that's true, why is that true?
No, I think basically you can drive a car. I mean, think about like what drives any vehicle. It's a biological neural net with eyes, with cameras, essentially. So if and really, what is your primary sensors are two cameras on a slow gimbal, a very slow gimbal. That's your head. So if you know, if a biological neural net with two cameras on a slow gimbal can drive a semi-truck, then if you've got like 8 cameras with continuous 360-degree vision, operating at a higher frame rate and much higher reaction rate, then I think it is obvious that you should be able to drive a semi or any vehicle much better than a human.
Hi, my name is Akshay. Thank you for the event. Assuming Optimus would be used for different use cases and would evolve at different pace for these use cases, would it be possible to sort of develop and deploy different software and hardware components independently and deploy them in Optimus so that the overall feature development is faster for Optimus?
Okay, all right. We did not comprehend. Unfortunately, our neural net did not comprehend the question. Yeah, so, well, next question.
Hi, I want to switch the gear to the autopilot. So when you guys plan to roll out the FSD beta to countries other than US and Canada? And also my next question is, what's the biggest bottleneck or the technological barrier you think in the current autopilot stack? And how you envision to solve that to make the autopilot is considerably better than human in terms of like performance matrix like safety assurance and the human confidence? And I think you also mentioned for FSD V11, you are guys going to combine the highway and the city as a single stack and some architectural big improvement. Can you maybe expand a bit on that? Thank you.
Well, that's a whole bunch of questions. Well, we're hopeful to be able to. I think from a technical standpoint, FSD beta should be possible to roll out FSD beta worldwide by the end of this year. But for a lot of countries, we need regulatory approval, and so we are somewhat gated by the regulatory approval in other countries. But I think from a technical standpoint, it will be ready to go to a worldwide beta by the end of this year. And there's quite a big improvement that we're expecting to release next month that will be especially good at assessing the velocity of fast-moving cross-traffic and a bunch of other things. So, anyone want to elaborate?
Yeah, I guess so. There used to be a lot of differences between production autopilot and the full self-driving beta, but those differences have been getting smaller and smaller over time. I think just a few months ago, we now use the same vision-only object detection stack in both FSD and in the production autopilot on all vehicles. There's still a few differences, the primary one being the way that we predict lanes right now. So we upgraded the modeling of lanes so that it could handle these more complex geometries like I mentioned in the talk. In production autopilot, we still use a simpler lane model, but we're extending our current FSD beta models to work in all sort of highway scenarios as well.
Yeah, and the version of FSD beta that I drive actually does have the integrated stack. So it uses the FSD stack both in city streets and highway, and it works quite well for me. But we need to validate it in all kinds of weather, like heavy rain, snow, dust, and just make sure it's working as better than the production stack across a wide range of environments. But we're pretty close to that. I mean, I think it's, I don't know, maybe it'll definitely be before the end of the year, and maybe November.
Yeah, in our personal drives, the FSD stack on highway drives already way better than the production stack we have. And we do expect to also include the parking lot stack as a part of the FSD stack before the end of this year. So that will basically bring us to you sit in the car in the parking lot and drive till the end of the parking lot at a parking spot before the end of this year.
Yeah, and in terms of the fundamental metric to optimize against is how many miles between a necessary intervention. So just massively improving how many miles the car can drive in full autonomy before an intervention is required that is safety critical. So yeah, that's the fundamental metric that we're measuring every week, and we're making radical improvements on that.
Oh, hi. Thank you. Hi. Thank you so much for the presentation. Very inspiring. My name is Daisy. I actually have a non-technical question for you. I'm curious if you were back to your 20s, what are some of the things you wish you knew back then? What are some advice you would give to your younger self?
Well, I'm trying to figure out something useful to say. Yeah, join Tesla would be one thing. Yeah, I think just generally try to expose yourself to as many smart people as possible. I don't know, read a lot of books. You know, I did do that though. So I think there's some merit to just also like not being like necessarily too intense and like enjoying the moment a bit more. I would say to 20 or 20-something me, just you know, stop and smell the roses occasionally would probably be a good idea.
Smell the roses, huh?
You know, it's like when we were developing the Falcon 1 rocket and on the Kwajalein Atoll, and we had this beautiful little island that we were developing the rocket on, and not once during that entire time did I even have a drink on the beach. I'm like, well, I should have had a drink on the beach. That would have been fine.
Thank you very much. I think you have excited all of the robotics people with Optimus. This feels very much like 10 years ago in driving, but as driving has proved to be harder than it actually looked 10 years ago, what do we know now that we didn't 10 years ago that would make, for example, AGI on a humanoid come faster?
Well, I mean, it seems to me that AGI is advancing very quickly. Hardly a week goes by without some significant announcement. And yeah, I mean, at this point, like AI seems to be able to win at almost any rule-based game. It's able to create extremely impressive art, engage in conversations that are very sophisticated, you know, write essays, and these just keep improving. And there's so much more, so many more talented people working on AI, and the hardware is getting better. I think AI is on a a strong exponential curve of improvement, independent of what we do at Tesla. And obviously we'll benefit somewhat from that exponential curve of improvement with AI. Like Tesla just also happens to be very good at actuators, at motors, you know, motors, gearboxes, controllers, power electronics, batteries, sensors, and you know, really, like I'd say that, you know, the biggest difference between the robot on 4 wheels and the robot with arms and legs is getting the actuators right. It's an actuators and sensors problem. And obviously, you know, how you control those actuators and sensors, but it's yeah, actuators and sensors and how you control the actuators. It's I don't know. We have to have like the ingredients necessary to create a compelling robot, and we're doing it. So.
Hi, Elon.
you are actually bringing the humanity to the next level. Literally, Tesla and you are bringing the humanity to the next level. So you said Optimus Prime, Optimus will be used in next Tesla factory. My question is, will a new Tesla factory will be fully run by Optimus program? And when can general public order a humanoid?
Yeah, I think it'll, we're going to start Optimus with very simple tasks in the factory. Like maybe just like loading a part, like you saw in the video, loading a part, carrying a part from one place to another, or loading a part into one of our more conventional robot cells that welds the body together. So we'll start, just trying to, how do we make it useful at all? And then gradually expand the number of situations where it's useful. And I think that the number of situations where Optimus is useful will grow exponentially, like really, really fast. In terms of when people can order one, I don't know. I think it's not that far away. Well, I think you mean when can people receive one? So I don't know. I'd say probably within 3 years, and not more than 5 years. Within 3 to 5 years, you could probably receive an Optimus.
I feel the best way to make the progress for AGI is to involve as many smart people across the world as possible. And given the size and resource of Tesla compared to robot companies, and given the state of humanoid research at the moment, would it make sense for the kind of Tesla to sort of open source some of the simulation hardware parts? I think Tesla can still be the dominant platformer where it can be something like Android OS or like iOS stuff for the entire humanoid research. Would that be something that, rather than keeping the Optimus to just Tesla researchers or the factory itself, can you open it and let the whole world explore humanoid research?
I think we have to be careful about Optimus being potentially used in ways that are bad, because that is one of the possible things to do. So I think we'd provide Optimus where you can provide instructions to Optimus, but where those instructions are governed by some laws of robotics that you cannot overcome. So, not doing harm to others, and you would have, I think, probably quite a few safety-related things with Optimus. Yeah. So, all right, we'll just take maybe a few more questions, and then thank you all for coming.
Questions, one deep and one broad. On the deep, for Optimus, what's the current and what's the ideal controller bandwidth? And then in the broader question, there's this big advertisement for the depth and breadth of the company. What is it uniquely about Tesla that enables that?
Anyone want to tackle the bandwidth question?
Yeah. So the technical bandwidth of the...
Close to your mouth and loud.
Okay. For the bandwidth question, you have to understand or figure out what is the task that you want it to do, and what is if you took a frequency transform of that task, what is it that you want your limbs to do? And that's where you get your bandwidth from. It's not a number that you can specifically just say. You need to understand your use case. And that's where the bandwidth comes from. What was the broad question? I don't quite remember.
The breadth and depth thing. I can answer the breadth and depth, but yeah.
We can
I mean, it's interesting. On the bandwidth question, I think we probably will just end up increasing the bandwidth, or which translates to the effective dexterity and reaction time of the robot. It's safe to say it's not 1 hertz, and it's maybe you don't need to go all the way to 100 hertz, but I don't know, maybe 10, 25, I don't know. Over time, I think the bandwidth will increase quite a bit, or translated to dexterity and latency. You'd want to minimize that over time. Yeah. minimize latency, maximize dexterity. In terms of breadth and depth, I guess we're a pretty big company at this point, so we've got a lot of different areas of expertise that we necessarily had to develop in order to make autonomous, or in order to make electric cars, and then in order to make autonomous electric cars. Tesla is like a whole series of startups, basically, and so far they've almost all been quite successful. So we must be doing something right. I consider one of my core responsibilities in running the company is to have an environment where great engineers can flourish. And I think in a lot of companies, I don't know, maybe most companies, if somebody's a really talented, driven engineer, they're unable to actually, their talents are suppressed at a lot of companies. And it's, and some of the companies, the engineering talent is suppressed in a way that is maybe not obviously bad, but where it's just so comfortable, and you're paid so much money, and the output you actually have to produce is so low that it's like a honey trap, So like there's a few honey trap places in Silicon Valley where they're not necessarily, don't seem like bad places for engineers, but you have to say like a good engineer went in, and what did they get out? And the output of that engineering talent seems very low, even though they seem to be enjoying themselves. That's why I call it, there's a few honey trap companies in Silicon Valley. Tesla is not a honey trap. We're demanding, and it's like, we're going to get a lot of shit done, and it's going to be really cool. And it's not going to be easy. But if you are a super talented engineer, your talents will be used, I think, to a greater degree than anywhere else. SpaceX also that way. So.
Hi, Elon. I have two questions. So both to the Autopilot team. So the thing is, like, I have been following your progress for the past few years. So today you have made changes on like the lane detection. Like you said that like previously you were doing instant semantic segmentation. Now you guys have built transformer models for like building the lanes. So what are some other common challenges which you guys are facing right now, like which you are solving in future as a curious engineer, so that like we as a researcher can work on those, start working on those? And the second question is like, I'm really curious about the data engine. Like you guys have like told a case like where the car is stopped. So how are you finding cases which is very much similar to that from the data which you have? Like, so a little bit more on the data engine would be great. So that's it.
Okay. I'll answer the first question using occupancy network as an example. So what you saw in the presentation did not exist a year ago. So we only spent 1 year amount of time. We actually shipped more than 12 occupancy network. And to have a one foundation model actually to represent the entire physical world around everywhere and in all weather conditions is actually really, really challenging. So only over a year ago, we're kind of like driving a 2D world. If there's a wall and if there's a curve, we kind of represent with the same static edge, which is obviously, not ideal, right? There's a big difference between a curb and a wall. When you drive, you make different choices, right? So after we realized that we have to go to 3D, we have to basically rethink the entire problem and think about how we address that. So this will be like one example of challenges we have conquered in the past year.
Yeah, to answer the question about how we actually source examples of the tricky stopped cars, there's a few ways to go about this, but 2 examples are: one, we can trigger for disagreements within our signals. So let's say that parked bit flickers between parked and driving, we'll trigger that back. And the second is we can leverage more of the shadow mode logic. So if the customer ignores the car, but we think we should stop for it, we'll get that data back too. So these are just different, like various trigger logic that allows us to get those data campaigns back.
Hi.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you for the amazing presentation. Thanks so much. So there are a lot of companies that are focusing on the AGI problem. And one of the reasons why it's such a hard problem is because the problem itself is so hard to define. Several companies have several different definitions. They focus on different things. So what is Tesla, how is Tesla defining the AGI problem, and what are you focusing on specifically?
Well, we're not actually specifically focused on AGI. I'm simply saying that AGI seems likely to be an emergent property of what we're doing. Because we're creating all these autonomous cars and autonomous humanoids that are actually with a truly gigantic data stream that's coming in and being processed. It's by far the most amount of real-world data, and data you can't get by just searching the internet, because you have to be out there in the world and interacting with people and interacting with the roads and just, Earth is a big place. And reality is messy and complicated. So I think it's sort of like it just seems likely to be an emergent property of if you've got, tens or hundreds of millions of autonomous vehicles and maybe even a comparable number of humanoids, maybe more than that on the humanoid front. Well, that's just the most amount of data. And if that video is being processed, it just seems likely that, the cars will definitely get way better than human drivers, and the humanoid robots will become increasingly indistinguishable from humans, perhaps. And so then, like I said, you have this emergent property of AGI. And arguably, humans collectively are sort of a superintelligence as well, especially as we improve the data rate between humans. I mean, the thing like that seemed to me way back in the early days of the internet was like the internet was like humanity acquiring a nervous system, where now all of a sudden any one element of humanity could know all of the knowledge of humans by connecting to the internet, almost all the knowledge, or certainly a huge part of it. Whereas previously, we would exchange information by osmosis. We'd have to, in order to transfer data, so you would have to write a letter. Someone would have to carry the letter by person to another person, and then a whole bunch of things in between. And then it was like, yeah, I mean, insanely slow when you think about it. And even if you were in the Library of Congress, you still didn't have access to all the world's information, and you certainly couldn't search it. And obviously, very few people are in the Library of Congress. So, I mean, one of the great sort of equality elements, like the internet has been the biggest equalizer in history in terms of access to information and knowledge. And any student of history, I think, would agree with this, because you go back 1,000 years, there were very few books. And books would be incredibly expensive, and only a few people knew how to read, and only an even smaller number of people even had a book. Now look at it, like you can access any book instantly. You can learn anything basically for free. It's pretty incredible. So, I was asked recently, what period of history would I prefer to be at the most? And my answer was right now. This is the most interesting time in history, and I read a lot of history. So let's do our best to keep that going. Yeah. And to go back to one of the earlier questions I would answer, like the thing that's happened over time with respect to Tesla Autopilot is that the neural nets have gradually absorbed more and more software. And in the limit, of course, you could simply take the videos as seen by the car and compare those to the steering inputs from the steering wheel and pedals, which are very simple inputs. And in principle, you could train with nothing in between, because that's what humans are doing with a biological neural net. You could train based on video what trains the video is the moving of the steering wheel and the pedals, with no other software in between. We're not there yet, but it's gradually going in that direction. All right, maybe the last question.
you going?
I think we've got a question at the front here. Hello, there, right there. Oh, we'll do 2 questions. Fine.
Over there or here? Hi, thanks for such a great presentation.
We'll do your question last.
Okay, cool. With FSD being used by so many people, do you think, how do you evaluate the company's risk tolerance in terms of performance statistics? And do you think there needs to be more transparency or regulation from third parties as to what's good enough and defining like thresholds for performance across so many miles?
Sure. Well, the number one design requirement at Tesla is safety. So, and that goes across the board. So, in terms of the mechanical safety of the car, we have the lowest probability of injury of any cars ever tested by the government for just a passive mechanical safety, essentially crash structure and airbags and whatnot. We have the best, the highest rating for active safety as well. I think it's going to get to the point where the active safety is so ridiculously good, it's like just absurdly better than a human. And then with respect to autopilot, we do publish this, broadly speaking, the statistics on miles driven with cars that have no autonomy, or Tesla cars with no autonomy, with kind of hardware 1, hardware 2, hardware 3, and then the ones that are in FSD beta. And we see steady improvements all along the way. And sometimes there's this dichotomy of, should you wait until the car is like, I don't know, 3 times safer than a person before deploying any technology? But I think that is actually morally wrong. At the point at which you believe that adding autonomy reduces injury and death, I think you have a moral obligation to deploy it, even though you're going to get sued and blamed by a lot of people, because the people whose lives you saved don't know that their lives are saved, and the people who do occasionally die or get injured, they definitely know, or their estate does, that it was, whatever, there was a problem with autopilot. That's why you have to look at the numbers in sort of total miles driven, how many accidents occurred, how many accidents were serious, how many fatalities. And we've got well over 3 million cars on the road, so that's a lot of miles driven every day. It's not going to be perfect, but what matters is that it is very clearly safer than not deploying it. Yeah. So I think last question. I think, yeah, so thanks. Well, the last question here.
Okay. Okay. Hi. So I do not work on hardware, so maybe the hardware team and you guys can enlighten me. Why is it required that there be symmetry in the design of Optimus? Because humans, we have handedness, right? We use some set of muscles more than others. Over time, there is wear and tear. Right? So maybe you'll start to see some joint failures or some actuator failures more over time. I understand that this is extremely pre-stage. Also, we as humans have based so much fantasy and fiction over superhuman capabilities. Like all of us don't want to walk right over there. We want to extend our arms, and like we have all these,
Sure.
A lot of fantastical designs. So considering everything else that is going on in terms of batteries and intensity of compute, maybe you can leverage all those aspects into coming up with something, well, I don't know, more interesting in terms of the robot that you're building. And I'm hoping you're able to explore those directions.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be cool to have, like, make Inspector Gadget real. That would be pretty sweet. So, yeah, I mean, right now we just want to make a basic humanoid work well, and our goal is fastest path to a useful humanoid robot. I think this will ground us in reality, literally, and ensure that we are doing something useful. Like one of the hardest things to do is to be useful, to actually, and then to have high utility under the curve of like how many people did you help, and how much help did you provide to each person on average, and then how many people did you help? The total utility, like trying to actually ship useful product that people like to a large number of people is so insanely hard. It boggles the mind. That's why, like I said, like man, there's a hell of a difference between a company that has shipped product and one that has not shipped product. This is night and day. And then even once you ship product, can you make the value of the output worth more than the cost of the input, which is, again, insanely difficult, especially with hardware. So, but I think over time, I think it would be cool to do creative things and have like 8 arms and whatever, and have different versions, and maybe, there'll be some hardware, like companies that are able to add things to an Optimus, like maybe we add a power port or something like that, or attach them. You can add attachments to your Optimus, like you can add them to your phone. There could be a lot of cool things that could be done over time, and there could be maybe an ecosystem of small companies or big companies that make add-ons for Optimus. So with that, I'd like to thank the team for their hard work. You guys are awesome, and yeah. And thank you all for coming, and for everyone online, thanks for tuning in. And I think this will be one of those great videos where you can, like, if you can fast forward to the bits that you find most interesting. But we try to give you a tremendous amount of detail, literally, so that you can look at the video at your leisure, and you can focus on the parts that you find interesting and skip the other parts. So thank you all, and we'll do this. Try to do this every year, and we might do a monthly podcast even. But I think it'd be great to sort of bring you along for the ride and like show you what cool things are happening. And yeah, thank you. All right, thanks.
All right, thanks for being around on the ride. Wow.
Tame, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing today, sir?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Well, that was wrapped up their event, and very interesting.
Yeah, how was it?
Boring. I mean, it looks good for Tesla stock, but it was boring. The robot could barely walk. It's very boring.
It could barely.
Yeah, they were just searching for people to come work on that whole situation. That wasn't really an update to me. I didn't get anything out of it.
I'm so pissed that my Tesla Cyberwish was fucking made in China. Shit's bullshit.
Dang.
I haven't opened mine yet. And why wouldn't you expect anything else, Drew?
Because I thought Tesla, he was boasting that it was the most American company on earth.
It's because China is the most innovative.
I do want to say that Dogecoin, like before that event though, Doge, we ran up and liquidated a bunch of shorts, Rob. Before that event, Doge ran up and liquidated a ton of shorts. And then by the time my sell signal came in, it was at 6.19. And then a little bit after my sell signal, this is on 5 minutes, 5, 10, 15, 20, 45 minutes, we had a big candle spread that was over a 2% spread on a candle, almost 3% spread on a candle, as there's like a big market buy and market sell at the same time. So these guys, ooh, if they would have timed their orders a little bit differently, like 2 minutes apart, this candle would have been devastating. Why is Joe muted?
He's having a party.
Oh. Okay.
We sent him a message.
Okay, cool.
Well, I did.
But yeah,
that's
basically,
funny. We said the same thing, Rob. He's having a party. That's funny.
After that sell signal, like Doge started coming back down about 6.19. I think that eventually, though, on the weekly, like if we look at the weekly for Doge, we don't even have to look at the price right now. We look at the RSI and it's starting to curve back up right here. So it'll be up there faster than people realize. The only problem is that they cannot keep it on leverage for a long time.
Spot trade.
But on spot trade, yeah, that's mostly I do spot trade for Doge, big bag spot trade. So
Yeah.
not really worried about that.
I'm not too concerned. Feel comfortable getting in and around this area.
Yeah.
I would personally for a long-term play.
And then I'm looking at Bitcoin down here as well. Bitcoin did a big drop because the SPY was the bloodiest we've ever seen the SPY in the past few weeks. SPY was super bloody. And it is our worst week to finish off the month. Also, last month, the month of September.
Be right back.
I will be right back too. That was a long wait. Give me a moment, YouTube. And while this is happening, I think Doge is probably going to come down if Bitcoin's come down on the short term. Bitcoin's still not oversold on the short term, so I think it leaves up the room for Doge to come down a little bit further in the short term before it's completely oversold. We're at like 10 RSI down here, and we wanted to get oversold in 15, so 15-minute RSI. I got to delete draw. 15 minutes RSI is about 25, so it's not completely oversold right here, but it's getting there. Definitely in the oversold region, though. Don't get me wrong. So 15-minute sell signals popping in for Dogecoin as well after that event. But we'll see what's happening with Doge. 15 minutes oversold, 5 minutes oversold. It ran up significantly before a lot of these other cryptos this evening. So I do want to say that EFW is a little bit more volatile for trading. We recently hit our resistance at $12 again for EFW. So if I put this on the 5 minutes, you can see we found some ground at $11.75 and then came up and hit our support. Sorry, not our support, our resistance. And now it's coming back down a little bit. So EFW is still doing these nice volatility movements for trades. People buying in $11.50, $11.75, taking profit 12 or $12.20. And let's look at Doge. I'll be right back. I'll leave Doge on the screen real quick, YouTube.
Drop it, drop it, drop it. I'll be right back.
All right. I'm gonna go be Aspen here.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to leave my mic on.
That's all right, man. Plus, you know, you see
all kinds of random shit.
Oh, we were talking about some hot dog or some shit. We were like, what? Something dog, salty dog.
It's called a devil dog. My landlord brought
There
it
it
to me.
is.
It's like a devil dog. It's like it almost looks like a cupcake looking thing. I don't even know. She's because we've been watching her dog. She brought me devil dog things.
That's all
sorry.
we heard. We were like, okay, we got to meet him up because this might go a different route.
and fresh bagels from Boston because she just flew in. So there's half dozen fresh Boston bagels.
Oh, great, man. Delish.
I'm back. Dogecoin was close to liquidating a lot of longs. Very close, and then it started getting a little bit of buy power right here.
Tiny little buy there. See what happens.
Emphasis on the word little.
Yeah, never mind. Very little.
I'm very scared for Monday markets, guys. Like Credit Suisse, JP Morgan. They're having some trouble. We see the SPY closed for one of the worst days of the past few weeks. Technically, we're in a big recession right now. I think
World War III is about to happen.
Yeah, World War III. Ukraine's trying
Hold
to join
on.
NATO.
We're not in a recession, right? They changed the definition. We're good, right?
No, but the financial terms for people like you and me that trade, we're in a recession. So, regardless of what the government says, we are in a recession.
We are. Yes, I know.
Shit, this is depression.
But here's the interesting part. Jim Cramer said it might be too early to buy into stocks. So that's like the wild bird there. Like, why does he say it's too early to buy into stocks? How are people going to inverse trade that one?
He says that for ratings.
Mm-hmm.
Messed up.
It could be a very brutal market heading into Monday markets. Bitcoin, let's take a look at Bitcoin in a few minutes. But looking at these liquidations, I want to look at a broader time frame. Bitcoin, I've seen it before, like just wick up and liquidate shorts. And I was saying that if Michael Saylor was like a little bit more intelligent and ruthless, he would be liquidating all the shorts that he could on Bitcoin. But he was not as ruthless. He kept like buying Bitcoin at interesting levels. ETH still keeps tapping on our resistance at $12 up here, by the way. Not even listed on Coinbase. It's not on a bunch of these futures websites. ETH is in a great spot for scalping so far. I've traded ETH a few times on one account and then just held it on the other account. I like ETH for the scalps. But so far Doge has been very trusty for the past few months for scalping as well. Generally when it's overbought or oversold, it will follow the technicals. Unless the catalyst like Elon Musk comes out, tweets or something. And then tonight we were running up liquidating shorts before that Tesla AI event. So Doge was doing its own thing, regardless of Bitcoin earlier. Let's take a look at Bitcoin real quick. Bitcoin on 5. Look at this barcode pattern. Ooh. We found support at $19,255 for Bitcoin earlier. After we found that support, we ran up and then entered this choppiness block. So Bitcoin still looks like it could uptrend and liquidate some of these shorts this evening. We're in the weekend, so we're free from the market's restraints currently, but coming Monday could be a day of reckoning. So be cautious on Monday when markets open. I'm looking at Doge. I want to watch Doge liquidate some more of these shorts up here. If we look at the 5-minute chart for Doge, it doesn't look that bad. The only thing I see here, though, it could be a giant head and shoulders for Doge. Could be a giant head and shoulders for Doge, so that's very scary. And then could retrace back down to sits. But currently it seems like it's holding a little bit here. Trying to push up for some of these liquidations. And if we look at XRP over here, XRP still has that resistance at 50 cents. We tapped it earlier, if you can see, almost tapped it. And then started that downtrend. So keep an eye on XRP this week as well. Eventually XRP price goes up as Ripple gets more bullish news on their court case. See if EFW could run up here. I think EFW could run up, hit resistance again, break through a little bit. And then Doge. Doge is trying here. Doge is trying to come up and liquidate these shorts.
Hey, Tim, got a question about a chart.
All right.
Bitcoin 1 hour, Hakanashi.
All right, I'll look at
Finance
it.
US.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Yeah, so this last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours off this big spike and a dip, what would you consider that as? Just consolidation here?
Well,
or just no volume, no price movement? I mean,
oh no, there's volume. We have so much volume. So how many candles back from now? Like this run up right here to 20,000, Rob?
the last 7 candles. Last 7 hours.
Okay, so when market closed today, Rob, that kind of killed our momentum when the SPY closed.
Okay.
Here, let me show you real quick, all right?
Sure, where you at? You on live here?
I'll share live. I'll share my screen on Discord for you.
Sure, all right.
I don't even know which chart I'm on. I got like 20 fucking charts. How can I see which one?
I know.
Here, let me,
I'm digging what you're burying.
let me draw something weird so I know that it's this chart. I think it's this chart right here. All right, there we go. So this is Bitcoin, and then I'll put the SPY up there as well. On the hourly. This candle was 23.
Mm-hmm.
So look at the 23 candles for 23. This was the 23 right here.
SPY on the bottom, okay.
SPY's on the bottom, so
That's flattened right out there. What is that? 357?
yeah, 357. And then look at Bitcoin's 23 candle right here. That's when Bitcoin had the big drop.
Okay.
And Bitcoin already started liquidating before that because I got my short at 19,700. But a few hours before that, like, see how Bitcoin was following the SPY almost to the T? So let's look at 1600 candle. Look at this 1600. Bitcoin came up, liquidate a ton of short positions. But after that run up, after those liquidations, Bitcoin started downtrending with the SPY, and the SPY closed really bad. That's why Bitcoin had that large drop. So from the top of that run to the bottom, Bitcoin moved by over 4.65%. Versus the SPY was really only moving by about 2.3%. But that's why we had that downtrend today on Bitcoin. And and this sideways trading is showing that hesitation among traders. They're scared. They don't want to take any big risk right now. They don't want to go long. They don't want to go short. They don't want to buy a lot. They're scared. Seeing the sideways trading, like, I am probably going to call it early night. I'm getting a little bit sleepy. I already got in position on EFW around $6. I'm just holding that up. I don't feel like I'm at risk of it coming back to my $6 and some change entry. For Bitcoin, I'm on the sidelines. I'm not trading Bitcoin right now. XRP, not trading it. Doge. For Doge, I had that short under sits. I'm going to keep that open a little bit longer. And if we come back under sits, I'll probably add more to my position. It's only 5 times leverage, so auto deposit, save my position, is very easy to do. Unless Doge does like Luna Classic and goes to like 0.0000. And then that's where my spot bag kicks in, does some big buy orders. So I'm going to protect myself a little bit.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, you're welcome. But yeah, I was thinking about calling it early night tonight. Like it's, well, I say early, but it's like almost 1 o'clock in the morning. My God.
That's Friday.
Yeah, 1 o'clock in the morning. Saturday, I told you I was helping my friend move his stuff, and we built this thing for the rain. So
Yeah, I helped move my boss today. And Drew's helping people move today. Is it moving week or what is going on here?
I have to rethink if we're gonna do it tomorrow though, because the wind was blowing like 50 miles per hour here today. So.
No mattress moving? No.
Can you imagine like the gust picks up the car from the mattress, acting like a cell? Nah, it's inside like a moving truck, but still.
Ooh, XRP is looking good on a downtrend.
Yeah, a lot of these things look good, but I don't know. I'm gonna set my trading view alerts and sleep. I'm gonna turn off on this account so you guys don't get pinged. And I can probably leave the stream running on the multi-chart, but still. On the multi-chart, this was interesting. Look how Doge was doing earlier today during this, when I did the buy signals for crypto earlier today. So, did some buy signals for crypto earlier today, and Doge just came up, did a big bull flag, and then started that downtrend as that AI event got more boring and boring. It was like super boring event. Like, people in the YouTube chat were complaining as well. Even I was like yawning.
So you said a robot could barely walk?
So far.
Was it like walking on its own?
These guys were trying to set it up and stuff. I think it's gonna need help.
A flop or?
It wasn't like a flop. It didn't fall. Just they had to hold it up and stuff, and then bring it out, stand it up. But we'll see. Let me put these charts like this. So I'll put this 130 candle, 130. They're like $20,000 is what the estimated cost for these robots are, though.
It's not bad.
He said that people are gonna skin them and put outfits on them. I was laughing.
Can it mow my yard?
I'm pretty sure like they have electric lawnmowers that could do that a lot better.
Can it go get my mail?
It can probably get your mail. It could probably get your mail, but
vacuum in the house.
I don't know if it could defend itself if somebody tries to steal it from you.
Bro, I can see the internet now. Like, the way that thing was walking, bro, to see it trying to mow some grass, I would be dying.
Oh, I see some memes. Well, I'd be dying.
I would be dying. It'd catch a little hole in the ground, fall the fuck over, it's stuck. Yeah.
Well, people are going to be creating Joe Biden memes out of this thing, I'm sure, like going up airplane stairs. So I'm thinking about this for the stream. Let's see. What is this? We see over here, Doge is like in this downturn after that event though, because it did a big run up before. So many shorts were wrecked. HW's been in a slow steady uptrend after that big drop as well. It found lowest price like $11.70. So still watching the Bitcoin and everything. Eventually Doge will hit 21, but That's by the time we're overbought on the weekly time frame. We're very far from being overbought on the weekly time frame. If I sleep now, I can probably get on a little bit earlier tomorrow. It's a weird time to sleep though, because we've been downtrending for quite a while from that dip as well, and then a small uptrend. So I don't know. I don't really have extra dry powder put anywhere that I would like to though, so I'd probably just wait on the sidelines a little bit. I think tomorrow I can get a little bit more direction. Put more ETHW up here, $12, under $12, but boom, add it to the spot bag. Yeah, that's what my dollar cost average. Anyway, guys, have a good night.
Two time.
See you.
Who's hanging out tonight?
Some of us never leave.
I was going to say, I would take that as nobody.
Bitcoin's about to hang out down of, I don't know where. It's about like Hangman hanging itself. It's doing something. Hanging down in the basement. Going down. Straight down. All the way down to the abyss. Yeah, I know. I'm just dreaming.
Yo.
Yo.
What's happening?
What's going on, gentlemen?
What up, you got? I love watching these YouTubers, these car guys that don't know how to use fucking tools. They're cracking me.
Here you go, Presto.
I love watching the YouTubers that don't know how to use charts. The same type of vibe.
Right. This dude's struggling to take a tag off the car. I'm like, bro, if you don't take your ass inside.
Speaking of taking something out of the car, I caught somebody breaking into my truck today.
Wow.
Damn.
In the city, coming out of a restaurant. Dude was halfway in my shit.
You have anything
for a second? Nah. I pulled up before he could get anything. Dude, like a crackhead, he was scared. But I was with my girl, so I ain't take no chances. I introduced him to Satoshi Glockamoto.
Donate to my wallet.
I mean, motherfucker to me, I know that.
Yeah, I never seen somebody run so fast.
I shoot a Kel-Tec sub 2000 around my house, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, D-Block.
That 30 round on there. I need to get me a 100 round, but 30 will do for inside the house.
I don't leave anything in my truck though, just in case. I know it's wild out there right now.
Glad you're right, man.
I mean, did you break into it or was it just unlocked?
Nah, he jimmied the door. He popped the lock on it somehow. I would imagine, if any, because it's electric, so I would imagine that he spoofed my key. So he must have been in the restaurant or near me at some point.
You said spoofed. What do you mean by that? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you got to be careful with that shit now, bro. Dudes will spoof your fucking your door your door key. Yeah, right off of your shit.
I didn't know you could do
Just
that.
standing next to you, bro. Listen, most people When they get in the house, they got that little dish by the front door where they drop their keys. Don't do that. There's a rash of that shit right now. These dudes will pull up. Yeah, these dudes will pull up to your house and spoof your key right through the door, take off in your shit.
Dude, I keep mine in an RFID bag or whatever it's called.
That's not a bad idea. That's a little extreme, but it's not a bad idea.
Well, if I'm not using them, I come home, I put them in the pouch, they go where they go, the end.
Man, I'm so different. I'm like, man, steal that fucking car, please. Steal it, wreck it, do what you do. I'm going to have insurance pay for every bit of it.
That's funny.
Give me a
Yeah,
new
it's
car.
just a car at the end of the day.
Yeah. My homeboy, he was like, man, I'm driving to Florida. I was like, what the fuck you going to Florida for? He said, there's a hurricane down there. He's like, hell yeah, that's the reason why I'm going. I said, boy, you hell. Don't drop his car down there. I said, you crazy as fuck. He's like, you want to get a new car? That's how you do it. Follow the storm.
That's funny.
I saw so many exotic cars wash the fuck up down there, bro.
Bitcoin is still flagging out.
Your area held up pretty good, D-Block?
Yeah, we didn't get nothing down here. That shit missed us.
That's good.
Yeah, some lights went out for a bit, but no big deal. So Doge just went sideways, huh?
Fuck that. Everything's about to drop.
Yeah, that's the holding pattern we're in.
I had a vision. Yo, these guys are getting slick with the NFTs. So get this, they send you an NFT. There's this shit called locked Kongs. I'm not trying to show it because it's probably a scam, so be careful.
Yeah.
But they send it to your address, to your NFT address, and you get an offer on your fucking on the NFT that they send you immediately for like $250. And then you're like, oh shit, I got an offer. And you go to check that offer and you try to do the offer. You can't do the offer unless like you do some other steps with them. You have to go to the website and unlock some bullshit. So you know me, I ain't doing nothing. But I can't believe they got to that level.
Offer disappeared so quick.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Like, no, it's like still there. You know, like I can press it, but for some reason they got something on a smart contract that won't allow it to happen until you go visit some link, you know?
That's what I mean.
Shit.
Once you do all that, you come back to OpenSea and that offer won't be there no more.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yep, probably.
Yeah, they send you a bunch of shit. If you look at your hidden NFTs, it's like there's a bunch of shit in there.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Luckily, I didn't get to that step that you're talking about because I was like, man, I smelled that bullshit from a mile away. I was like, yeah, that's crazy. They look kind of dope too. I can't lie, but
I hear you.
Oh, their shit's down now. They don't even exist anymore here on OpenSea.
Somebody must have done it. You get enough people to register and shit out of there.
Oh, they moved it. All right, hold on. I'll stream my shit so you can see. I can't lie, they look kind of dope, you know? And I was like, oh, look at this. Somebody just sent me an NFT, and I just got an offer for it like 5 minutes later. So I was like, oh, word? So they got something hooked up with a smart contract, you know, so, or you got to get a secret code or who knows what to unlock the collection, you know?
Yeah. That shit looks a little cut and pasted though.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking even these two, like they probably they did a good blend though, like with the original
Yeah, that's
character.
exactly what they did. Yeah, they blended monkey faces on other shit that's originally. See how the face is cut out like that?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, shit, somebody put the effort in.
Yeah,
They'll get somebody.
They almost got me. I was about to be like, this is interesting.
I mean, if I minted something and I got the gold ape with the gold fur and the crown and the scepter, I'd be hype.
Well, yeah, that's what came in, and someone gave me an offer for this dude right here.
Yeah, I'd be hype. Somebody sent me a You got to look through them though, because sometimes you will get sent some. Because somebody sent me a dblock dot meta. Based, whatever wallet address.
And I did press accept. So it says Supreme Kongs are locked by hunters. You can't sell before unlocking him. He will pay anything for you to save his life. And then you got to visit the site to give him his freedom. I'm like, man, I ain't touching that site. Y'all crazy. Get that shit out of here. I'll check you guys out on OpenSea. You know, I have fun and like watch you guys, whatever you do, but I ain't going in your shit. No way, Jose.
You know, I talk about shit being too slick. Sometimes that's way too slick for me.
Oh, yeah, fuck that. I got to get to my other browser.
Don't forget the flaw.
Look at these last 4 hourly candles right here. Shit is disgusting. Well, last 3 anyways.
I'm like, please go down. I just spent some loot today.
Surprised you're not out whipping that thing around.
Oh man, I've been moving for like 3 days, man. My back's all sore. Like, fuck that.
As easy as it used to be, huh?
No.
Need that recharge time.
Yeah, for real. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Bruce sound like he got a Nokia.
It's the burner phone. Well, on the hourly, we filled that vector and we didn't leave any on the way down, which is good news. That's what you want to see. Nice, clean fill. No topside obligation left behind. and you're in a bearish pattern. Appreciate you, though. Take a look. Where the Dixie froze at?
All right, all right.
You know we're lit when the shows come back.
Oh, we got some shillage. Sweet.
What they shilling?
I don't even want to repeat it, bro. Some shit coin.
Another pumper dumper.
Hey, so
Probably.
anyone here know with financing, like, is right now because the rates went up, like interest rates, national, does that mean like someone with good credit could be paying 8% on a vehicle?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
5, 6, 7, yeah.
Or a 740 average or a 740 credit score, interest rates are like 7, almost 8, 7 something.
That's fucking yeah. Because mine's like
and you lucky to get it.
Yeah, mine's like 758 or something like that. And they gave me a fucked up kind of interest rate, and I'm wondering, I'm like, why the fuck is this shit so high?
Did they give you like a 10%?
I have to look again. No, it was like 8%.
Oh, no way. Yeah, 8% probably.
Well, I'm just saying with those credit scores, depending on everything else that goes into it, can get a 9, 10%. 7 is just like if you're like that's your like golden, to be honest.
Yeah, I used to get like 5-4% and shit, even lower. They're advertising here, even though right now you go online on Ford and it's like 2% up to 5%.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said. Advertising. That is not going to be what it comes out.
They're fucking
Yeah, bait and switch.
Yep.
I'm about to go round 2 and sue Ford again. Ow.
A lot of people don't know. Finance managers by law can bump your interest rate by like 2%, and they get to make profit off of that. A lot of people don't know that.
Well, yeah, I think they pulled a fast one on me. I'm about to get them with my lawyer because I was like, I want Ford credit, and they gave me some weird Clearwater bullshit credit, some credit union shit.
Yep. That's why you financing before you go to a car lot. Don't ever do financing through a car.
And I was like, I want Ford credit because I had Ford credit before. I had no problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave me like a really long. He's like, "Oh no, they're gonna get these rates are so much better. I promise you." Know. He never said who the rates are better for, but he's like, "These rates are better." I'm imagining they're probably better for him because I'm like, I think I would have got a better rate with Ford than this fucking 8% bullshit.
Yeah, that's how finance managers make their bonuses.
Yo, fuck that! I'm coming tomorrow. I'm coming heated back there tomorrow. He's gonna be pissed. He's fucking met me. Even though I did sign the papers though, like an idiot, but I'm like, yo, you pulled a fast one on me, bruh.
Yeah. They hate me when I go to the car lots, bro, because I just know too much about that shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit you up while I'm there. I'm gonna get you on speaker.
Do it. I'll pull up everything you need to know.
That's why they had no problem selling it to you as the first guy, you know? It was like, oh, yeah, they said it's you for the most.
But you're saying that sounds fair, though? 8% with a credit score of like 758?
No,
I didn't give a shit who you were. It was setting the highest percentage.
Honestly, average right now, Drew. That's about what everybody's getting.
For real? Is that bad?
Yeah, bro.
Damn.
All loans across all things, houses, everything.
Drew, that Jeep, man, they gave me, this was what, 2019? And it was like 5.2. It was going up then.
Yeah, 5.2 is nice. I can do it.
What do we do? Yeah, but that's why I said screw you and just paid it off.
Well, that's what I'm gonna do also, but still.
Hey, like,
I wanted to like chill for a little bit. I wanted to like hang, have a little extra dry powder on deck for like a few months in case these bulls come back,
That's true.
Yeah, we was getting 0%.
Well, that's what I'm seeing online here right now. That after I got this bad boy, I see like all these F-150 0% if you got good credit, 2%. And
yeah,
it's like
that's but that doesn't make sense because your Bronco had 0 miles, right? It's brand new off the truck,
brand new.
right?
Yeah, brand new.
Yeah. Usually they have the incentives where you can get 0% interest with no money like that. But I mean,
he put it fast on me. He didn't give me that Ford credit. He gave me that Clearwater bullshit.
Yeah, you should check into it.
Yeah, I'm going back to heated tomorrow.
And you do, and also don't know that if you're not happy with the deal, Drew, you by law can still take it back and get your money back within so many miles and so many days or whatever. You just need to look at the fine print.
Yeah, they don't tell you.
Fuck that! I'm gonna sue his ass. I got a good lawyer.
Hell yeah.
They did the old switcheroonie because and they probably have audio there of me saying, because I said it and like someone even heard me. I was like, I want Ford credit. I don't want no other bullshit. Anyways,
where do we start, Drew? What do we start with suing fucking car companies?
Well, I mean, dude, I was surprised how easy it was just with a little rattle on my fucking soft top that I was able to get that loot.
It's crazy, isn't it?
That
Ask a couple questions, you get a paycheck in the mail.
That's thanks to you too, because I didn't even know like about no lemon law bullshit.
Yeah.
And you
I
told me,
fucking
and I
pulled
was
it
like,
off.
oh, where Rob pulled it off? I can get that shit too then.
You fuck yeah, you can.
On my truck, I got a 2.99 right now.
What APR?
Yeah, that's like $4,000 if you paid anywhere around 50,000 or more. I mean, you're looking at between $4,000 and $5,000.
What do you got left on it? Just pay it off. So I'm not taking your money.
Yeah, I've only got about 20,000 left on it.
Yeah, because I was like, wait, what's going to principal? They're taking what? I'm like, no, I'm done. They're not doing that.
I don't believe in paying them off, man. If you're gonna, I mean, unless you're gonna keep the shit. If you plan on keeping it, yeah, pay it off, whatever. But if you're not planning on keeping it long term, do not pay that shit off.
Oh, I'd lease it at that point if I'm not planning it.
Oh, what
I'd
I
take
do
it
is-
back and the tires wear out.
I go look for a
Drew
buyer first. Make sure I get a buyer that's going to buy for more and then pay it off for less. Bang, bang.
Exactly. That's how you got to do it. Because
Oh, shit, look.
my Infinity, we paid 30,000 cash out of our bank in one transaction to pay the thing off, and then turned around and got it valued, and they were only offering us like 28,000 at the time, 26 something. We lost money. I mean, at the end of the day, I could have
It's
traded
a repletable vehicle though. Like when you get like a Jeep or they're holding values.
Yeah.
My truck's worth more today than what I bought it for 2 years ago.
Trucks, yep.
Especially those 4-wheel drives.
Yep. But I love my truck. I can't get rid of it.
Yeah, we bought all our
Everybody thought they were gonna need 4x4s to drive over all the Corona zombies.
That's what I thought.
Everybody went and got a bug out vehicle. It's hilarious.
Okay. This is my third Jeep.
Oh shit, Little Smokies in the chat. What's going on, Little Smokies? Long time.
I remember you talking about that guy a while back.
Mm-hmm. Little Smokies are OG.
Yeah, I remember like before I was, yeah, years.
How you been? Good, bro? Whenever I don't see anybody for a long time, I think Luna got him. I just automatically assume like, ah, fuck, they got wrecked in Luna. Damn right.
Cheers to that, Elon.
Smoke him if you got him.
Yeah, I got wrecked with Terra, but same story, I guess.
Yeah, but no, I mean like real wrecked. Like not that you didn't lose a substantial amount, but Luna was the type of project that people had their bag in.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? That was ugly.
My 7Gs went poof.
Shit, that hurts.
Yeah, that was one of my best plays, and I only sold for, let's see, I bought around $6. I sold around 10.
Nice.
Not nice considering to where it was.
Still, profit. I still can't get over the amount of Bitcoin that the Terra Foundation had, aka Dogecoin.
Yeah, I remember me and Louie were in here bragging all the damn time about our entries on Luna.
Oh yeah, yep. You guys love that shit.
Yep. Louie got in around 4 bits, I think. Dude, man, it hurts.
Yeah, because it's one of those projects that just seemed like so good and nerdy. Like there was people on top of it, dApps and things, and it was on made with SDK from Cosmos. And people were just like, they're feeling it. Algorithmic stablecoin. That shit sounds high techy. It's like that shit out of here.
You know, I always talk about getting wrecked on leverage, and that one day where you come and you get the perfect setup and everything lines up, and it's like the perfect play. Like that was Luna. You could do all the DD in the world, and it just led to like it was one of the safest yields you can get, and then bam.
Yeah, it makes you think that we're walking on thin ice everywhere.
Yep. You think you're doing your DD, and you know what I mean. You're taking your precautions and all that, but yeah, know that we're in a market where that shit could happen at any time.
Whenever Luna was at its top, I could have paid off like my whole house, property, and everything.
That'd be 10 push-ups.
Yeah. It's it's rough, bro. It's rough.
Yeah, but when you think back, it's even rougher. There's probably so many things you had as a kid that if you would have just kept wrapped up until now and sold, some of them millions of dollars.
Yeah.
We had tokens in front of us, we didn't even know it. That's why if any of you guys got kids, maybe get 2 pairs of the toys and always keep one wrapped up.
Bro, I used to get SBs, the Nike SBs, when they weren't cool, bro. Like I used to wear them with jeans, so you would think they were Air Force Ones. Like that's, and I dogged them out so many pairs, bro. And now 10,000, 12,000, 24,000.
That shit's crazy.
It's nuts, bro. And that's the crazy thing, because a lot of it, you know what's funny? As generations flip over and shit becomes cool again, like right now everybody's dressing like that in the 90s, right? As it comes cool again, certain brands and shit come back that were never hot back in the day. They were around, but they weren't that. You know what I mean? Like nobody really fucked with it. Like, yeah, just little shit like that. And then now just because it's old or it's retro, it goes for crazy amount of money. Like, bro, you know how crazy you had to be to save a pair of dead stock LA Gears in your closet for 20 years? Like, what are you doing, bro? Who's that for?
Some old school British Knights. Some BKs.
Yeah, oh my God, stop. The MCM jackets.
Or Troop.
There's all types of shit. Yeah, Troop. That's that era, bro. The MCM and Troop. That was a little bit before my time, but I remember when that shit came back around.
Yeah, I was in middle school when that shit was hot.
Drew, take a look in random.
There's shit right now that you have in your house that you're not taking care of that's going to be worth a lot of money in the future.
These Pokemon cards. I got these Pokemon.
Yeah, Pokemon could be it.
Holographic card. I know that thing's gonna be worth some crazy money in another 20 years.
Party guy, I'm gonna check that out. Good looks, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thousands of garbage pail kids, bro. Them shits go crazy right now. You grow up, you make money, and then you want to buy your youth. Like, you want to buy the shit that you couldn't get when you were a jit.
Man, I'm looking for a pair of those Deion Sanders. Those old schools.
You could find that. You could probably find that pretty cheap.
I've looked. I can't find them anywhere.
Check GOAT or StockX.
I've checked StockX. They just didn't have my size.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta wait.
I've
got certain reminders on StockX for certain pairs as soon as my size comes in. Yeah, if shit ever hits the fan and I need to liquidate something, I'm gonna make somebody a very lucky guy. Some guy with a size 12 out there. Because my closet is stupid with sneakers.
Drew, what was you about to say? Because I heard your little laugh.
He's a size 12.
I was just checking what he said.
I heard him over there. He's right. I was about to say to 12.
Not just like how he's saying, he's gonna make someone super happy and shit. You're like, that's a joke. You thinking about what? You thinking about some other shit, huh?
I was confused at first.
I'm like, what are you talking about? Now I get what you're talking about. But damn, I think party guys thinking about some other shit.
You guys are fucking nasty.
D blocks. I was like, no, that can't be. That's.
He said he was gonna make some
shoes. Got it.
Some guy with a size 12. I was like, well, damn, all right.
I was like, is he gonna kick him with a size 12? And is that? Oh, shoes. Got it.
You guys are disgusting.
I'm not disgusting.
Disgusting. We're just guys, bro. You know how it goes. Fuck it.
Damn, size 12 too. You trying to rupture somebody's spleen? Fucking hell.
Fucking hell.
It wasn't me. You were saying it. I didn't know at the moment. I was confused.
Nah, I've got a shit ton. I got a shit ton of sneakers in there, bro. I got a whole section of just worn once that could go for dead stock because I float when I walk in these shoes. I learned how to.
You got to walk on the outsides.
Yeah, I learned how to navigate, bro. Walking through New York City with new sneakers on, you learn to float.
Oh,
okay. Drop it.
Yeah. Breaking out of that flag now on the hourly. We're at that ascending support on the flat top ascending wedge. That's going to be our first fight to break. It's the same thing we caught support on during the big drop. I would pass the blunt alpha, but I'm still on coronavirus protocols, so I'm not going to be able to do that. Yeah, that was my favorite part of the whole shit, not having to pass anybody a blunt during the whole coronavirus.
Like, sorry, man, I would, but
I would, bro. You know I would. It's killing me to sit here and smoke in front of you. I swear to God it is.
You think I like this? Having to smoke this whole thing straight in my face?
You think this makes me happy?
Taking this thing to the brain.
Better use some of that stimulus check and buy yourself some bud. The fuck?
I need to buy myself a lighter. I'm over here using one lighter that got a flint, another lighter that got gas.
Oh my God.
Oh, I hate when that happens. Dude, I'm done with that. I bought myself on Amazon when you go to 7-Eleven and you get like the Bic lighter from that giant tray of them. I bought the tray.
You bought the tray? Yes.
I bought the tray. It was like less than $100, and now I'm good for like maybe the next 2 years. I don't know.
I still just buy one lighter at a time and then take my ass to the store every time it runs out like a dummy.
I just steal them. Fuck it.
I bought a whole pack of some papers once. The whole thing, you know what I mean? The whole rack. It lasted me like a year and a half.
I'm gonna do it even better, Gloomy. I haven't bought a rechargeable battery pack for my Xbox controller ever. I've literally just run 2 AA batteries.
Dude, I would have been.
You know how much money I've spent on batteries, bro, in the last fucking 6-7 years?
Dude, I've been in the same boat until I got one of those Elite 2 controllers, and that thing is rechargeable. So that's the only thing that saved me.
I hear you.
And now I can't play on regular controllers.
Like I'm doing.
And then
bro, running through batteries.
You would think that I would buy the big 100-pack of batteries too, right? Nope, 4-pack at a time. Runs out, got to pause the game, take my ass to the store like a dummy.
And I'm getting them at this little gas station where they're like triple the price. What?
Yeah, exactly. Right up the street at the gas station when I'm buying them for like $1 a piece, single batteries.
$800.
Like I don't got it. I just don't think about it, bro. That's the problem. I don't think about it when I'm at the store. It's the last thing on my mind is my gaming controller. I haven't touched that thing for a while. Keep it real with you.
Dude, I haven't played Call of Duty since the last time, like, you and me and Moosey and Connor were playing.
Nah, that's about to change, though. The new one's coming out. I'm gonna get lost in there. Yeah, I'm gonna get lost in there for a while.
Last time I played was with you, D-Block. Shit.
Yeah, I think the last time I played was then too.
What game y'all talking about?
Duty.
Man, I can't fucking play that game, bro. My emotion is have no skills at all.
You just got to get mad enough to get good, bro.
Bro, it's too fast for me. Like, that game is way too fast for me.
I have video game rage, like road rage, but video games, right? But I don't like to rage, so I had to get good, but it's the only option. But then again, I've been playing for like 12 years, so.
I buy game system to watch like Netflix on.
There's some kid out there right now punching the air that can't get an Xbox Series X because you bought it to watch Netflix.
You
So
know what?
mad.
I didn't know they were. Look, I didn't know everybody wanted them. I mean, I'll sell it for the right price. I literally will.
Right. I think you can just go get one now, but for a while there, oh man.
I don't know.
Shit,
I think the Xboxes are still sold out, bro.
I sat in front of a GameStop all night for mine.
My wife bought mine for me for Father's Day this year, and they had what, 2 left?
The what?
The Xbox. They had the little small Xbox. They had plenty of those, but the big boy they didn't have.
Boy.
Yeah, they didn't have.
Yeah. That was a good flip. Everybody that I knew, all my sneaker connects that bought sneaker drops, all dried up because they all went to buying Xboxes and PS4s. They made so much fucking money, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean,
And
people
now they're buying NFT
$4 for PS5s and shit. I'm like, y'all are stupid as fuck. It's just not that serious for me. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, I like to play certain games, you know, and I'll get that itch to really want to play it, but I know me, and I'll play it for a bit, and then I'll be done with that shit, and then I'll be right back to watching Netflix, and then, you know, find something else, but it's just not that serious for me to go out and spend all that money.
Call of Duty during a bull market for me is a lifesaver, bro. That shit'll keep you from doing stupid shit.
Yeah.
You're in, it's pumping, just turn the game on and play before you see that big red hourly candle get shook out of your position and left behind. I'd rather be online banging it out.
Taking notes.
Yeah.
I'm over here fighting a fucking fly. I hate them bitches.
I know where I'm over here fighting a fucking fly.
I can't stand it, bro. It's like they watch you and they just, as soon as you get comfortable, they want to just all around, bitch. I'm on your ass.
No, gnats are worse than flies.
Man, not really. Not really. Except it'd be that one fucking fly, bro. You got one fly, it will drive you crazy, bro.
Yeah, but those gnats are so damn small. If you got
Mosquitoes are worse than both.
Man, you're so right. Them mosquitoes eat us the fuck up out here in Texas.
New York City cockroaches, bro. Got all of that shit beat.
New York City.
A New York City roach will wait for you to get in the house with a girl. They won't even come out right away, bro. They'll wait till you're like right about to get to it, and then just hop out on the table like, yo,
and hop out of some grub or something too.
Bro, you could shoo them away. You could try to. They just sit there like, what's up?
Cockroach.
You're not gonna introduce me.
Bring a girl. They were like, hey.
But yeah, still, I think mosquitoes, man, they're worse. Like some bloodsuckers just coming around. Like, you know, cockroaches, they're just around. They don't really bug you like that. But mosquitoes, man, they just come up and start sucking your blood.
Yeah, but you know,
when you get a swarm, when you get like a swarm of mosquitoes, that's probably the worst shit right there.
Now that's how it is out here. We got, our pool in the backyard, bro. Like I'm telling you, that thing attracts so many fucking mosquitoes. I have 8 tiki torches camped out around the pool, bro.
You're doing it wrong. You need to build some bat boxes. That's what I did. I put 25 bat boxes around my house, like in the wood.
What boxes?
Bat boxes.
What are
Basically,
those?
like create an ecosystem for, or build a home for bats.
Oh, they be eating that shit, huh? Nice.
Yep. Pretty simple too.
I don't know if I
I
want
love
bats.
that technique. That's the
I'll
real
see that.
technique right there.
No, I don't know about all that, bro.
I don't know about all that either, bro.
Bats don't bug you. They might
Shit.
fly close to your head or something, but they don't hit you.
Man, I can see my little girl right now, a fucking bat fly around her. She bet, boy.
That's like a rat with wings.
Right.
I thought that's what a pigeon was.
Well, you know what the great thing
Only
about
New York City
attracting
pigeons,
bats,
though.
right? Is you get the big owls that also feed on the bats. So they also take care of your mice problem.
Man, I'm telling you, when I light them torches, it is like gray fog all over my backyard, and nothing comes around, and I love it.
Hey, you remember when I came in here and showed the picture of that owl with no feathers and like ruined y'all childhood? Is anybody here for that?
Yeah.
Yo, if you've
Yeah,
never
very
seen an owl with no feathers, just go to Google Images and Google owl with no feathers.
Don't
You're
do
never
it.
gonna be able to unsee that.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's so bad.
This shit is spooky.
Oh my god, bro!
Yeah, alien, bro.
That motherfucker, that looks crazy.
Nasty, right? It's
Yeah, that's
fucking whole
wild.
that
I mean, it looked like
screwed
a
my
chicken wing.
childhood up, bro.
It's like a chicken wing for real.
You're
That's crazy.
welcome.
That's some thick ass fur on them motherfuckers, then, huh?
Yeah.
That little bitty ass neck. I see why it can do what it do.
I randomly drop that shit in people's DMs and Instagram sometimes. Just hop in a
Owl
chick
kind of
DM like,
reminds me
hey,
of like a
you
human.
ever seen you ever seen an owl with no feathers? And she's like, no. And then I just drop the picture, be like, you're welcome, and then never talk to her again, just randomly. Josh says he wants to have a bat that he uses like those falconeers. You think you could train a bat? That would be dope.
You could train anything, it seems like.
You seen those falcons, dude? They're hunting deer with them. Crazy, man. Look at falconry hunting deer.
Yeah, I've seen some shit in the desert. They go crazy with that in Dubai. They'll go out hunting desert rats or whatever it is.
I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't like this hesitation at this angular. Let's just go before the bulls get some bright ideas. There we go.
I dropped my NFT to 3.44 Ethereum. Still no offers or no buys. I mean.
Yeah, I would just wait unless you really need the bread to do something specific.
Well, I'm testing to see like how bad people really want these things, because then I'll buy some more, But like I wouldn't mind right now getting that 3.44 and then buying lower, because I think Ethereum's gonna drop some more. That's the whole reason I'm trying to scalp these bitches.
Yeah. No, I hear you on that. The problem with NFTs is it's not like crypto, right? When crypto goes into a bear market, people still buy the coin, trade the coin. You're trading the little swings up and down. When NFT goes bear market, there's just no interest at any price. But that changes, and it's stupid because you figure people would want to buy it cheap, but they're saving their money because they're staring.
I mean, I got
coins.
Yeah, I got offers. They're just like none of them were higher than around 2.2 is the highest I got in the last week.
Yeah, they're trying to get the desperate people.
Call it depression.
Yeah, why would you buy NFT whenever you can buy these coins for dirt cheap?
Well, not only that, but why would you buy the NFT when you could wait and buy the ETH cheap, and then have a hold? You know what I mean? If you really want NFTs, it's the ETH that you're really going to want to go for.
True.
And it's not that they've lost any, interest. It's just people are waiting for the floor, just like they're waiting for the bottom of this. If you keep seeing your favorite NFT project, you keep seeing the floor drop, you're just going to sit on your hands, Or at least I would. But I'll be real with you. A lot of these NFT people have no idea what's going on over here on the coin side. They look at ETH as just something that you buy when you want to buy it. Like I literally had to talk to a couple of them, like, yo, buy it cheap.
You think so?
And later your NFT. Nah, I know. So it's a complete separation. Yeah.
That's what it's like in that Discord too. On the other side Discord, it's like they don't know what's up with the coin.
Which is crazy as hell to me. That doesn't even.
Seems like wouldn't you think they'd be
that
pretty savvy on both?
No. The developers know, right? The developers know because they know when to drop it, when not to drop it. We've had projects delayed because the coin was too high. But the people that are getting into NFTs aren't traders. A lot of people that are getting into NFTs come from the collector side and the art side. It's more of a.
That makes sense.
It's more of a flipping, like an art world flip than a coin value flip.
Bunch of dirty hipsters.
Dirty hipsters.
It's like, nah, I'm fucking around.
No, you fuck you ain't.
True.
I mean, I just look at it common sense because, I mean, it's just like the dollar bill. You buy something with the dollar fucking falls, well, whatever the fuck you bought with that dollar ain't worth shit as well. Same shit. Call me crazy.
Yeah, the pound lost 20% in 1 year.
That's crazy.
Can you imagine that, bro?
They're almost done. This winter is gonna knock them on off.
Every currency that has the queen's face on it
gone.
Is gone. Is like literally fucking on the ground right now. And her face is on a lot of currency.
His ass was crying for real when she passed. He knew what time it was. Well, we lived a good one.
That Nord Stream scenario is pretty crazy. Putin's he's like, yo, if I wanted to blast my own shit, I'll just shut it down. I don't got to blow my shit up. I could just shut it off if I want to. So he's basically saying like, oh, it wasn't me. Was it you?
Putin's playing
this shit is getting so
reserved, bro. Like people and
I can see it being America
worse right now than ever before.
They said they found some NATO activity. Yeah,
he's pushing for war.
They said they found some NATO activity there and some unmanned underwater vehicles, UUVs, basically like underwater drones, going around that area.
Yeah, we had helicopters flying around that area like 3 days prior.
Think about how smart he was sending 300,000 of like just civilians out and keeping his train behind of the other 2 or 3 million he's got put up for the actual war he's trying to create. He ain't stupid.
Bro, it's not even the troops. That's the scary part. Because after this referendum that he did, where he basically just snatched 4 territories,
like he did that,
and he said that. Listen, what I'm saying is, he said that he's going to defend those 4 territories, and they asked him, is he going to defend them with conventional forces? And he said that he's going to defend them with everything that he has in his arsenal, which to me means he's not sending troops in to get stalled out and smashed out again. He's gonna dip a little deeper.
Yeah, he's gonna defend it just like if somebody went right into Russia.
We're talking hacking, AI warfare, subsonic missiles. We're talking mini nukes. That there's and they instituted the reason that I know that they don't have a bunch of troops on deck is because he just called in the reserves, and they're talking about instituting a statewide draft.
Yeah,
so they're short on.
They're not going to tell us all their tactics. We'd be stupid to think that we know what the fuck he's really got going on. And they can release whatever they want in this media, but when it comes down to the secrecy of these armies, man, come on, don't be fooled. I believe he's got millions of people trained, ready to go when
it's not that. It's the logistics of the time, right? We're going into the winter. That tundra freeze is over. You can't march troops across that.
Right, but
that's always been a lock for him. So that leaves aerial and bombardment is my point. Like, it's gonna get nasty if anything happens in those 4 states, if they try to defend those 4 states.
Yeah.
And the West just keeps poking and poking and poking the bears.
Well, I mean, look at what's happening with the currency war. Like right now, the one thing that nobody's talking about is the currency war that's going on. You know that the Bank of England just decided to go into quantitative easing, and they're pulling back on their restrictions at the tip of a recession. You know what that's going to do in the long run to their shit? And look at all the other currencies. I mean, it's literally currency war right now, and manipulation on all sides. Mm-hmm. And before every world war is a currency war. It goes currency war, world war, new reserve currency.
Because if you can change the currency, that changes everything. That's why I believe we went to war with Afghanistan.
China.
Yeah.
China's been stocking up on gold for a long time now. And do you see how did you see what the president of China said recently?
Yeah.
They're going to be selling off all these damn bonds and everything. They got the gold to back their currency. They're going to be trying to do a new world currency.
Well, think of how we became the world reserve currency, right? After the war, after the Great War, that we stayed out of till the very end, right? The entire world was fighting. We stayed out of it to the very end. We took no damage. Took all the trophies, became the world reserve currency to this day. Now, if this world war that we're talking, or this war with Russia really happens, who's sitting on the sidelines? Like right now, China's just sitting on the sidelines, waiting. They'll step in halfway through it when it looks like Russia's not going to be able to handle it.
$1 to Ukraine and sending all of our shit over, like.
Yeah, and they'll come in, they'll clean it up, and then the United States currency will no longer be trusted around the world because of instability, and they'll step in with the digital yuan or whatever their plan is.
Is that coin offered yet?
Yep.
Right.
I don't think there's any way in hell that Russia and China combined can take the U.S. Ever.
Don't play yourself. Do not do that, please.
We're not. I mean,
I'm just having a conversation.
It's all about how it happens. Yeah. No, if we go to war with Russia, let's say we go to war with Russia, and it's a long war of attrition, like something like Afghanistan was, right?
Well, yeah, but
just hear me out. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. Just hear me out, because we were already fighting on 2 fronts. we were already fighting on two fronts. So just hear me out. Let's say we go to Russia, we fight with Russia, and it's a long, drawn-out battle, 10, 15, 20 years plus. And at the end of it, when we're tired and spent militarily, when the sentiment in the United States is not for war and China steps in, I think they have a chance, bro. I think they have a chance.
For sure.
What I'm trying to get across here is, our military budget is astronomical. I spent a lot of time in the military as infantry, and we have a completely different fighting force, right? It's a volunteer fighting force. It's not a draft type scenario. We haven't had that kind of scenario since Vietnam, and every single conflict that we've been in has been a voluntary force since then. And since then, our technology has increased. China's only got 2 aircraft carriers, and they're made out of recycled cargo ship. And Russia's military is extremely outdated. We saw that on the first week when they invaded Ukraine, and all their tires were going out because they didn't PMCS their vehicles and do proper maintenance. So
I'm not worried about either of their conventional.
Yeah, we've spent like all of our time being a nation at war with someone. And really no other country has as much war experience as the United States. And I'm just saying, our quickness and our resolve in the battlefield is something that people wouldn't see. When we invaded Iraq during Desert Storm, Iraq was the 7th largest military, and we destroyed it in 30 days. And replace the government in 30 days. So, when it gets into nukes, right? I mean, that's a no-win situation. If it got there, the whole world's done, right? That doesn't matter. But in conventional warfare, dude, I mean, there's no way. I mean, the Ukrainians or the Russians.
The nuclear part, because America is so anti-nuke. It would take a lot for us to pull those triggers. But for people like Putin, I mean, it's just a matter of time. And so that's and as you just said, time is of the essence. But once that trigger is pulled, there is no time. No,
I mean, it'd be a mutual response. There's technology.
I mean, it would be, but
basically instantly.
Everybody, so it doesn't even matter, But what I'm saying is that we can have all the best technology. We can have all the strategies and strategic planning and everything in order and be dominant on all, but you can't control one person's idea and action in a moment of time. But I mean, the way to do it is what we should have already done, and that's because we've been threatened. And I feel our government should have already stepped in and placed our hands on those people like Putin and put them in their place immediately instead of giving them this time. And that's where we're failing as a nation for our own safety. And
for somebody like Putin, you have to give him a way out. He's backed into a corner right now.
I think diplomacy is only going to work. People got to learn how to make money together. Everybody's got to learn how to shake that money tree.
Putin's already stated that he doesn't want to live in a world where Russia doesn't sit where she's supposed to sit. So he doesn't care about mutually assured destruction.
Exactly. And putting him in the corner is going to actually trigger that moment in time. Once he gets back into that corner and he has no way out, he ain't got nothing to lose. And so that's when everybody's going to feel it.
My point of saying all this is that we've got a lot of black swans just floating above our heads, waiting to drop at any minute. That can affect, what we do here. So it's just good to keep an eye on it and not count anything out, because if one thing I know is that whatever's going to happen, we'll be surprised. We're always surprised.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of a black swan. No matter how creative you can get in your mind, it'll be something you're not even thinking about.
Right. I don't know. Not for me. I think I've thought of it all. I won't be surprised by anything. I would be surprised if they come to peace with it. That would surprise me, but that'd be the only thing.
I think the only solution at this point in Ukraine is to, and I hate to say it, but no one really wants to kill, or a government doesn't really want to kill U.S. troops because they know what that turns into. And you got that conflicted territory on the east side of the country.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, if I was in a congressional role or whatever, I would definitely be pushing for U.S. troops to be put on the ground and go ahead and let them join NATO and probably replace Zelensky. But because that guy's a little crooked, even the Ukrainian president. He's done a hell of a job leading his people, I'll say that. But he's done some shady shit too. I mean, it's all shady. Even our government's shady as hell. So.
Everybody's playing their own role.
I understand why they haven't though, because we're trying to hold some sort of moral high ground, even though because we would prove Putin right at that point, right? Because that's why Putin's fighting, because he's like, you're not going to surround me. You know, we had an agreement that you weren't going to bring these countries into NATO, and now you're trying to play slick and surround me. So I understand his side of it. But yeah, this has got to be diplomatic. Unless we're ready to go in there, completely take them out and replace them like we usually do, there's no half-assing this. In other words,
right.
Either got to go do it, or we got to talk it out and give him a way out where he can save some sort of face.
I mean, I don't see. I mean, where's the even a possibility of saving face at this point?
I mean, we've been here before, though.
Is against him.
I mean, it might not have been Putin, but like, remember the Cold War, like Rocky versus Russia and all that shit and all that propaganda and all those movies. We're just living that same shit over and over again.
Just on a super
scale.
large, yeah.
It's more higher tech right now, but same shit,
man.
different day.
Exactly. I would have
like risk, bro.
It's more real than ever at this point in time.
Yeah.
That's what they said then too, though.
Well, I mean, technology wasn't either.
This is the closest we've been to nuclear war since the Cuba shit.
I agree.
I can't remember another time where it's been at least on my mind as much as it is now.
And normally they would have everybody on alert. There isn't not even Americans ain't even. It's like I feel like Pearl Harbor, bro. Like we just sitting around here buying shit, living our best lives, and all this real shit going on, and everybody sleep. They ain't making nobody aware of this shit.
I mean, we can all agree that it's an escalation, right? That Putin escalated this week.
Oh yeah.
So there has to be a response.
Well, I mean, you know what? I wouldn't even go as far as putting it all on Putin, to be honest. And
I mean, he snatched 4 territories.
I mean,
with a fake referendum.
I think that it was, back to the whole NATO situation. There were some agreements put in place. Some people reneged on those agreements.
No, you're right. He's going to surround himself with states that are friendly, and if you take away the states, he's going to snatch some new ones.
That's it.
Yeah. I hear you. It's like risk. You don't want to get surrounded. It's bad business.
Exactly. Well, I mean, why would you? I mean, come on. So
I know I'm not in it.
I think Putin's just doing what he's supposed to do as a leader. Is he doing it in the right manner? Maybe not. That's not from. I don't know. I'm not in his position. But I mean, I'm not gonna be backed into no fucking corner.
He's doing it the Russian way, right? Like,
I mean, he is.
I mean, I'm not in the military, but I know enough to know that they've always been slash and burn. Like, that's just their tactics.
I mean, they're real about it. They don't play with that shit. You know what I mean? And us as Americans, we're like, let's find the peace. Find common ground, and we try to talk it out. Well, and so we be like, what the fuck is going on when we see countries like Russia take it into their own hands, because they don't do it the way we do it. They're not about to sit around and sugarcoat that shit.
And the only reason being aware would help you either maybe on the markets, or like if shit did hit the fan, you got to be aware of what, like maybe get those iodine pills, know some survival techniques.
Yeah. You better have an underground bunker. I mean,
you better short oil is what you need to do. He's going to set those fields on fire.
A 4Runner or a Jeep or a Bronco.
We in there.
Or living out here in the Midwest like me. I'm fine.
Man, everybody's hit, bro. There ain't no escaping it. You better be.
I'm not a target. Russians love Miami.
Only the elite, man. They're the only ones gonna make it out. I promise you.
I got
think
Russian
Miami
family, so I
safe.
got to represent both sides. I got to represent Romania, Russia, and the U.S.
Well, you
I got
better
to
give
fuck
me a
everyone
heads
up.
up,
What's
bro.
up?
I was like, what if
You
we put
better
a
give me that heads up, bro. When you know what I mean, when you hear the word, you know, let me know.
Yeah, you guys. Frate Ruski.
We just gotta go to Coney Island, bro. We'll be straight. You know they're not gonna get hit.
Just see, all you got to do is hang out there and eat some sugar cubes, and they'll be like, "He's Russian."
Yeah, that'd be good.
Straight up. That's what they do. They don't put sugar cubes in their coffee. They'll drink the coffee and nibble on the sugar cube.
That's crazy. I hate it for everybody, man. At the end of the day, I hate it for Russia. I hate it for Ukraine. I hate it for America. It's just a sad world we living in right now.
Man, it's all good, man.
Yeah, I'm like, whatever. I don't see it no different than you're in the neighborhood and these two guys about to fight, and you know one of them's probably gonna pull out a gun, and you're like, damn.
That's it. Yeah.
Better stay inside.
Because that shit could get to you. You could be like, man, we live in such a fucked up world, but shit's been fucked up and even more fucked up.
Yeah.
It's kind of better than it used to be in a way, you know?
100%. This is the best time to be alive.
Phew, think back to those medieval times. Woo-wee.
No, I'm good.
I mean, bro, I'd be literally sitting around some days like, man, let's just do it. If we gonna do this shit, let's just go ahead and do this shit, man. Like, somebody press the fucking button. Like,
So I just pressed the little buy button on Bitcoin right now.
I'm dead ass. Fuck it.
It's trying to get back up into that angular right now. It's underneath it still.
Y'all just gonna kill my conversation. It's all good.
Hey, you trying to nuke the world, bro? We over here trying to make money and shit.
I just seen low price action.
Yeah, ETH is actually getting the pump right now. A little something. Let's see if it can pull Bitcoin above this.
Bitcoin just made like a little local higher high in this little ditch it's in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm watching it on a 30-minute, or else I'll go crazy.
Order that. Cool.
That's what I'm already on to. And the hourly on the Cypher B, it did print a green, but now it just went off and it opened up.
Just got the
those green dots have been getting smashed.
Yep.
All right, red candle in a half hour. Let's go. There's just so much shit that needs to be settled in the world before people feel comfortable putting their money in cryptocurrencies or just any risk on asset. I'm telling you, though, watch the pound. They're about to fuck up. It would be like if the next Fed meeting, they came out and said that they were dropping interest rates. Like, you're just getting to the point where you're turning this around and righting the ship. And then you're going to turn the money printer back on.
Yeah, I'm ready for a little pre-election pop. I'd love to sell off some of these DCA guys.
Yeah, I hear you. We need a nice drop before that, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Something convincing, right? Because they're going to want to make this look like the bottom. This pre-election bottom, they're going to want to make it look like the bottom. So me, if I was the exchanges, I would take it all the way back down to the lowest low and double bottom off that 17.8, whatever it was.
Yeah, like 17.7 area. Yep.
Yeah, double bottom off of that, clear double bottom with a nice wick down to it maybe, and then gone, and then you'll have all the talking heads in 2 days talking.
All the YouTubers will be screaming, "That's it! That's it!"
Yeah.
Would you guys buy a treasure off of Amazon?
No.
Hell no, no.
Okay, all right.
Buy them direct. You can't trust it, bro. You don't know who's had their hands on that. What's in it?
Treasure.io.
Yeah, I think that's the site. I believe that's the site.
Tame actually has a link. I think if you buy from there, you'll actually get a discount and you'll get a little kickback.
Okay. See if I can find that. Do you know where it's at?
Yeah. Bro,
Yeah,
I've seen people buy.
Linky's on Harding. Linky's thinking.
I've seen people buy used fucking crypto wallets on eBay.
Have their stolen.
And you're just like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing, Dad?
You don't know what's in there, bro. You're probably getting 1/100th of a Bitcoin sent off to some random fucking address every time you put something in that wallet.
Damn. Yeah, I finally got my wallet for Robinhood, so I'm pulling everything off there.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah, custody, baby.
Right, finally.
Yep.
Yeah, send Tame a message asking for that referral link. I think you both get a kickback and it's a safe link.
I asked him earlier what was a good one. He said treasure. He didn't tell me anything about his, so that's why I was looking. But
Yeah, that's what he uses, treasure.
they have these Chrome something on here for like $86. It's not that bad.
All right, we're getting some nice sells here. Be right back.
Yeah. Yeah, on the 30-minute, if you look at my chart, we broke underneath that angular, hit the retest, and now we're getting a bullish, bearish engulfing 30-minute.
I'm actually trying to be bullish for once, okay? In the past year, I'm trying to be bullish. I'm trying to get a bounce.
If you want to bounce,
I mean, I'm fine with holding what I have, if we just fall down to those lows, but
19,129 and 18,844 would probably be your best spot for a bounce. There's a double bottom, or at least a double hit at that 19,121. But I mean, how much of a bounce are you looking for? Because I don't think we get back above 19,666 until we see some lower numbers.
yeah, no, it's just to get more coin.
I got you. You're in profit now, though, right? You're above your average?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, guess we can get rid of this gap since it's filled. Get rid of this gap.
That's the one with the month. It's on them shoes clean, sis. Said those shoes were clean.
Fresh and so clean.
Let me get one of those car lifts for the. I have like 2 of them. Then I'll have to buy like 3 new cars for it.
Hey, party guy, heads up, you got an open mic.
My bad, bro.
No, you're good, man.
Was it open? It said it was closed.
Yeah, she got some clean shoes. You need 2 of them. Like to fill the car or some shit.
Yeah, that 19-1-2-1 or 1-3, whatever, might be a good spot for a little relief bump up. It's a measured move on 2 of the past patterns. It could get sucked into the vector gap. That's why I said 18-9-8-2, because there's a vector right there. If it gets sucked down in the vector, it can go to 18. But that support might be, I don't know. It's going to depend. If this, then that type of shit. Unless we get nuked. And how long can you be airborne, Rob? If we get the word. I could be at Opalaka Airport. I could be at Opalaka Airport like 15 minutes, bro. I'll be right on the tarmac just waiting.
Yeah, I can't be there in 15 minutes.
Nah, but I mean, give me time to roll something up and get some ammunition.
Yeah, a fuel truck too.
Yeah, I'll have that waiting. I'll have that ready. I got it, guys. I got the gas. I told you about that weak ass yacht party. Did I tell you about that weak ass yacht party I went to the other day?
You said something, yeah. They're all like taking pictures. Well, dude, like, see, okay, I owned a boat, right? I had a 28-foot cabin cruiser, and dude, it's a lot of dock partying, man.
But it was like on a dock. Like you can't tell me you're gonna have a yacht party and you're gonna stay strapped to the dock. I straight up offered this dude gas money. I was like, bro, I got it. You don't got gas. I got gas, bro. How much you need for gas?
Damn.
A lot.
He was probably like, nah, I just want to get drunk, bro. The captain's probably off. There's nobody there. There was no staff there either. I noticed that. So he probably had the staff was all off. He's just like, I'm gonna just go party on my boat.
Yep. Yeah, man, I might blow up. We would just fucking party on the boat. We're on the dock.
a good
No,
time.
but I'm supposed to.
Not for
I'm
real
supposed to
though.
pick up my boy Blake in Detroit, so I got to pick him up first. So it's gonna be like a east northeast and then directly south.
All right, but he's paying for the gas then.
Yeah, he can pay for the gas. He's got the money.
I'll bring the drinks.
Okay. I got ammo.
I got some ammo too. What are we doing?
Wait, where are we going? What's this? What is this?
Yo, you know what? I gotta check. I don't remember. Oh, yo, this dude might have got away with a box of 9mm.
Really?
Dude, I can't find 9mm nowhere out here in Texas.
I know. Why do you think I'm tight? I should have popped his ass. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, YouTube. I'm violent.
You're like, oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
If I would have known he had that box of 9mm, I might have chased him. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm going to Walmart. Can I get 9mm? And then one guy actually told me, he was like, we don't even sell handgun ammunition. I was like, I've been asking motherfuckers this whole time. Y'all just telling me this shit?
Yeah, they haven't sold ammo in Walmart for a while.
I didn't know that at all, bro.
Wait, you can't
They don't
get
even
ammo
sell
at Walmart?
shotguns.
No, you can buy handguns or hand ammunition.
You get BB gun ammo.
Our Walmart doesn't have shit, bro. No shotguns, nothing.
You guys gotta stop shopping at Walmart. Jesus.
Rifle ammunition there, but that's it.
Can't believe you guys.
Get me another rifle. I want to get me a 7mm or a 300 Remington, and then I'm gonna probably try to get me like a 30-06. I need to just get some rifles for just to have for long distance shit.
Dude, I can go buy a Tannerite right now, like 8 miles away.
That's illegal in Colorado.
But my L-Tech is classified handgun, but it still gets a good 100-yard shot on it. So
Mini crossbow. What?
Yeah, crossbow's good to have too. Shit, silent.
Okay, medieval.
Shit. Fucking careful.
Coming out of him.
Oh, and it's not any crossbow. Rapid fire.
Out there pulling Robin Hood.
Might just want to get fucking shot.
Yeah, don't
kind of fucking
just
scare me a little more.
shoot me, bro. Don't hit me with a crossbow, bro. That's disrespectful as fuck.
Yeah, I know, like, bro.
Nah, that's a lot. That's a lot. You better kill me with the crossbow, bro, because that's so disrespectful.
Wait, here, give me a crossbow. I'll give you my gun.
You show up to a hospital with a bow in your ass.
Stuck out you and
man.
Nah, these ones ain't showing up to the hospital. Shit will split your skull.
There's like a what do they call those? Compound bow, compound.
Like big cams on it.
Compound bow is just. I have a Matthews compound when I was living out on the farm, but we had a crossbow as well. I prefer the compound bows, but because those crossbows, bro, you talk about some force to like pull them bitches back. You got to put them bitches to the ground with your shit.
You don't know about the Viper?
Nah, I haven't heard about the Viper. What is that?
It's a repeating pistol crossbow.
I haven't seen one of those.
Under 300 euros. That's $300.
Oh damn!
Like my homeboy, bro. My homeboy was in the feds, and he got out, so he can't have any handguns or anything. But he's got every other type of fucking weapon that you can imagine, bro. That's legal. That they allow black powder pistols and all types of wild shit.
Over there with the musket and shit.
If you got a weed card, you can't have a firearm.
Damn.
Yeah, that's how.
I just posted my
what is in Florida? Well, technically, it depends on how you register. So if you get your gun license first and then you renew, you let your weed thing expire, get your gun license, and then get your weed thing, and then just make sure every time you go to renew your shit, you do it in that order. Loophole.
Dude bowed up. That's hilarious.
All right, Bitcoin just printed lower low here on the local time frame.
Mm-hmm. Drop it, drop it, drop it.
Stop it.
She said,
Oh, your
"Stop it,
mic's
stop
on,
it,
bro.
stop it."
Yeah, your mic's on, bro.
My bad.
That was a fake ass stop it though. You might just want to mute your mic, and you know what I mean.
That was She's like, "Stop it, stop it, stop it."
I didn't believe that stop it for a minute.
I have a cold skin. I like to bite cold skin. I'm just gonna keep it real. And her arm touched me, so she knew it was time to.
We dipped down. What we got the wick to 19,270. We're at 19,284. So just a few more dollars, and this thing's gonna take another step down.
Yep. 19,236 is the next viable spot for a rebound. And then 19,121. And then 19 flat. And then 3K.
Yes.
I've been a short since.
I'm kidding, Alan, by the way. Alan's like, bro, don't tell me that, bro. I was trying to get rid of these bags real quick.
Dude, you're making me sweat. Stop it.
No, I'm chill. So that's why I said I'm just kidding. I'm just being dramatic. What is really bearish to me is that when we broke down out of this pennant, we didn't go back and retest that. Like we sat on top of that 19,666 pump faking, but once we broke it, there wasn't even a need to go back and retest. So I think that retest might still be in the cards, but the bulls are just too weak right now to pull it off.
Yeah, there's some desperados trying right now, but I don't know.
Yeah, they're gonna have to wait and cycle back up again on support.
Yeah, that shit still got me shook though. So national average, they were able, like when they raised the interest rates, people that have good credit that, like, let's say you paid 4% before this whole raise, now are paying like 8%, like almost double.
Yeah, that's the national app.
It doubled? That shit's crazy.
Yeah. Imagine that it doubled for you. Imagine somebody that doesn't have good credit. Imagine what the, you know what I mean, or mortgage payments or.
Oh, bro, 30%.
Damn.
Yeah,
Oh my
it's
God,
rough.
You can keep that.
It's rough out there, bro. And winter's coming.
I'm 30%, bro.
Yeah, that's just the beginning.
Yeah, you just wait, bro, till people have to decide whether they're gonna buy, natural gas or food.
Yeah, so the key to it is just waiting. Like right now, I have a deal going with this with an Audi RS5, and it's a 2019 with 25,000 miles. They had it starting at 70,000, and because the interest rates are so high, and me knowing that, and knowing that people just aren't going to be buying that style car right now, I've just been holding out, and I know it's not going to sell. So one, either they're going to have to send it to auction, or they're going to just have to take a loss. And so what I've been doing is just watching it online, and right now they went from 70,000, and now online price is 63,000. That's just on their own markdown. And so what I do every week is I just message the manager that's been doing the deal with me, and I'm like, still got 55 for you, got 55 for you. And eventually they're just either going to, like I said, have to auction it off and take a loss, or they're going to take my 55,000. And then your interest rate really kind of levels out, because you're getting a car that still technically, when the market comes back, is still a $70,000 car. So it's not tacking on 8% interest on a $70,000 car. You're tacking 8% onto like a $55,000, which then it levels you out, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's where
We just talked about people not being able to heat their homes and eat food to getting $20,000 off of a $70,000 car.
Yeah.
I love this place.
I see what you're doing, and that's great, but we're talking something a little more serious. Like, people aren't going to be able to put food in their plates. So
I mean,
things are
that's been a problem like for a long time though.
About cars though, I mean, that's just where I'm at. So you know.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yeah.
No, I hear you. I'm just fucking with you. It was funny. It was just a funny transition.
We're all sitting here ready to buy the bottom, right? Most people are struggling right now. So
what?
Yeah.
You can't cry when you live next to a cemetery every day. People dying every day. I live next to a cemetery. What?
Drew,
you gonna see me crying every day? I ain't crying every day. You gotta help who you can, but it's like, fuck it, you know? You gotta live your life. If you can't help someone, you gotta help someone, but, you know.
I told my boy the other day, bro, he's struggling right now, and he's like too proud to ask for help, but I know he needs it. And he's just like, oh, you don't know how easy you got it. When you out here working, really work. He said, when you out here working, like really working, what do you think I do all day, bro? Just sit home and twiddle my fucking... We got the same 24 hours in the day, bro. The exact same 24 hours in the day, the same 365 days in a year. What you choose to do with yours, you know what I mean? You got to lay in your bed and sleep with that. While you out partying and shit with bitches drinking, I'm sitting at home staring at fucking computer screens. That's what I chose to do with my 24 hours. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
everybody calls you stupid whenever you're trying to like pay attention to this shit, and like, you know, and then, you know, give it 2 years, everybody's going to be, you know, calling you lucky. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Percentage of people I have sympathy for in this day and age that just ain't getting it. Like, there's just too many outlets nowadays for people to be struggling.
Nah, I mean, I have sympathy overall. I know there's segments of the society that don't even have access to the shit that
and
the
that's
bare minimum we had access to. But
you know, percentage of people I get, but
yeah,
I see people every day, bro, very well capable, but just like you said, ain't using their 24 hours properly.
No hustle, zero hustle,
none.
Yeah. But that's why I always say that some people really are meant to be workers, and it's not a diss, right? The way that they're built, they're happy doing that. 9 to 5, no responsibilities. Tell me what to do, give me a check, and then I'm gonna go fuck off and chill with my family and do what I got to do. And you know, that's a happy life for them, and God bless them. Yeah. Somebody gonna have to work for me, you know?
Yeah, that's it.
I just remember when I was in the gutter, I was like, I didn't ask for no help, and no one was offering no help. I mean, I'll offer help if I see someone really needs it, like in my horizon, but there's so much trouble out there in the world to try to like worry about how much, you know, is going on. It's like, if you got people's in, you know, your community, your family, stuff that need help, you can help, you help them, you know, but to worry about all the shit going on in the world is crazy. You drive yourself nuts doing that.
Well, and it's one thing to try to offer people help, but do they take it, right? Are they actually willing to take that help? You know,
I don't give money. I'll put you in position, but I learned my lesson giving another grown man money. We talked about this the other day. Even if it's your best friend, bro, it doesn't matter. After a certain time, that man's gonna resent you.
Yeah, it's bad.
He's gonna resent that money.
It's a dog eat dog world. That's all I know.
Yeah, put your boys in position, bro. Put your boys in position to ball out like you. If they don't take it, then that's on them. You did your part.
I just did it the easy way. All out. I ain't got no boys. The boys I got are y'all. Fuck it.
Yeah, y'all are my cheapest friends, man. I don't got to spend no money on y'all. Every time I go out with anybody else, is right out the wallet.
I told my wife earlier, I said, these are my only friends, didn't I? Mm-hmm. Swear to God, y'all my only shit. If I ain't talking to y'all, I ain't talking to my kids. That's it. My wife, my kids.
That's because you stopped smoking weed, bro.
I know it.
You stopped smoking weed and you lost all your weed smoking buddies.
I'm telling you, shit. My wife will tell you, man. Like, my garage is full of, bro, 8 blunts in the air. And now, since I quit smoking, bro, and don't do shit, don't drink, don't do nothing, bro, it's just me and the kids and y'all.
I'm kind of like that too without the kids though, but I still be smoking, but I don't talk to no one anymore. I cut myself off. I'm like, yo, fuck all these motherfuckers.
Nah. Yeah, my boys know what's up already. They're like, it's a bear market. Don't even holler at D.
Right.
If y'all would have seen some of my Romanian friends, like, damn, these dudes, no wonder you don't talk to no one no more.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Some of my closest friends, I just can't bring these dudes nowhere, man. Straight up.
They be scaring girls, yo.
Yeah, when we chill, I gotta go chill in their world. They can't.
That's how it is for me. My best friend, his name Chris, he goes by Chocolate Redneck, and boy, when I tell you, he is a wild child.
Yeah, all my friends had scars on their faces. I'm like, yo, can't you get cut somewhere else besides your fucking face when you're in a fight? Like, damn, yo, you got no scars on your arm, no scars on your leg, nothing, just up on your face. And I'm like, damn.
Looking like Russian battle bots out there.
Straight up, man. What the fuck are you doing out here?
Shit. You right, Stacy Freeman. You right.
That being said, I wouldn't change my friends for anything in the world.
Nah, not at all. People, I've even been asked like about my friends, like, what the fuck? Like that, like I guess it just don't fit the pic, but I don't give a fuck. I mean, I was once them, you know, like
Yeah, that's where I came from.
Yeah, exactly.
It's funny too because
I mean, you know what I mean? So when I go back to the country in Tennessee, bro, and we get out there on the farm, I mean, I get out there just like that, like they do, bro. Like nothing. It's just the city, man. When I'm in the city, life's different. So I don't know.
Country life here.
Yeah, I miss that life, bro. My wife always tells me, you can't go back to that life, because I tell her all the time about I'm gonna buy a farm. She's like, whatever, you won't be able to live like that for long. Da.
Hillbilly life here.
Hillbilly life. That's really where I come from, to be honest with you.
No, that's where I roll, man. Coming to Appalachia, I'll show you some hillbillies.
The women chewing tobacco with the little hairs coming out the mole on their face. I'm talking hillbilly, bro.
Whenever you go into a bar and there's like 4 sets of teeth in the whole damn bar of like 50 people.
4 sets of teeth.
I come from where you can't see the sun unless you look straight up, and you don't want to look straight up because you're gonna get robbed if you don't pay attention to your surroundings.
From the hood, then slap from the hood.
Smack dab in the center, belly of the beast.
Damn it, man.
In Romania,
Roaches
you
and
kiss
rats.
girls, you got to tell them to touch your ears so they don't go through your pockets.
We got a super chat. Corey Mack says, love the channel. Keeps me company late night. Appreciate it, Corey.
I'm like, baby, just
Stacey
play with my ears. I like that shit when you play with my ears. She's like, why? Don't worry. I just like it. You know, it feels good. I like when you touch my ears. Keep her hands out my pocket.
Right.
They sound like Brooklyn girls. Stacy said, when you're good, it's all good. Karma's working for you. Yeah, I hear you, Stacy. I'm trying to get there. I think I'm probably still
Love this channel.
net upside
Keeps me
down on
company
my
late
karmic
night.
debt, but I'm working on it.
I feel pretty good about my karma debt.
That's good, man. That's
Yeah,
a
I
good
still
place to
got a
be.
few checks to pay.
I got a couple. Yeah, I gotta pay the piper. I'll pay the piper. That's why I'm terrified of having a kid, man, because I know 100% it's gonna be triplet girls.
My late 20s, man, early 30s. Sheesh.
Yeah.
My first
I
girl.
would have never been in this room. I would have been plotting. So, bro, if young me would have found myself into a Discord like this, you know how hard I would have been plotting, bro. I'd have probably got kicked out of here so long ago. I was a fucking little scum bucket. But then again, you are what you have to be, right? Depending on where you're from.
Yeah.
That whole nature versus nurture shit.
Shout out to all the 108 people watching us, man. Talking our shenanigans.
Right. It's lit. I didn't know we had that many.
Yo, 110.
Yeah, y'all kind of quiet in here. Y'all trading, or y'all just sitting here waiting for this bottom with us?
Hit the likes.
A lot of people related this.
Join us on the chat, man. Hit the link for the Discord. Join us on here. Get in here live.
Not you, Gloomy. Gloomy want to be YouTube so bad.
Want to go back to a simpler time.
You're gonna be the first. You're gonna be the first person ever to leave Discord to go back to the YouTube.
What you talking about, hey?
Nah, those are the roots, man. I had fun. I was part of another, kind of a more official like trading desk, stocks, options. We had a little crypto room in there, but it was stuffy as fuck in there, bro. It was horrible. You sit in there all day. It was so dull. So I would just cut YouTube on and just listen to people talk shit.
Yeah, I feel like this Discord was probably the hypest Discord of all back like a year ago. It used to get wild. Especially when late night would go in. I'm talking laugh all night long, bro. Hardcore laughing. That's when Shania was in here. Shanae, however the hell you pronounce that shit. We had Pisket and Drew.
Bull market activities.
Man, it was crazy. I'm talking about the super chats were coming in. We had like designated people reading super chats. Everybody would have to be quiet. And I mean, it was crazy.
We couldn't even talk, bro. You couldn't even talk. You get halfway through your sentence and super chat. Damn it.
People were hating on.
Nah, but you were on point with that shit. People used to love it. Yo, honestly, I think people used to super chat to interrupt us.
Yeah, for sure.
Because they knew that somebody was going to call it out, you know, as soon as it came through.
They loved Drew. Drew had the voice, man. They loved Drew.
Yeah, I was like, Tame, when it gets hectic, you know, I got your back. I'll host it. Just, you know, throw up my links on your thingy. You know, shoot out my links. That's when I was trying to shield my own self, and I ain't trying to do that no more.
You could sell like Rockets by Drew merch.
Yeah,
so prevalent.
Yo, check this out. I was buying some shit for the office the other day, right? And I found some like neon signs. There were these rockets. So I bought 2 of them, and I was so close to buying the 3rd one, and I was like, nah, I can't. Drew got to be the one that has the 3 neon rockets. Like, I can't. Yeah, that's like copyright infringement.
You good. That's funny. So, appreciate that.
As we went into a bear market, and so a lot of people have went on about their life for the meantime, and there's just not as much action. That's what happened.
There's over 8K people in the Discord, I think.
We are still lit.
Yeah. I mean, we had a split up, obviously. You know, when it was hitting, right, and we had 20 or 30 different people in here that were doing TA, and there was a lot of ego battles and shit like that. A lot of people got kicked out, and all those people that got kicked out just banded together and spent the entire rest of the bull market just trying to find out a way to destroy Tame. And at the end of the day, all they were able to do was take, you know, 20, 30 people with them. And all those channels are dead now.
Right.
So it is what it is.
Survive.
Bro, you should have seen my DMs at that time, my inbox, bro. People were talking crazy.
I can only imagine.
Oh, yeah. My shit got cloned. Someone like, these clone Instagram clones, they're pretty good, man. They'll get your contacts, everything, your friend list, the whole 9.
It got referred to me. They didn't even friend me. It got referred to me as you might know this person. or something like that. You know how Instagram gives you recommendations? Yeah.
Luna, I think we did answer your question, buddy.
You know what happened? You were here. You haven't been anywhere. You've been more loyal than any Discord member.
Who hurt your feelings? Care about your feelings? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Trying
just
to front like he doesn't know what happened.
lost energy, and some people did, and there's just not as much TA going on. I mean, that's just. I mean, now it's it is what it is.
How many coins did he go through so far? I remember it was Shib doesn't care about your feelings, or Shiba doesn't care about your feelings. Luna doesn't care.
That was the first one, I think.
Did he have any other ones?
Doge. It was Doge.
It wasn't Doge.
Was it Doge?
Wasn't it?
It was Doge.
Which one was it first, Luna? Was it Doge? I think it was Doge, then Shib.
There might have been an ETH in there too.
I think every
He's
time
so
like
mad right now. He's trying to troll us, and we're just having conversation with him. Bro, just tell us which one was your first thing.
Definitely trolling us.
Right.
Who is it we've been trying to get in the Discord that's been in YouTube chat like for 2 solid years, almost every day? It's not
Little
Pepin,
Smokies.
Static here.
No. Was it in Pepin?
The
Like, there was a while we were
true. I
we
was
were like 10
$2
people were like,
super
we'll
chat.
pay for you right now.
I said
Sorry,
super
go ahead.
chat, damn it. No,
I'm
just
done.
playing.
Sorry.
Bert, $2 says the Doge Days super chat. Drew, I was there.
What up, Bert?
Go ahead, Gloomy. I was just fucking with you, bro.
No, I had nothing important. And that is more important.
The Doge
All right, we're making
Days,
another attempt at this
Super chat,
angular.
Drew, I was there. Peace sign. Peace sign.
He said Doge was first. Doge doesn't care about your feelings.
Yeah. that's
Word. The OG.
I wonder if that Elon thing tonight, the Tesla AI, with that Dojo, if that had anything to do with Dogecoin.
That's a supercomputer Dojo, something else. But it's
I get it, but I named in reference.
Let me see what that acronym stands for, that Dojo, because I think it's an acronym. Hold on.
I think that's what people call it. Dogs. Doggo. Dogo.
Got the Dogecoin 2.0 coming out. He was talking about Dojo and the 2.0, but the way that he said it, if y'all were watching the video, his like demeanor with it was just like, I don't know. I just felt like he was trying to say something without saying something.
Should I buy some Doge?
I mean, I did already, but I'm just.
I was on YouTube listening for like a year, and who was that guy who was trying to get either Dogecoin sent to him so he could come to the United States?
That was
Pisket.
So Dojo in technology means place of the way. In Japanese, that's what it means, place of the way.
Oh, wait, is it D-O-J-O or D-O-G-O?
Yeah, it's a D-O-J-O.
Oh, okay.
So it's like Japanese.
Like Dojo, like.
But they use it in technology a lot. So let me see, PC Mag, definition of Dojo. Let me see what PC Mag says. It's an open source library of JavaScript routines for writing JavaScript applications from the Dojo Foundation, which is dojotoolkit.org. It includes AJAX support, language localizations, pre-built customable digit Windows designs, and Dogex extensions, and something for extensions and functions with JavaScript or something. Oh no, they said C JavaScript. Hold on, let me see what this JavaScript is. But he said the Dojo. He said Dojo is his computer, right? Like that's the computer.
Yeah. I swear, when I saw that dog, I was really too excited. And then D Block was like, "Bro, chill. This is not bad. Hey, it's not gonna
That dog, that dog better be holding Elon's last Doge purchase.
I still think it was pretty cool that he put it in there, though.
Yeah, it's a little Easter egg.
Yeah, it makes me feel good about the bag that I'm holding. GameStop saying on Netflix is a solid watch.
Yeah, I saw that, but those people on there made GameStop traders look like just dumb. You know what I mean? The people they put up there were like wild, bro. Like just the nerdiest of the nerdiest, outcast, kind of like it basically made them look like a bunch of slackers. I would have taken my money out of GameStop immediately if I still had any fucking.
Right.
I'm like, oh shit, this is who I've been talking to on Reddit? Oh hell no. Oh yeah, when they started rapping, that the cringe level was it was horrible. Fucking they had you actually now you've got to go see it. Just for that part, you got to see the GameStop rap.
I think after that, I'm just gonna leave that alone.
It was so serious.
He said it was so serious.
I wanted a real GameStop, like doc, like dig in and really get into like the position that the hedge funds had and all. But they just the way they played it off, they just made them all look like clowns.
Is this the movie with like major actors in it, or like another documentary that y'all are talking about?
It's a documentary on Netflix.
I watched the Justin Timberlake movie last night.
Why? Oh, your girl.
No, not because she was asleep, bro. It was called Runner Runner. It was a good movie. Had Ben
That's
Affleck.
a decent movie with the time. No, Runner is with Ben Affleck and the gambling site, right?
Yeah, good movie.
I gave you an out, bro. Like I was trying to give you an out. You could have just took it.
No, this one's worth it. You can say this one without shame.
I think it was really good. Justin Timberlake did really well in that movie. He said I was giving you away. Out.
I was like, your girl, right? You could have just been like, yeah.
Nah, she was
like,
dead.
nah, she was asleep. I waited her to fall asleep because I didn't want any interruptions.
I was like rooting for Justin at the end. The way the movie. I was like, yeah, hell yeah, bro, hell yeah. He said,
"Can't be mad at him." I mean, Justin. I mean, I don't really hate him like that. He's just got that boy band stink on him. You know, you can't really get rid of.
No,
but to be fair,
he's the only one of the only like music artists that has been able to like when I watch movies with him in it, I literally am able to like detach him from that and see him for his actor. And I don't know why I'm able to do that. Maybe I'm just whatever, but he's the only one that I've been able to do that with. Like 50 Cent cannot stand any of his fucking movies. Eminem did a really good job in 8 Mile, but that's obviously the only one. I mean, really, there's
he had to just play himself.
No.
Right.
In reality, though, he did like it was fine. He was like in sync, but it's like look at what he's done with his career after that versus every other member in that little group, and like
but I mean, you know,
I'm a Timberlake fan, so you know.
I'm not mad at it, man. Somebody is. I mean, this shit sells.
What about this?
You're not alone.
What about this? Because I feel like it's the same kind of thing you might say. Like, would Leo DiCaprio be the same thing where it's like no matter what the movie is, it's a chick flick? Because like that one where he plays Howard Hughes is crazy. like the one where
he can't be a spy or like a tough guy. Like I'm not buying it. He's not that good of an actor.
Really? I mean, I get the tough guy thing, but you're still like chick flick, almost no matter what.
Yeah, it's all chick flick. I imagine it ought to be chick flick. Yeah.
He did really good in that Edgar with the FBI guy.
Yeah, that's the one where he was like, as a kid, he was like flying, like sneaking on planes and faking a pilot shit.
Yeah,
Does he have like tons of makeup on so it doesn't look like him? That's the only way it's gonna work.
He was like young as fuck.
They aged him, but for the first half of the movie, he was himself.
Yeah. I don't know.
But
he obviously feels
Tom
the
Hanks
same
is
way,
in it,
or he
too.
wouldn't have taken a role like that. That's one of those roles you take when you want to prove to people that you're a real actor.
No, it's based on a true story. It's a guy who
started FBI. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I know that's what I'm saying, but it's a serious role. In other words, you know what I mean. These actors all get to the point where they're like, I want to be taken seriously.
Yeah,
and you do like a real serious role,
like Kevin Hart did.
You know who needs to, you know who needs to stop doing that? Adam Sandler, bro. I cannot take Adam Sandler serious. It's depressing as shit.
dude.
Marky Mark needs to sit his ass the fuck down. I'm so
My
over
favorite. Oh my god,
he is fucking horrible.
Because he plays Marky Mark in every movie.
Yeah,
Marky Mark as a fisherman. Marky Mark as an attorney.
He's like, hey guys, we gotta do this plan. We gotta get this plan going.
God, I can't stand it.
I'm up at 4 a.m. What are you doing, bro?
But that's how I feel about Leonardo DiCaprio. Like, I feel like Marky Mark and Leo are like the same, just on different levels. Like, both of their acting styles don't change in any fucking movie. It's the same.
Like, what's his name with George Clooney? Same deal, right?
Who?
Yeah, he's George Clooney in
George
every movie.
Clooney.
Yeah. Or like fucking what's that old man Western motherfucker? What's his name?
Clint Eastwood.
Clint Eastwood. I can't stand him.
He's the same crotchety old man in every fucking thing he does.
Yeah, it's a
He's like, I'm
it's a
get off
cowboy
my
movie.
fucking lawn.
Get off my fucking lawn. Yeah. Hate that shit. Who's y'all's favorite of all time, though? Who you just can't get enough of?
That's a tough fucking question. I don't know.
I've never
my
seen
immediate
a Samuel L. Jackson movie.
I hate
my
Samuel.
immediate thought was Jeff Bridges. What? Hold on, wait, what?
Oh, but you like Justin Timberlake. So.
Is a black Clint Eastwood.
Well, no. Okay, look, he's Tom Cruise. Like Samuel L. Jackson is a method actor, like Clint Eastwood. Like he's himself. But like that's crazy. Like what? The Long Kiss Goodnight.
You're right though. He does play himself, but the thing is that he's curated like that, like kind of cool. He's just. I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
Bro, he screams in every movie. It's like that.
But when you pay Samuel L. Jackson to do one of your movies, that's what you want, though, right? That's what I'd be mad as hell if I got Samuel L. Jackson to act in one of my movies and it's the first time that he's not that.
They need to change something up. It ain't working for me no more.
That's crazy.
Funny.
My first reaction,
That's a funny comparison.
Thought though, like when you said who's your favorite actor, it was like Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges.
Yeah, I like Jeff Bridges. He does kind of the same thing. He's always a little bit of the dude in every movie he's done since then.
But Jeff Bridges.
Who is
Bridges ate my stand boy
What do you
doing
mean? Who is that? What the fuck?
What movie he played?
The dude. The dude.
Dude,
what are you talking about?
Dude, let me look this up.
That's like the one movie though.
Okay, he was awesome in the remake of Tron. I'm blanking on some other shit now. Yeah, the remake of Tron Legacy. Fucking
this
amazing.
Horrible. I've seen
Yeah,
it.
dude ate half my lunch.
He needs to play like. I could see him playing
One hit wonder, bro.
One hit wonder.
That movie or something.
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Dumber?
He's a good country artist too.
I'm trolling gloomy now.
Or Dolly Parton. He could play an Elvis.
Wait, was he in Dumb and Dumber? He wasn't Dumb and Dumber, wasn't he?
No.
Then yeah.
You're talking
One hit
Jeff
wonder.
Daniels?
He just got
One
that
hit
look.
wonder, then. They look alike, bro. My bad. Please.
This is like for you guys, everybody here knows so much more than me about charting and crypto. But like now we're talking movies. It's like I spent my whole life. I'm like the cable guy. Now we're in my realm.
Yeah, but you spend your whole life watching movies, and your favorite actor is Jeff Bridges.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
You said you dedicated your whole
like Pacino.
I didn't say I dedicated.
Not
Pacino. What is
Pacino.
that? Like, that's an easy out. Pacino, yeah, it's like great actor, great movies. You're A-list actors. It's like, come on, man.
Jeff Bridges.
Jeff.
I said it was the first thought that came into my head.
No, you're like the guy. You ask him what your favorite. When you ask him what your favorite band is, you like drop some like indie shit that nobody knows.
Okay,
it's like,
fair enough. Yeah, he answered. He said his. He said, "Fuck Samuel L. Jackson." I said Jeff Bridges. What do you say, sir?
Yeah, I don't know, but we're shitting on each other's favorites. It's great. Who's next?
Good actor.
It is fun.
Michael Douglas. I like. Who else do I like?
Ooh, Michael Douglas. Yes.
I would say I can't remember that dude's name. Who's that dude that we watched the other night? The little short guy, the little Italian little short guy.
Okay, Joe Pesci.
Is it? No, it's not Joe Pesci.
Robert De Niro.
No, it's the one that played in Damn, what the fuck is his name? I just
More
watched.
detail.
He played.
What was going on in the movie?
So he played in the movie with. They were lawyers, and he was the assistant lawyer. I just watched this movie the other day. I cannot remember.
It wasn't Glengarry
said Denzel Washington and Edward Norton. Those aren't bad picks, bro.
Those are good picks.
Those are probably the only thing you've ever said that I 100% agree with.
New Phoenix migration news.
Thank you, Fred. See? That's my man right there. Samuel L. Jackson.
Watched it with the lawyers.
It was Nick Fury. Come on now.
It wasn't the Joe Pesci lawyer movie.
No,
it wasn't with a chip.
Oh, that's Joe Pesci.
Go ahead.
That's Joe Pesci. No. This one was the one that I just watched, and they were fighting the case with the dude that was dying from the cigarette company.
Oh, that was fucking. Oh, God. Matt Damon.
Matt Damon, and who? Who was the other dude?
I don't. Sleep.
It was a Matt Damon movie, and Matt Damon.
I have no idea what this is.
He played as the lead attorney.
Yes, you have, Luna. Don't lie. It's just
I'm
us.
drawing a complete blank. I've never seen a movie with Matt Damon as a lawyer.
Yeah, it's an old movie.
Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito. God, how could a short Italian guy?
Taxi.
Yeah, he's one of my favorites, bro. And the movie's called The Rainmaker. If y'all haven't seen that, I'm watching it. It's a good movie.
I've seen The Rain Man.
Yeah, this is called The Rainmaker. It's a 1997 movie, and it's DeVito and Matt Damon.
I always thought Heath Ledger was pretty good.
Oh yeah, my favorite Joker.
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw it out there that nobody's mentioned an actress. Just throwing it out there.
Who is? Solo said Borat. I can't stand it. I cannot stand it.
Dr. Baron Cohen. Bette Midler.
We got all the way down to Borat before the first woman was mentioned. That's wild.
It's all right. Good women are good actors off screen.
that's why they're so natural.
My favorite woman of all time would have to be Julia Roberts or Helen Hunt. That's my two favorite.
Favorite woman or actress?
Woman actor.
Woman
You
actor.
put on a Helen Hunt movie, I'm going to sleep 100%. I'm not making it through that whole movie.
It's like, I'll just pull the moon down to you.
Anymore, by the way, just throwing it out there. Halle Berry was only good in Monster. I'll give her that Swordfish too. She was good in Swordfish.
I was gonna say. I was just thinking. I was like, I like Swordfish.
Yeah, that was a
Halle
good movie.
Berry was good in Bond too. She's all right.
I didn't like any of the Bond movies.
And
Wasn't
she's dope, so she gets a
Wasn't
pass
that-
in my book.
I'm sorry. Wasn't that before he was Wolverine or no? Like I feel like Swordfish came out before the first X-Men.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. My dates are all fucked up.
It did because Hugh Jackman didn't have his Wolverine body yet, and once he got his first Wolverine body, he never really lost it.
Can't forget about Tom Hanks. He's amazing. I think another one of my top 3 would have to be Robin Williams, though. It would have to. He's definitely top 3 for me. Robin.
Have you seen 1 Hour Photo?
Yes, I have.
That is like, so for me, like that is like it's one of those things. Like it's the same thing as Adam Sandler and Uncut Gems or whatever it was.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
Where you're just like, holy shit, this person who I never really liked Adam Sandler's funny. Like I watched them all, but it's like now it's like I'm not gonna rewatch Big Daddy. I don't from the high voice humor does. It's not for me all the time. Whatever, it's great, but Uncut Gems, it's like holy shit, give me more of this. And then with 1 Hour Photo, it was like I'm afraid of Robin Williams. Oh, what about have you seen Insomnia with Al Pacino and Robin Williams?
I've seen that.
Yeah, crazy. Like the how the lights get into him and all that. And he's like taping up the windows.
Yeah. I've watched all, man, I love old movies like 90s all the way through 99 are my favorite. That's my favorite style movie.
Did we just become best friends?
We probably did.
Yeah, like I don't know. It seems like this weird like number 23 type thing where all of my favorite shows and movies seem to be centered around 96. Like,
Yeah. These new
those are good.
trash. They're not put together well. You can tell the actors are just getting checks at this point compared to back in the day when they were really having to like work.
There's no shows now, man. Everybody's watching reality shit and fucking.
Yeah, that's horrible.
It's like things like, remember the movie Seven with Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman? It's like that movie has a mood. It's fucking
Morgan
dark.
Freeman, I only tolerate him in Robin Hood, the original. That was one of his best movies, I believe personally, that he ever did.
Like the one with the Waterworld guy.
The Waterworld guy? You can't, bro. Really?
I'm blanking. Hold on. Just give me a second.
Kevin Costner
Yeah.
is my top 5 of favorites of all time.
Yeah, dude. He like I hate. What was that movie where he like does a sports game, like football thing? I hate sports. I don't hate him. I just have no interest. But that movie was like amazing.
Yeah, he plays very well with I mean, he's one of those talented actors where you can have him in Waterworld, and then you can have him in Bodyguard, and then you can have him in, I forget the name of that one where he played,
Yellowstone is amazing.
Played the dad to a little black girl and had to play like, and that was a touchy movie for him, I guarantee, because he had to, play some parts, but he did very well.
Open Range was good.
Open Range is a good one. I mean, one of my favorite was Dances with Wolves. That was one of my favorite movies.
Oh yeah, man! The way he fixes up the little
what the fuck? Yo, y'all are wild right now.
Dude, the way he like, here's
y'all
one
would
thing. Hold on.
love my grandma, bro. Y'all could watch movies with my grandma all day.
Dude, hold on. Like, tell me if I'm like wrong about this. When he fixes up that little outpost in Dances with Wolves, and he drags all those dead animals out of that little like water source he's got by him, and just burns them on top of a hill. That water is still ruined, right?
That's when they showed his white butt for the first time.
But am I wrong there?
I fell asleep in that movie, and I missed the whole part where he danced with the wolf. I was pissed.
He never danced with a
more of a figure of speech,
I'd be even more upset. I'd be even more upset if I stayed awake the whole time and he didn't dance with a fucking wolf. I'd have broke something in my house.
No, he didn't dance with a wolf. He became friends with a wolf. He called him the white stuff.
But no, I mean seriously, am I wrong? Like, if you just remove like months worth of dead animals from like a body of water that has no like running source to or from it, and just take that out and burn it, the water is still ruined, right?
Well, I
Like,
mean,
it doesn't just automatically fix itself and rid itself of bacteria. It's not flowing. It's just a puddle.
Not overnight it doesn't. Eventually it will. Eventually it'll filter into the ground and the groundwater will replace it, but not that quick.
Okay, because that was the only thing I was like, man, that ain't real.
Yeah,
that was the one thing.
I cannot stand Kevin Costner movies, bro. Like, cannot stand them.
The Postman, great one. You know what I'm talking about.
Waterworld was good when I was a kid because it was like, oh, what if the world was water? Ooh. But watch it now.
I do. I watch it like once a year.
One part of that movie I'll never forget is when dude is eating that that.
Hold on, stop. It's when he's grilling that fish on the grill that he dove down for.
He falls off the wagon and then that Indian comes over there and scalps him.
Oh yeah, that's sad.
Oh,
You're talking about.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, they shot his ass.
Yeah, that's the guy who took him out there, right?
Hell yeah, they shot him up with that bow first.
You know what's even crazier is that insane man who sent him out. You know who he requested the transport from. Remember that? And he shot himself as he was leaving.
Yeah.
Another spoiler alert. Sorry.
You guys are just ruining it for me.
Dude, you'll love the movie.
Oh my God, you know who that was? What's that actor who it was really handsome in the black and white movies and then got morbidly obese and and then he wouldn't do any roles where he had to stand. What's his name?
I can't remember.
Marlon Brando is the guy in that scene.
I'm not sure who that is. I don't remember.
Marlon Brando is like a black and white movie pretty boy.
Marlon Brando.
Yeah. Your grandma loves him for sure.
Oh, I see him. Okay, yeah.
Dizzle, just leave him, bro. They don't, if you don't know, you don't.
I'm done. I'll stop now. This has got to be boring as hell to everybody else. I'm sorry.
Well, who's Marlon Brando? Some old guy from Black and White. It's the fucking Godfather, for fuck's sake.
Oh, was he the Godfather? I never watched that movie.
Oh my God. We got to stop right now, bro. That's got to be on your list of things to do.
You walked straight into it. I knew you was going to do that.
You got to, bro.
I don't care for movies, bro. I never really got into them. I watched,
Yeah.
It's a love story.
Can I say also?
A story about family and friendships.
That's what the Italians said.
The Godfather?
Or killing people on the back end.
I know I'm making some enemies here.
What'd you say?
I said I know I'm making some enemies here, but The Godfather, not that great a movie.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, but you guys were just going. You guys were just geeking out over Dances with Wolves, though. So you gotta.
Can I just say this? Can I say this about The Godfather? It insists upon itself.
Oh, okay.
But there's a reason for that. It's an amazing piece of cinematic fucking artistry.
Oh, okay.
2 is definitely the best sequel ever made. Ever in the history of
Reservoir Dogs over The Godfather any day.
I mean, there is no Reservoir Dogs without The Godfather.
Nah, yeah, Quentin Tarantino, I don't know, man. He be trying too hard.
The Godfather.
No, he's crazy. Yeah,
The Godfather walked so that Reservoir Dogs could run. Is what I'm saying.
Quentin gets a little bit overboard. He gets a little too corny with it. He tries a little too hard sometimes.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. But it's nice to have that genre. He's his own genre now.
But to compare, I think it's parallel with Godfather. You can't even I don't know. It's totally different.
Yeah, no, I'm making a bad analogy.
Godfather's a vibe, yo.
You know, another good actor is Michael Caine.
Michael Caine's good.
Oh, you know who came back? And what was it, RoboCop and then Spider-Man? What was it? The first Batman, Michael Keaton?
They're not as old as they sound, Fred. I know they're sounding old right now, but
I'm 30.
What the hell are you talking about? I'm not even 40 yet.
It's like, I'm curious. How old are the guys talking? Because you guys are talking about some like crazy wild old movies.
Luna talking about 18 and 25. They don't even know what this shit is, bro.
Yeah, get ready. You're gonna be watching these movies in 10 years, talking the same shit.
Next thing you're gonna tell me that Murder She Wrote is lit.
Never seen that.
Nope. I know what you're talking about. I used to watch all that shit as a kid. You know, no cable. You got those 6 channels or 3, whatever.
There's a good mix in here, Fred.
Why would Fred think
it's not a good idea to ever give your age, seeming as that's one of the first things they ask on forgot your password questions, and you know, you don't want to give out KYC info, but
yeah,
there's a bunch of ranges. There's a bunch of ranges in here.
It's like
when I grew up in
Golden Girls are lit.
Oh my god!
Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
That was good.
Yeah, that technology was groundbreaking.
Rock.
Jessica Rabbit. Still to this day, if I see a redhead in a red dress with curves, just
does something to you, huh? It's crazy how
it brings back that nostalgia.
That's how it is with what's her name on what was it? What's the damn Michael Jordan?
Space Jam.
Space Jam. What was her?
Lola Bunny.
Yes, Lord Jesus.
All right, what about as a series, the remake of Battlestar Galactica? Have you seen it?
Never.
What about Bitcoin Down to Hell?
Yes to that. Yes to that.
When you said that, I was like, Anthony, I was like, shit.
I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah,
I like
D-Block, New Phoenix update.
Oh,
up here.
Talk to me.
The only anime you ever watched is fucking like Black
Do we
Butler.
have to do anything?
No, man. It's gonna be airdropped and shit.
Hello.
Yeah, they're gonna snapshot.
So what is it? One coin's gonna be useless, and then we get the equal amount of the other coin, or are both gonna be worth something? You could tell I haven't been looking in.
LQ will be deposited in the new contract. We expect the same token price as before in the migration. After migration, RX3 protocol will run again with the same APY. Airdrop will happen fully automatically. There's no need to click, no links. We expect that the migration progress will start somewhere between the end of next AMA, 7th of October till 12th of October. Be aware, no guarantee on the date.
Yo, your mic is on. You can hear you biting your girl over there.
I was trying to get to it, but she was biting. She just popped up out of nowhere.
Nah, you're right, Luna. We're a bunch of jits, bro. We're just a bunch of kids. Don't you feel crazy sitting here for 2 years listening to a bunch of kids?
Right. Taking all that TA.
If this was the path you followed, of what use was the parents?
Yeah, Tom Hanks, he's definitely a good one.
Inglourious Basterds was an amazing movie.
Brad Pitt is another one of those actors that's just the same in everything to me.
Inglourious Basterds was good, though. I don't like many
Tank
Pitt movies, but that was a good movie.
What's that one actor?
Movie?
He's all
I'm
big.
sorry,
What's that one movie? He's all big. On D something.
Dave Bautista.
He's nuts.
Damn it! I fucking walked right into that. God damn it!
Jews like me, bro. We haven't watched a movie in fucking. I'll tell you how long. That's how I go to sleep. I put a movie on and I pass out.
Last movie I fucking saw was Rad.
I watched it the other 2 weeks ago.
Getting ready to break the ice.
Here's an amazing. Like everybody who hasn't seen it should check out Hardcore Henry.
That's a good one.
The whole movie is completely first person. It's like a video game movie, and it's fucking awesome.
Well, I'll tell you who the worst actor of all time is. The worst actor of all time is fucking Snoop Dogg.
Why?
Snoop Dogg gets paid to be Snoop Dogg in every movie, though.
Yeah, he can't be anybody else.
That movie
He's
he
gotta be
played.
Snoop Dogg.
Nah, he played that. He played in Bones. He wasn't Snoop. Well, I guess he was a dog, but he
What
wasn't.
about Belly?
And then he just played that new movie with fucking Fucktard, the comedy movie about the vampires with what's his name?
Ooh, vampire movie, Lost Boys. That was a good one.
Oh yeah,
Lost Boys.
Vampire in Brooklyn, Eddie Murphy.
No,
that was good.
It wasn't that. It was the new one that just came out with Marky Mark and fucking
Funky Bunch.
What the fuck is dude's name?
No idea. The new interview with the vampire?
It was Jamie Foxx, Marky Mark, and Snoop Dogg. It just came out on Netflix not too long ago. It was horrible.
All right, guys. Well, that was our TA on movies.
Yeah,
that's fun.
Tune in next week.
Titanic was his best movie of all time. And I'm done.
Paint me like one of your French girls.
Braveheart.
New wave
Just
hookers.
gonna hover here, huh?
New wave hookers.
Is that a movie?
Debbie Does Dallas. Porky's Revenge. What you guys know about Porky's?
You guys remember Hackers?
What about Nerds?
Remember Hackers?
What about Swamp Thing? Or Chud?
Yeah, that's,
you got some Chud.
You're getting into some USA After Dark movies there.
Listen to Drew. I've never heard of any of those.
You never heard of
those
Porky's?
controversial movies too. Yeah, Porky's Revenge.
Is good.
Porky's 2.
Porky's is that shit that like your uncle was like, "Hey, have you ever seen Porky's? You're gonna love this."
Yeah, exactly.
right.
He had that beat up VHS tape.
What was the other? Yeah, that was another Revenge of the Nerds, bro. I had a Revenge of the Nerds tape that had to be like 10 years old that I ran until the tape popped. I watched that movie so many times.
Weird Science.
Did any of y'all have the VHS rewinder that looked like a sports car?
Yeah, it was a Ferrari.
That's how you.
Yeah,
you were rich if you had that shit.
Yeah, I was from. We had to use a pencil and just wind that shit up and twirl it up in the air.
Right.
I remember we would rent them. My grandmother would rent them hoes, and then she'd be like, "All right, we gotta rewind them," and she'd stick them in that little thing, rewind the shit out. That bitch was fast as hell.
That's what the butter knife is for.
There's old Grandma Elaine. She'd give us a Pepsi and a fucking Crunch bar and say, "Watch this." It'd be Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original. Being there, freaked the fuck out as a kid.
You'd have the skinny butter knife that wouldn't do it. You'd always pick up that one.
Sandlot, great movie. American Pie was just that movie.
Ski School.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought I was the only person on the planet that had seen that.
Oh, Ski School? That shit was funny as hell. That's awesome.
Yeah, dude.
We watched that.
The Two-Face, dude.
Chinese Downhill?
Yeah, Chinese Downhill.
Why did we watch that bullshit, bro? What were we doing with our
It's the
lives?
titties, yo.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was one of those. Yeah, it was one of those.
I've never found anyone that ever watched this, but I'm gonna ask you guys: did y'all ever watch the Butterscotch Kids? Anybody?
No.
Man,
I don't think that's legal in Florida.
I feel like I rented that out of the library one time when I was young, and it's never left my mind. And every time I meet people, I'm like, "Have you ever watched Butterscotch Kids?" And I've yet to meet a person that's seen it.
Pippi Longstocking.
Purple Rain. Luna said Purple Rain. That's crazy. That's That's probably one of my top 5, and I've never met anybody else that like. That's a fucking amazing movie. If you
I
get
think that
over
motorcycle
Prince,
looks ugly.
if you could just get over Prince, it's a fucking amazing movie.
He'd be smooth as hell on that motorcycle.
Hey, listen, Prince is not. If you go to the club and Prince was there, you just left, bro. Might as well just leave your girl, go home.
The Truman Show, that was actually a real thing that they did. I think it was in China or Japan or something. They actually locked a dude in a room, and he was only able to eat and use the things that he was able to win off of like these magazine clippings to like enter to win things. Bro, it was like they did that man so fucking dirty, bro. And they like filmed it live. He didn't even know that they was live 24/7, and they were like blasting it out on the televisions, and people were watching. And like he was like eating hard rice because he had actually won a bag of rice, and cat food, dog food because he ran out of rice. Like it was crazy. You can look that shit up. It's one of the most gruesome things I've ever seen in my life. But that's kind of how the Truman Show was based on.
Ooh, the
One of the
Evil
best
Dead.
movies of all time is Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump is a good movie.
It was a good movie. Although they got me with that fucking Mandela effect.
All right. How about that?
Yeah, let's not even go there, bro. I fucked myself up the other day.
Right.
Like-
I've been fucked up for a while.
Best rewatchable movie. What's the movie you can rewatch? Like, maybe not over and over again for eternity, obviously, because that's fucking anything's torture. But like, Miss Doubtfire.
Yep, that's my favorite. I watch it all the time. I cry. And
That got me thinking about fucking Mandela.
But like, if you
effect
watch Miss
shit.
Doubtfire, you can like later that night you cue it up again. I don't know. For me,
Yeah, like I watch that movie quite often. I mean, for a rewatch, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
There's not one movie that I can watch the same in one day. Like nothing has ever been that good to me. But that is one movie
like something you watch maybe like maybe once every few months.
So Mrs. Doubtfire, Home Alone, those are like the two that I go to like more than any. And Home Alone's usually around this time of year when Christmas, fall season's coming in. I'm just that type of person. I like to throw Christmas shit on. And Mrs. Doubtfire, something when I want to go back to my childhood, which is often, and just kind of reminisce. Yeah, that's Loki.
Has anybody in here seen the movie Go? Like it's just called Go, like D-O. It's like it's like in 3 little parts. That's that movie where it's like like just talking. It's like, damn, I haven't seen that in a while.
Is that like HBO or?
No, I mean it was just a movie that came out in like the 90s. I don't know.
Well, y'all can check me out. I star in the season 3 of damn, I can't even remember the name of it now.
Is this a joke? Hold on. Before you
I'm being
remember
serious.
the show
I really am featured in the Gemstones on HBO Max season
The Righteous
3.
Gemstones?
Yeah, Righteous Gemstones. And I'm going to be season 3, episode 8. You'll be able to see me on there. We shot that in Charleston. And then I have a movie I was in on BET called The Christmas Party Crashers. That's coming out in at least, I think, about another month around Thanksgiving. They're going to come out with that.
What are you doing in the Gemstones episode? Like, what do you feel like if I watch it? Like, who am I looking for?
There's a scene where I'm at the Gemstone Church and I'm going to service, and so like the entourage of the rich families coming through, and they have me crossing the road, right after the entourage passes, and they catch me going down the steps and turning around and like as if there's people behind me that I know, and I'm like waving and smiling and shit, and then I just proceed into the church. But then they used me for some green screen, which they said they would be able to place me anywhere they wanted to in the show, and I don't know what that's going to be. So until it airs,
so you're just making gestures, and you're not going to know what's going on in the scene until you're like in the background waving.
Exactly.
That's awesome, man.
I'm in a little John video, Lil Jon video.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Which one? Which song?
Hold on. I'm Faded.
Faded.
It's with Trevor Andrew.
Okay.
Or my bad. No, it's called Wasted.
Wasted.
Yeah, I'm in the cut over there.
That's dope. Yeah, my mom, she does a lot of movies and shit, and so she was like, you should just try it, and she had got in on the Gemstone, so that was the second thing. I went and did the BET first, and then they hired me for that like same week, so I went out to Charleston and shot that for a week. Had a blast. It was crazy. It was good times. I got the only Gemstone Bible with all the signatures of all like Danny McBride, Adam what's his last name? Levine, something like that. The only one I didn't get was fucking the best of the best, and that was John. So, whatever.
Oh, my bad. It's called I'm Wasted.
I've heard that song.
Was almost an extra in a movie with Bernie Mac called Grassroots that came out a few years ago. But I was there for like 4 or 5 hours, and then they were like, you can eat, and then maybe you're up. And I was like, I'm going home.
I was on the season 3 premiere episode of Cops.
Dope. Really being arrested.
It wasn't
a joke, right?
It wasn't a paid gig or anything. But I think I should get my actor's card or something, right? That counts.
Yeah, it counts, bro. Y'all go check out that.
For real?
Can you
I started
imagine?
watching season 3.
No, it's not. But my homeboy was. He was. I believe it was either season 3 or season 4 premiere. He had a house where he was like selling bud out of. He was a Rasta though, and the cops came in there looking for. They're like, "Where are the drugs?" And he said, "You're in the wrong house, ma'am. There's no drugs here." And then she goes, "I can smell the drugs." She goes, "That's not drugs. That's ganja."
Damn.
Went upstairs into the attic. He had pounds up there. He's like, "I'm not a drug dealer. I'm a healer. It's the healing of the nation." I'm like, "Yeah, you're going straight to jail."
Yeah, this was I'm not driving, I'm traveling.
Funny as shit though. The cops were laughing because dude was just like, whatever. He's been to jail so many times for that. The judge kind of just looks at him like, whatever. There's a certain amount of religious freedom.
Yeah,
But yeah, you take advantage of that shit, they'll come catch you.
that Blue Lagoon movie that they're talking about in chat was pretty fucked up.
Child porn.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. If you watch that movie, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Y'all check
That
out.
girl was like 15 years old.
I sent some pictures. Whenever y'all get a chance.
All right, here we go. We're getting a high volume vector here. It's not the best. I would rather it not be, but it's showing the volume picking up on the bearish side on this half an hour. Got 3 minutes left to the next candle. It's basically indecisive right now.
I'll check out random when you get a chance.
Nah, that's cool though. Growing up in the city, I knew a bunch of guys that always went for those extra roles and shit, and it seemed like a grind.
Yeah, man.
They were always going to auditions, and you know what I mean. It was like they were constantly on the grind.
Right. I mean, they pretty good for background, bro. Like, for just going and having fun, bro, and meeting people and shit like that, and being paid. It was I mean, I wasn't doing nothing else in life, so I was like, fuck it, that's kind of cool. So
I think it's interesting how like that's just like when you're trying to make your way.
Feature, I didn't expect to catch a feature. I mean, that was a big production set, and so for me to catch a feature, like I was just really at the right place, right time. The producer was right next to me directing, and he was like, "Hey, you come here." And so I walk over there, and he's like, "This is what we're gonna have you do." And he like puts me in place, and all of a sudden now I feel like an actor, and I'm like, "Well, fuck." So,
That's what's
but
up,
it's
though.
good because once you get a feature, like, you know, you can get your IMDb, and then you can get, you know, an agent, and if you keep getting more features, hell, before you know it, you might just be something. You never know. But I thought it was cool.
Oh yeah. Yo, Scamwix, why you laughing at my trauma though, bro? He said, "Are you the baby in the intro on season 3
What?
being handed off to the?" He must have pulled up season 3 of Cops. He goes, "Are you the baby being handed off to the cops?"
Dude, here's the thing. You know, every season of Cops has like 37 episodes, so good luck getting through it tonight.
That's funny.
I think it's interesting, like the whole acting thing. It's like you would think that like it makes sense to me at face value that you'd be like, okay, well, I'm trying to make money while I'm trying to do this, and so maybe I'll do a few commercial gigs. And then it's like, maybe I'm wrong about this, but it seems like sometimes if like you do enough commercials, now you're the commercial person. You know, like now.
I mean,
pigeonhole.
What I realize is just sometimes it just takes you, like I said, being at the right place at the right time. You never know. Like you can do. There's people that do thousands of gigs and still don't hit, and then there's people that just, you know, go once or twice and then they're being used for bigger roles. Which, you know, if you then use that professionally with getting a manager and an agent and things like that, then that's when you can scale. But I just think people don't know the ins and outs to really get there. But you just
It's also interesting, like how a lot of like A-list actors have commercials in other countries, but not in the country that you know what I'm saying. Like there's a bunch of like, you know, just wild commercials of like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Brad Pitt, just like in a, you know, for some soda thing in another part of the world, like.
It was just experience for me. It was just something cool to try. Something I checked off the bucket list, you know, done with it. I ain't trying to be an actor. I mean, how had they pulled me off and gave me a role and a speaking role and all that, and I mean, definitely would have went for it, but I'm not like searching for it.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
That's true. Now that day, did I position myself in the like? Did I see what was going on? Did I see the produce? Yeah, I did. And did I put myself on that sidewalk and a few steps closer? Fuck yeah, I did. Like I wanted to get some camera time. I mean, fuck, that's what I'm for. So, but it just happened to work out in my favor.
You're like, so you're gonna look back and you're gonna kind of wave and smile.
When you get called, you can see everybody around you like, damn, like, you know what I mean? Because there was somebody in the same spot I was that moved thinking they were going to get the shot when you don't know when the camera, because people are like watching the cameras, like where the camera's facing. And that's how all the background work. They want to know where the camera's facing so they can try to get their face in there. But they switch that shit so fucking quick. You never know. So I was following directors. I was like, fuck the camera. I'm going to just be next to you. So when you need something, I'm there. And that happened.
That's funny. The way you described that reminds me, like, that must have been the strategy of that. And not, like, there was this chick who, like, showed up at all these, like, red carpet Hollywood events just right in the shot. You remember what I'm talking about? And it turns out, like, she didn't work for anybody. She wasn't part of any of these events in Hollywood or wherever they were, these red carpet events all over the world. But somehow, this woman was in the background of every famous person shot for this long period of time. It's like, that's what she did for a living. And then like, I don't know. I think she even interviewed some people and she was just like there. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Sanatu says, I'm long on ETH. Please, can I exit or hold? We can't tell you what to do, but I'm looking at ETH right now in the 1 hour. And if you pull up your 50 and your 200 MA, we're being pinned between them. It looks like it wants to break the 200. If it breaks the 200, it can go all the way down to the bottom of the range at 12.99. It's looking weak right now. But if it breaks that 50 and holds support, the top of the range is 14.34. So you're basically just looking for the break. I hate to give you a if this then that, but that's how I trade. So that's the best I could do for you. Just watch the 200 and the 50. If it breaks that 200, if I wasn't a long and it broke that 200, I would think about heading out.
What do you think of ETH? Do you think it's still a good coin?
That's on the 1 hour. Yeah, ETH. Yeah, of course. ETH ain't going nowhere. I was telling you the other day. ETH is so much closer. As far as ETH is away from Bitcoin, right? From flipping Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It's so much closer to Bitcoin than anything else. The nearest coin is 100 times further away from ETH than ETH is away from Bitcoin.
That's true.
Shit is fucked up.
Vitalik would have to come out and openly like support Putin and like send him money for nukes or something crazy for the sentiment to shift on ETH. You know, it would have to be a crazy black swan event.
He's Russian too, no, isn't he? Like the creator of ETH? He's like a Russian guy?
Yeah, I believe he's Russian, right, Drew? Or is he Ukrainian? Because I know he sent money to
very
the
Russian. He's
Russian. Yeah.
He's Russian Canadian, but you can see in his eyes he's a Ruski.
Yo, if you ever come out here, I got to take you to that Russian tea house I went to the other day. It was dope, bro. I was with my girl, but I kind of regretted going with my girl because it was just a bunch of old burly ass Russian dudes in there, right? So we go to the front, and it's like all nice, and that's where most of the chicks are sitting. And then they're like, "You want to go into the vodka freezer, right?" So they gave us these minks and a Russian hat, and you go into the freezer.
I remember you were telling us about that.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of old gangster fucking Russian dudes in there talking shit.
They be chewing sugar cubes.
They were so fucked up, bro.
I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go chew some sugar cubes. And I'm like, he's from Bensonhurst over there by the Coney Island people.
Listen, I wasn't even trying to go shot for shot with these dudes, but that was the day that that Putin's brain, his daughter got blown up in the car. And they were in there and they were talking reckless, bro. They were like, it's about to get nasty in Russia. Putin doesn't know who he can trust right now. His daughter, yeah. Putin considered her his niece. They were at dinner together and the dude went in separate cars and sent his daughter home in his car and they blew it up thinking he was in it.
Damn.
Or at least that's the story, at least.
That's crazy. I never heard that.
Yeah, so now they're talking about Putin's food testers have food testers. You know what I mean? Like he's on straight paranoid mode right now.
How long ago was that?
It's a couple months, maybe.
Yeah, it was recent.
Like 1 month.
Yeah, probably not even that long. Yeah, like a month.
Yeah, like a month ago.
Oh, he's definitely on edge.
Yeah, he doesn't know who he can trust. The oligarchs are turning against him. Because they started to feel that kind of like freedom, you know, from the lax economic environment that they had. And then now he's talking war and nukes and all that. And they're like, yo, you're fucking with our money. So he doesn't know who he can trust. And, you know, all these oligarchs have private armies and shit, too. Most of them got on their super yachts and went to this island with their private armies. And they've been like riding the war out.
But you know what a lot of people aren't talking about? U.S. and Russia, actually, they're back to negotiating nuclear arms, and they got this treaty called START, S-T-A-R-T. Yeah. This was like two days ago, but no one's talking about it. Like Russian news is talking about it, so they're already talking now. They're having dialogue, basically. Russia and USA.
Am I the only one that thinks that START is a horrible name for it? Just ironically,
That's
because you
what
know
they
how
called
the
it.
universe likes to be funny.
Yeah, that's what they called it. Start some shit.
The start of the end, the start of the war, the start of the fucking.
What up, guys?
Yo.
What's up? What's up?
Yeah, Evox, that's where you gotta go. If there's ever some sort of Russian attack, you gotta go right to Brighton Beach and just kick it. That's what we were talking about earlier. My bad, I didn't mean to step on you, bro.
I'm trying to get to Antarctica. I'm trying to get the fuck away.
Might as well go to Mars.
Yeah, because they're replenished. Like, you better be part of that science crew there that's getting replenished. Otherwise, I don't know.
You guys are gonna call me crazy, but you know I think could broker a good deal between these guys. Trump.
Who are these guys?
We wouldn't even be in this position.
Trump can't.
In office.
Not as president. That's the whole thing. Like he needs to get his ass out of the office and go do some Henry Kissinger type shit or something, and go start talking to these motherfuckers and make some money with them.
If he was
Trump can't because Trump can't because I'll guarantee you that Putin has some compromise on Trump.
It still would have
definitely got something on Trump that would, make him favor.
I don't know.
But I think he could broker a deal. I think he'd be able to broker a deal between those cats. Like figure out some way for everyone to make some money or some shit. Some sneaky shit. I'm not saying it's gonna be some legit shit. It might be some sneaky ass shit, but he'll figure out somewhere like, all right, you guys are gonna make this if you do this, and you guys will make this, and we all make that. We'll make something. Let's make some money.
I think he's tainted, bro. You remember that that CIA dossier that they had that said that they had video of him with 2 hookers in the Russian hotel having a fucking
but all
golden shower party.
All that shit flies. These other cats are eating babies and shit, so it don't even matter.
That shit ain't. I mean, yeah, if he's that's already known. Like, if we'd be stupid to think that Trump don't got hookers, we know that. Like, that ain't gonna surprise the world. He's grabbing bitches by the pussy. Last time I checked.
Last time I checked.
Yeah, I mean, might be compromised.
Sir.
Look, those are his words.
No, I know. It's just funny to imagine, what's the word? Like following up on it.
You guys
like, sir, Daily Sun.
Guys, where do you guys get your news from? Like, are you guys connected, like reading all these news articles every day, or what?
Everywhere.
Neuralink.
Yeah, put Neuralink exactly. Yep.
Wait, what?
I get
mine hooked up in my brain.
Direct download.
Okay. What else?
My crypto news, I try to stay away from aggregators. Like I try to stay away from sites that aggregate the news for you and kind of give it to you on a list of here's today's news. It takes a little longer, but if I'm interested in a project, then
I get
start on a Twitter, you go to the GitHub, you check what's trending.
Like, I take what's being said and then I just look at the reality of it, and that's just like for myself. Like, I don't let what I see really affect my thought. I let my thoughts affect my thoughts, if that makes sense. And it's just common sense at some point, and you really have to just look at it that simple. Common sense is really plain sight. You just got to be able to see it. And when you put money and wealth and power in the hands of men, and then you have rumors like hookers, okay, that's nothing. Like, okay, I see it. Am I saying that it's all real? No. But would it surprise me? No, not again. It wouldn't. So there's just a lot of common sense within it, and that's just how I look at it.
Did you guys hear about the first openly trans U.S. Army officer that was arrested as a Russian spy?
No, but it makes sense. I mean, they're taking over the world.
The Russians or
the trans?
Oh man,
transvestite, or am I not allowed to say that? What is it, transsexual or transvestite? What am I supposed to say again?
Fine. No, that's right.
I think
you said it right. The taking over the world part was a little wild, but
I mean, I'm telling you, I watched the Hocus Pocus tonight, and they were taking over.
What, chicks with dicks?
Yeah, man.
It's like,
there's been chicks with dicks since I was a fucking kid. There was chicks with dicks, bro. There's nothing new.
It's so funny how I expected him to double down on the Russian aspect. Like, nope, it's.
The thing with the news is I don't watch the news. I don't care if they're lying to me, right? I watch it all. And the reason is because I wanna know what everybody else is seeing. For me, it's sentiment. It's all sentiment. It doesn't matter what I believe. It matters what the majority of traders believe.
You know what's fucked up? There's like Russian websites. Real quick, I'll just get this out of the way. There's Russian websites right now. These dudes are live streaming themselves, just turning on their gas stoves like all over the house. Like there's like 20 different live streams of people at their house doing nothing but turning on their gas stoves just to fucking like rub, kick someone when they're down because all of Europe's like paying all this shit on gas. It's fucking stupid. Go ahead.
We waste gas. There's no problem.
We waste gas and make fun.
Now, listen, to be fair, that was us opening vodka bottles in the street and destroying vodka bottles in liquor stores and doing stupid shit.
And then the next day, they're going to replenish their stash.
Yeah, next you got to, because I need my vodka, so there better be a bottle there when I go tomorrow. Like, this is cool and all, but I'm going to need my bottle tomorrow.
Damn.
No, I mean...
That's funny, though.
I'm wondering, so where does the guy that asked about the news, where does he get his news? I'm just curious. Is he still here?
I get my news everywhere. When it comes to financial news, I have a Bloomberg terminal, so that kind of takes care of the legacy side. But with crypto, there's really nothing that.
But I mean, there's got to be some like reliable news sources where you can kind of like, they got the latest, and you can kind of like predict how the market's gonna move.
This is the problem with that. This is the problem with that. Those aggregators always work well in the beginning, but eventually they get corrupted, right? Because it's a little bit of money gets slipped here and there, and then a certain article comes out and another one doesn't. And then eventually they're just corrupt and you have to move to a new one, in my experience.
Well, what's out there that's like reliable at this point of time? I mean,
Fox News.
No, honestly, when it comes to crypto, you have to be the reporter, meaning you have to go out and do the same digging that somebody would do to write a report on. So, like, let's say you're thinking about Ethereum or you've got a new coin, you've got to really go in there and dig. That's the only successful way that me personally I've found.
Oh, he's I thought he was just talking about
the reason I say it is because if you wait for the articles, then you're late.
100%. That makes sense.
Buy the rumors, sell the news, right? So if you wait for the news, it's too late to make a move.
But I mean, but then like the news comes out and then it just kind of explains what happened or what's going on, like in general.
Yeah, I mean, you'll hear when we come in here and say we're hearing rumors. That's really the news, right? The whispers on the internet, the whispers in the GitHub for the actual projects. Or on the Twitter.
Wait, what do you mean GitHub? Sorry.
Well, GitHub is where you can go to take a look at all the protocols for every project, and there'll be developers in there talking about the project and the updates and stuff like that. But I hate to use Twitter as a news source, but when it comes to crypto, if you're following the right people, it's an amazing source of news, and it's usually first.
I thought GitHub was just kind of upload code, but I didn't know it was like there was like a area for news. And stuff.
There's chat and shit in there that you can check out. I don't usually go on there just because most of the projects that I'm in are long-standing old projects, but definitely if there's something new or if you want to know what's going on with Doge is probably the reason I've gone into the most to see if there's any progress or. But Twitter, bro. Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter.
Yeah.
Doge
Twitter's clutch.
Yeah, Doge for sure. All right, cool.
Twitter's clutch, especially with like where you can watch whale wallets and shit like that. But I just followed Vitalik and Charles and Michael Saylor and all the big dogs.
I just follow so many
unquote.
people. I don't really follow. I feel like you got to just follow just a few of those people, because when you get like a bunch of like, I mean, I'm following a bunch, but I get just a bunch of stuff, and it all just
No. Just keep it. Yeah. Even if you got to open a Twitter that's just for work, that's just for crypto. I don't know if you use Twitter regularly, but
I think that would
I
help.
only use Twitter for crypto.
Yeah, that would help if I follow just like a few, people like you mentioned. And maybe that would kind of help stay on flow to things, because I feel like sometimes it's old or something. I don't know if it's relevant or.
Even if you don't follow, if you just do a search, hashtag search, like hashtag crypto news, hashtag cryptocurrencies, hashtag crypto Twitter, hashtag crypto crash, hashtag Bitcoin to zero.
Yeah, it's difficult, man. It's difficult to, like I said, find everything aggregated in one spot for you. But shit, the fact that you're asking those questions means you're ahead of most. Most people are just watching BitBoy Crypto every day for the headlines and shit, and moving off of 5-day-old news.
No, I mean, all this stuff is new, and I come in here, and to be honest, like, it's like I feel overwhelmed sometimes, because it's just like if I miss one day not being on Discord, I'm so behind. So it's like 2 days. I'm like, I don't want to come in here and being like so behind, because you guys are. I'll come in here and you guys are talking about something like, fuck, what did I miss? So I appreciate all the.
There's something new every week, so even if you're behind, it's like just takes a few days and we'll be on something else,
Yeah.
Yeah, if I ever take a couple days off of crypto, when I come back, I usually sit out that day. I need to see how the market's breathing. I haven't been paying attention. I don't know what's going on. So I just get a feeling of what happened. Sometimes what's really helpful on TradingView is you can literally go back and replay the bars of anything that you missed. Like, I know that's some wild nerd TA shit, but that's what I do. I'll just go back and hit that replay, watch it play out.
So I wonder
I've never done that or.
I wonder who's shorting Solana. They had another 6-hour outage. They're back online about 30 minutes ago.
Yo, stop. Don't play with, for real.
Straight up 6-hour outage,
out.
yo. Completely out. They just got back online like 31 minutes ago.
Listen.
For 6 hours today, they've been out.
You know what that feels like? That feels like when you see a picture of your ex and she's like out of shape and she looks sad and she's just hating life. You're like,
oh, my
every
bad.
time Solana gets shut down.
Yeah, 7 hours ago.
I saw that Azuki or whatever, that NFT kind of got like delisted from OpenSea.
No, I didn't see that. Hey, whoever was in YouTube chat that was in that Ethereum long, are you still in here? Got a nice bullish engulfing on the 1 hour. We never broke that 200. So I'm just wondering if you're still in the play. My bad. I'm gonna cut you off.
Yes. Yo, check this out real quick. On Solana status, they say the Solana network is experiencing, this was 7 hours ago, an outage and not processing transactions. They weren't processing anything. The developers across the ecosystem are working on a diagnosis. They don't even have a diagnosis ready. The issue and to restart the network. So that's another restart. More information will be provided as it becomes available. Then their update comes up and they make everyone follow this cluster restart instructions on a Google document and shit.
What?
So, yeah. This shit is like out of the comic books, dude. You can't write this shit.
Wait, I gotta do something?
Exactly. I mean, that's
I gotta work?
That's the only update they gave.
I don't work
after
for
that,
y'all.
they said nothing except update ... And they gave on the update, it just says mainnet beta validators, please follow the cluster restart instructions. And they gave a doc Google, and that's the only update they gave. Like some complicated ass doc Google shit.
Do you guys know how this works? Like, so each crypto has like a kind of like a station or whatever where people are.
Each crypto has its own kind of server, you could say, even though it's not a server, but it has like a, you can think of it as kind of a server.
Yeah, okay. And then does it have like developers, like kind of like a bank that has like?
The problem is that a decentralized one does not, but a centralized blockchain like Solana most definitely has an off switch, and they found it a couple times already. But you can't just shut off like Bitcoin.
I thought it worked.
There's no off switch for Ethereum.
There might be.
Well, not anything we know of. I mean, who knows what
You have to shut the internet down.
Yeah, there's too many. It gets validated off of too many different points.
So don't worry, guys. They turned Solana back on. Everything's fine.
Yo, I would love to talk to somebody who's really bullish on Solana. Not to put them on the spot, but I'm just trying to get into the. I'm trying to get into the mindset. I don't understand it. I don't get what kind of confidence people have in this thing to still put money in it.
You guys ever heard of that game called Space Warlord Organ Trader Simulator?
What? No. Yo, what kind of games you be playing, bro?
Bro, I've been playing this game on Xbox, bro, and it's like crypto, right? It's like crypto trading, but it's like you're buying and selling organs and you're selling them on the black market, but it moves like crypto on like a trading scale.
That's fucked up, man.
Yeah, it's cool as shit.
So are kidneys like still pretty like expensive?
Yeah, you need to. Yeah, so like it's like the stock market. So the kidneys will be up one day, and then like the next day they'll like go down, and you got to try to. And you have buyers that come in and are trying to buy these parts, and so you have to like buy them at a low price, and then get a buyer.
You know they have that with aborted fetuses. That's what they do, basically.
Hold on. Give me a second. Crypto Joey said, talking about Solana. He said it moves very quickly, and people made a lot of money on it. All right, that's 80% of the coins out there.
Yeah, that was like all the coins.
And it says it does process transactions very quickly. Yeah, but that doesn't make you stand out from the crowd. It doesn't make up for shutting down your system.
And those transactions were proven to actually be mirrored. They were like double mirroring their transactions, so you can half the speed of their transaction that they were saying.
It moves so quickly they have to shut the system down. Solana's main problem, honestly, in my opinion, Solana's main problem is that it's too cheap. It's too easy to attack. So the only fix to that would be to up their gas fees, and then you just become an Ethereum, which you're supposed to be killing. And how are you better than Ethereum if you've got high gas fees?
Wait, so what do you mean it's too cheap? It's too like, isn't it nice?
It's too cheap to attack. It's too cheap to attack, meaning hackers can DDoS it with thousands and thousands and thousands of transactions very cheaply. And bring
like what they did with GameStop.
And make money, and make money, by shorting it. Doesn't cost you much because the transactions are so cheap.
But I mean, what makes the transaction cheaper? Not like, can you spend like a 0.00001 of anything?
Yeah, it just doesn't have enough buyers though.
Ethereum. So the reason that Ethereum's gas fees scale when the transactions go up is for that point. So it's not just that, but it's a deterrent. Eventually the gas fees are so high during high transactions that you couldn't afford to DDoS Ethereum with transactions. It wouldn't make any financial sense whatsoever. So Solana comes out and says, well, I'm gonna be an Ethereum killer. I'm gonna do everything Ethereum does, but I'm gonna do it cheaper. And now they're bumping their heads and they're understanding why it's not possible to do it cheaper without certain precautions. And what kills me is that the first time they got DDoS, they were still in testing. They weren't even, it wasn't even beta yet. They got DDoS once in their testing, their interior testing. Then they got DDoS there in beta. Then they released it and got DDoSed again.
Got it. No, I mean, it's all super complex. I don't really follow, to be
No, I
honest.
got you. Yeah.
I mean, sounds legit. Like, I mean, I guess.
I think what he's really trying to get at in just simpler way is just there's not like it's just not a big time player in the game to be.
The team is incompetent. The team cannot handle what it takes to operate a blockchain in this environment, obviously. And they came out saying they were decentralized and then shut the system down 3 times, which is obviously the definition of centralization, if you can just shut something down. And they don't do anything better than anybody else, cheaper than anybody else, or faster than anybody else, although they are fast and cheap. But none of that makes up for the problems they've had. But I put that on the team. So I look at it like their team is incompetent. And if your team is incompetent and you've gone through all those issues and you happen to have the same last name as my ex-girlfriend, I can't fuck with you, bro.
Damn.
I knew from the beginning that thing was going to be a problem.
It fucked you up, didn't she? You want to talk about it?
Man. Nah, I got it off my chest.
I got it.
Good now. Does make me smile every time they have an issue, though. I'm like, yep, sounds about right.
I told you.
I feel like
I hope I'm not shitting on anybody's project, but I hope everybody makes a cajillion dollars off of whatever they're investing in. There's too much other good shit to put my money in.
So Ethereum holds its value just because. Why?
Ethereum is the poster child of utility. I don't think anything has more utility than Ethereum right now.
It just basically always comes down to what people believe in more than the other. And they believe in Ethereum. They back Ethereum way more than Solana. And that's just what it's going to be.
I mean, if you look at
Ethereum does shit. I know Solana does shit too, but Ethereum does shit.
I mean, that's just crypto in itself. Crypto is based off people's belief and what they, I mean, it can be, we can go technical and put it in terms of what the teams are doing. But for most investors, they don't even know half the shit, that is going on behind closed doors. It's just people putting their money in things that are doing better than others. I don't know really how to explain it. I mean, I'm, but you know what I'm saying, D Block? Like people just.
No, I hear you.
Yeah, it's not so much based off the white paper in a lot of ways. It's just
like the founder and everything. Like how,
a lot of people don't even know that shit.
Like Steve Jobs,
I agree with
and Vitalik for Ethereum. Like they look at the founder and all that.
Not a lot of people don't. I mean, the majority of people do not look at that stuff. I mean,
I do. Shit, that's how you get fucked. That's how you end up investing in Tron.
You have people that do what you do. See, you like you said earlier, you're at the screen all day, every day. That's what you do.
Yeah, I love this. I love this shit.
For people that are, for the majority of people, they're not doing that, and so they're just. Like for me, like this is a stress reliever. I come here to play and relieve myself of stress. And it's like I don't know everything detailed on the back end. I just learn, what I learned from Discord and, through listening to you guys. But at the end of the day, I don't base my decision on investment off the people on the back end because I mean, I just whatever. I put my money what is face value safe, and Ethereum is a coin that I've known to be around for a long time. It's right behind Bitcoin. It's just, to me, it's trusted, and so that's where I go. Before I'll go to Solana, and that's how I think most investors in cryptocurrency kind of work. Besides, your people like D Block and Drew and
Tame, and the others.
Yeah, it's like a
But
job. It's like a job. Like you don't forget your lines, and you know where to stand, and you know where the cameras are pointing, and you know all the little details about everything you got to do when you're on set. You know what I mean? Or when when you're at work, you're doing whatever you do. This is my job.
Right.
Like, this is what I do. But it does. I'm not gonna lie. My OCD and a lot of my little kind of analytic tendencies and shit definitely make it easier because not everybody can sit here and dig in like this and not go crazy. If you don't love it, you'll stop. You'll quit. That's why I tell people all the time, you're thinking about quitting and trading. Do you love it or are you just trying to make money? If you're just trying to make money, you're not going to last. You need to just hold, invest, do the long game. You got to have a certain love for this shit because that's the only thing that's going to make you sit here during these dead ass sideways. And you know what I mean? If you don't love this shit, bro, you're out of there.
And that's why I was going to tell that guy, he felt like he was behind and, he seems to be catching a little stress over it. But it's like, don't go at it unless you're going to make it a full-time job, for yourself. Like, don't go in it with the idea of being behind or not being able to carry conversations on the same level as D Block and Drew, because I'm gonna be real with you, that's gonna take years of in-depth research and knowledge on, because that's what them guys have. So if you want to get into it with an easy breezy mind, clear conscience, just go into it with the idea of 1, wanting to learn, 2, having fun, and 3, not putting yourself at risk of losing your fucking lifestyle over the shit. And you'll I mean, that's how I went into it. And I know a lot more than I did. Do I know enough to sit around all day and depend on it? No, not at all. So I just have fun, and through that, I don't get stressed. I don't let it bother me. When I buy a bag and I bought it 50% up and didn't realize what I was doing, I'm okay with doing the long game. Like you just said, you got to find something that fits for you. And that, when you start finding yourself stressed is when you're going to start FOMOing. You're going to start finding yourself all fucked up in this situation. And that's not what you want.
If you're stressed out, you're investing too much money.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So thank you guys.
Yeah.
The second you feel yourself stressed, you need to pull a little money out of your trade. You're trading too big.
Got it.
You should be able to make a trade and go to sleep and not even worry about it. If it's a nice long trade.
That's
you
like
wake
me
up
earlier.
stressed and you're jumping up to your computer. You might be trading too heavy.
No, and I've heard all this stuff, and it just kind of just goes pretty much just yeah, I know, but it really makes a lot of sense right now that you said it. So thank you for repeating yourselves. Thank you for taking the time and the thought and everything. So I appreciate it.
That's what the Discord's for, bro.
No doubt, bro.
And anytime you got questions, do what you do. Open that mouth. Everybody's friends here. Don't feel like you're behind or, a question is stupid or something like that. You're not going to learn that way.
How do you guys balance this? How much, I feel like it has to be a full-time job, how do I balance
For me, it is.
I mean, right, for D Block it is, but you don't have to look at it like that, is what I want to make clear. If you look at it like that, well, then pull your money out and learn first if you're going to want to go into it full time. Don't try to make it your full. This is just, D Block, you can correct me because you got a lot more, but I'm just saying from my point of view, if you're trying to go that route, I would sit here with D Block and with Drew and with Tame, and I would gain knowledge without putting your pocket on the line trying to get there. That's going to take you down a rabbit hole. If you want to learn the way I did, I just played with money that I was, okay with losing, but I was paying attention and I was learning the little things that I needed to learn to do my way, my method of way of, I just want to have fun, talk to these guys, make $1 here and there, whatever, shoot the shit. And I've been blessed enough to get the knowledge from these guys to be able to do that and financially hold myself up in the little things that I'm doing. But you got to find what you want for sure and then figure the way there. Don't play with your money on the way.
trying to figure that out, because that's what's going to mess you up. You're going to get overwhelmed very easily. I mean, it's like earlier today when we were talking about the event tonight. I put $1,000 in at 6 cents, you know, just trying to get up, thinking we might go to 7, you know. But then I had to tell myself, okay, well, if it don't, you know, what are you going to do? So, you know, I'm long term. That's, you know, at the end of the day, like, I've found my position in this situation, and I've said that at the end of the day, if I can't make the scalp, or I can't make that little few extra bucks, you know, on the trade or whatever, like everybody that's like, you know, D-Block, they know how to chart, they know how to see things coming, they know how to do shit like that. I'm not that advanced. So I'm okay with just sitting that bag to the side and putting it long term. And that's what works for me. And that keeps me being able to lay my head down at night and go to sleep. You know, so you just got to find what works for you.
Got it. Thank you, man. I don't think I've heard you in here before. What's your name?
I'm party guy, bro. I'm just the character in here. No TA for you.
Yo, you remember back in the day when you would come on and that somebody would have that robot voice that just said "party guy."
Party guy.
Yes, bro. They used to fucking
Remember that shit? I used to
bro.
swear that was you, bro. I used to swear that was you.
Me? You thought it was me?
Yeah. I thought you had like an entrance.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you,
like you announced yourself, like party.
No, I swear, like I remember the first time that happened. I was in what I called my crypto room at the time, and I was chilling. And bro, it was like dark as fuck in my house, and I was just by myself. The house was completely quiet, and I remember like the first time, and it like I heard it, and I was like, "What the fuck was that?" Like, and it was like that creepy ass
Party
voice.
guy.
Yes, that makes you feel like
yeah.
it's like someone is like in your house or something, like the movie Scream or something. You know how it was when he called and was like, "I ain't watching," like, and I was like, "Dude, stop!" And it kept on for a
the best
while.
part is that nobody ever claimed it, bro.
Nobody,
That's
and
the
you know
best
that
part of the
lingers
whole
in my
thing to this
mind.
day. Yeah, that's why it's so great. It's like a forever troll that just sticks with you.
Fucking hate that shit, bro. I don't. They said, "Do you find do?" No, I don't do features, bro. I just do spot.
He's trying to have a future. You can
so
either
you
do
don't
futures or have a future. You don't get to do both.
That's fucked up.
No, I'm just playing, bro. Just playing.
Are they asking
My
if I have a
futures
future?
trade
What
is
does
out
it mean
there.
for that? Like, do I have a
No.
future?
If you trade leverage.
Oh no, I don't.
Got a future at McDonald's.
I was about to say my future's set already, buddy. Humbly speaking.
Actually, what are traders gonna do when Flippy comes out? The whole robotic flipping burger thing.
Oh, they're done.
They're done. Like this, ultra wrecked.
Bro, I put on my Facebook the other day. I was like, "Y'all feel this recession yet? Wait till this depression hits." Just getting real. Got robots taking over. You got the fucking interest rates to the roof. I mean, I don't know what to tell people.
Make some money.
Better pay attention.
All I know is when you see that DXY turn around for the last time, once it hits its 120, 125, whatever it goes up to, oh man, that dollar is going to take a nasty tumble.
No, that's not good.
I mean, it's okay for us in crypto, but
and there's some people that have bad. There's some people that they got money, but they're ashamed to make more little money. Oh, that's too little. I got money.
No, fuck that. I'm in here, bro. I'm here taking $100 and shit on trades.
Exactly.
I don't give a fuck.
Fuck taking $100 on trades. I'm taking $100 straight out of debit cards without even risking it. Coinbase debit cards been feeding me $100 a day, basically. I mean, there's been days I've been slacking a little bit, but I'd say I'd average about $400 to $500 a week just off of Coinbase debit card rewards.
Bro, I'll get on here and not make a fucking dime. I mean, when I say not make a dime, like compared to like $500 a week, I might make just $100 for the whole week fucking around on here. But I'm cool with that. Like, I ain't shit. All money's good money to me.
Well, then get on that Coinbase debit card hustle. Ow, ow.
I need to check it out. I'm just now getting off fucking Robinhood, so bear with me.
How's it work here? if you don't mind, may I ask, please?
What was the question?
How does that work?
How does it work? You have a Coinbase debit card that gives you 4% rewards, and you have to find a source to keep on spending that. You have a maximum cap of $2,500 per day to get rewarded on. So you got to find a way to spend that. Now, if you don't have that kind of money to spend, you can still recycle that. So you just keep on loading a debit card up with your Coinbase debit card. You load up a prepaid debit card, and then you cash out, put it back in your bank, rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
You can only usually do $500 a day with one prepaid debit card, but if you have 4 prepaid debit cards, you can do $2,500 a day, and that's your max. So you get $100 a day in your pocket, basically. There's a little bit of fees on some of these debit cards. It's like $2 a maintenance fee on their accounts and stuff like this. But that, that's nothing because you're making that 100.
So, I mean, but can you use credit cards like that, or it's got to be debit cards?
It's got to be prepaid debit card.
Certain ones, yeah.
Like Go Dot works. Any debit card that you can pay with another debit card to load, or like your Apple Pay to load it up with your Apple Pay, because you can hook up your Coinbase debit card.
I have an Apple Pay credit card.
Well, you hook up your Coinbase debit card to Apple Pay, basically.
Okay.
And and then you just keep on loading it up. So you use your Apple Pay to keep on loading up your prepaid card, like another prepaid card. So you want to spend that $2,500, even if you don't need to buy something that day. You still want that money moving. So if you got nothing to buy, if you got no bills, you just go to the bank and you load up your prepaid debit card using your Coinbase debit card, and you're getting that reward.
Just some financial advice from experience. Don't tell your girl that you're trying to spend $2,500 a day, because they will find 1,000,001 ways to do it.
Yeah, right.
She's like, "What? I got this. Watch." I was like, "Oh, what did I do? What did I do?"
And the cool thing is, a lot of these prepaid debit cards you go to, they have dedicated ATMs like Go.ATM, and they don't charge any kind of fee on the ATM. So you're not paying any fee when you're withdrawing. So you withdraw cash from the ATM, then you go across the street to your bank and make a cash deposit. Bang, rinse and repeat.
Bing bong. Thank you. Come again.
Like that.
Like that.
And you're not breaking any laws. Everybody's getting what they want.
Yep,
They want transactions. You're giving them transactions. You're getting rewarded for the transactions. It's none of their business that the money doesn't leave the circle.
So you're just kind of taking the 4%.
Mm-hmm. The lady at the supermarket, she knows what I'm doing. She's like, "Oh, it's him again."
So is it just up to 2,500, or can you do more than 2,500?
No, you can only do 2,500 limit per day.
Okay.
So you get 4% reward on anything you spend, unless it's like guns or drugs, some shit like that. Like no marijuana, no cannabis, or no armed weapons.
Cannabis?
You basically get.
Well, I figured out a way around that too, but that's another story.
You basically get paid $500 a week for 20 minutes of your time per day.
So you do have to leave your house.
Not if you do it through Apple Pay. You don't.
Okay, so say I have
you're gonna want to leave the house.
Limit on
Not
Apple
gonna.
Pay.
You're gonna have to leave the house to take cash out of ATM and put it right back in your bank.
Okay.
If you're not spending like on real things, if you just want to move that money without you just moving money without buying things.
So let me see if I got this straight. You go to Coinbase, you sign up for their debit card.
Yep.
You go to your local a place where they sell debit cards. You max it out, and then you go to this other ATM, and you just withdraw that amount, and then you go to your bank, pretty much.
Yep. Put it back in your bank.
Put it back into your
and
Coinbase.
then pay it off, and then pay off the Coinbase, pretty much.
Well, the Coinbase already has money. The Coinbase is prepaid.
Yeah,
So
you
you're not
load
paying
your
it off.
Coinbase.
You load
You're
it,
just
So you get a
spending your own money.
Coinbase card, you load the Coinbase with 2,500. You take that Coinbase card to another ATM and pull the cash off. Load it onto another card, take it to your.
No. Because you can't take, you're getting charged a lot if you withdraw cash with your Coinbase debit card. The only chain that will work.
Cash out. You put
don't
it
take
right
the
into the
cash.
card.
You have to take the cash out using your prepaid, not your Coinbase debit card.
All right. First, I'll get the Coinbase debit card or whatever. So it's
You get it. What it's doing is when you
Drew, you
buy the
should drop
card,
those
it's
steps
showing up
and
as a
ram.
purchase. No, listen. It's simple because you're making a purchase, right? So you're purchasing the prepaid card. So that's all. For Coinbase, it comes through as a purchase. So you get 4% of that purchase.
So
then you're getting that money from the prepaid card back in your bank so that you can load it back into your into your Coinbase. You understand? So you're spending you're spending the same 2,500 every day.
Well, the next day is 2,600.
Yeah,
day after that, 2,700. Next day after that, 2,800. Woohoo! Then you're up to 3 Gs, and you're like, damn, how'd that happen? Less than a week, I'm at 3 Gs.
I'm still gonna have to reach out and get that detailed on how that works, but I'm gonna go ahead and sign up for that card tomorrow.
I'll get that card.
Bitcoin's pushing up on the 30-minute, but it's leaving behind 2 vector candles, so I'm not too worried. I think we're gonna see a rejection on the bottom of this angular.
I'm watching Running Scared. It's been good, guys. Drew,
all right,
expect a message from me tomorrow. And D Block, you have a blessed night. Y'all both have a blessed night.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye to the chat. Y'all have a good night. Make some monies. Rockets, rockets, rockets. Sorry, Drew.
Peace, man. Bitcoin is still getting a little bit of buy here.
Yeah, 2 30-minute vectors.
I don't think I could be tempted to get in a position right here.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We're right at the angular. Pull my screen up real quick. Look at this. This is the angular I've been watching all night. It's basically this flat top ascending wedge that we're in on a higher time frame.
Mm-hmm.
We finally broke out and we're retesting it now. We were talking about the vector candles. Look at these. 1, 2, 3, pump, pump, pump. So it's automatically bam, bam, bam.
Sure.
Fill them all back in.
This is like picture perfect.
Yeah, so we're putting in 2 now. We'll see if we break this, but I don't think they got what it takes right now.
And up there is what, 19,700. That's kind of like your bear line that they got to hold, right?
Yeah, 19,666. That's a 2017 bull market high. We didn't like that. As soon as we broke, we tried to hold support, bam, bam, bam. But as soon as it broke, didn't even go back to retest that. It's like, nope, gone. Didn't leave any vectors. Nice, clean move down. Left this pink vector right here. And I was like, fuck. And then look, bam, come back up, fill the vector, back to the dip. Then we left this one. Now we're coming up. But we're leaving these, so we're going to come down. It's going to be a lot of sideways. Yes, it's going to be a lot of sideways until there's a nice sell-off. But it'll come. You know, just waiting for it.
Today is the first of the month. We might get something interesting, a little bit of movement.
I'm real interested in finding out when they're going to do this little pre-election pump, when this is going to start.
And we're on the first day of the fourth quarter right now.
Yeah, I think they're trying to lull people into like sleep, thinking, okay, you know, this is it. This is where the pump's going to start. And then they're going to wreck a bunch of people with a wick down to 17.7, which would be a double tap off of our lowest low, and then they'll go from there until after the election. When's the election? November 5th or something, right? It's election day?
Yeah, I don't even know.
Yeah, if it's November 5th, November 6th, watch the chart.
Yep.
It's like the day after Valentine's Day, man. Valentine's Day, you can't do no wrong. The day after Valentine's Day is go get the garbage, take your socks off the floor. Like, whoa, what happened to I'm your king? Where the fuck did that go?
Yeah, shit in the macro though is just telling me bearish. Like you see all these CEOs are leaving their jobs, like these crypto CEOs. They're just like dropping like flies from their companies.
Yep. They see what's coming, bro. Sam is trying to do some damage. FTX is on some get down or lay down shit. Like, look, this is what we're doing. There's no way in hell y'all gonna get a license. So either get down with us or lay down and get run over when we do what we're trying to do here. I hope it doesn't get passed, man. You know what sucks is that I really hate counting on Congress or something, but I'm really hoping that they don't go through with this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to prepare myself mentally in case they do with anything, like roll with the punches that come.
Stay nimble, yeah. Staying.
Yeah.
Keep your funds. I mean, you don't have to worry too much. Right? You don't really fuck with DeFi or anything like that, so you don't have any funds that are at risk.
Yeah, right now I'm pretty much risk off. I mean, I still got that swing bag I'm moving around a little bit, but
I hope you value it. Yeah, it might be a little while, mister. We'll get something before the election. At least, historically we have. Yo, that shit with the Bank of England, bro. I'm telling you, nobody's talking about that shit right now.
yeah, I can't believe how low the pound is. That's wild.
Bro, but their decision, because they spent as much money as we did in Corona, right? Comparably. So they're in the same exact position we're in. Can't print any more money. All you can do is raise rates, or you're going to send this shit into a fucking nasty depression that takes, decades to come out of. Well, they just decided to just lower interest rates, like as an emergency precaution so like they're exacerbating the problem. It's a short-term solution. That shit is going to end horribly, bro.
Yeah. I mean, everyone knew something was up with the whole Brexit. Then, Boris Johnson stepping down. He didn't step down because he knew something was up, and he wants to not be part of the next play.
They should have stayed right where they was at.
So now's a good time to get some Rolexes, right?
It's a good time, a little European vacation, man. Go see London. Go take some Instagram pictures in front of Big Ben.
Let's
Buy a bunch of fucking designer shit. Come back and flip it during a bear market.
So Tesla's robots less than $20,000?
Yes, I saw that. I mean, I'm sure there's gonna be add-ons and all that you got, there's gonna be upgrades and shit. You could probably get it up to a hefty amount, but that's accessible for a lot of people.
There's gonna be a cloud model.
Get a Honda Civic or a robot.
So
roll on the hood with RoboCop next to me.
Go load up my debit card and go.
Bro, I will walk with a robot. That's my robot.
I mean, what are the capabilities of it? Have you guys looked into it or what?
Drew, what should I get as far as the rewards, the crypto rewards?
Whatever's giving you the most, and then once you get them, what I do is as soon as I get the reward, I just transfer it to fiat. But if you're feeling bullish and right now, Stellar, Stellar XLM 4%.
4%, yeah.
Yep.
And then Bitcoin's 1.5.
You're gonna want to check. You're gonna want to check up on that every now and then because they expire. So when they expire, they give you some options. Make sure you always pick the highest number because it doesn't matter. You don't want to get like 1.5% Bitcoin when you can get 4% XLM. And then just sell your XLM and buy 4% Bitcoin.
Right.
Yeah.
And when
We're
you use your
breaking through
debit
that
card,
angular.
don't ever let your debit card use your crypto. Make it use USDC or US dollars. Don't let it convert for you because there's ways you can be like, okay, I got Doge in my wallet, in my Coinbase, so I'm going to take my debit card and buy something. It's going to automatically withdraw from my Doge. You want to make sure you don't do that. Make sure it's on the USD or USDC because they'll jack you on the conversion fees.
God damn, dude, there's so many steps.
And do it as in spending USD instead of spending crypto?
Crypto, yeah. Do not spend crypto unless it's USDC. USDC is fine. Just a stable coin or a US dollar. Do not do any cryptos because they'll fuck you with those. Unless it's USDC. USDC is fine. Just that stable coin or
Somebody's TV is echoing.
they'll fuck you.
Not mine.
I heard Facebook's getting fucked.
What?
It was ejected from the world's top 10 most valuable companies just recently today. Actually, you remember it was like number 1. Now it's not even top 10.
Is it like Meta or what?
Its market cap fell by $554 billion. Yeah, Meta's a joke.
Well, what do you mean Meta's a joke?
It's not performing. It's a joke. It's a flop.
So you're saying all of the metaverse stuff is a flop?
Yep. I mean, the metaverse coming out of Facebook and Meta, yeah, their stuff's a flop, yeah.
Oh, really?
I'm not saying like everything that's going to be metaverse is flop, but what they're trying to do with metaverse so far is a flop.
I feel like maybe they actually like have a product and they showed it. Like a lot of these other companies, like what's the other one that's out there, like Sandbox and stuff like that?
Well, I mean, what Meta has for them, they got hardware, which is good. D-Block, you got that, right? You got the Meta hardware?
Oculus, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they have the hardware, they have everything.
But honestly, they're taking a loss on every unit right now, currently. But it's like a loss leader. Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
They'll make it up in the back end. But the tech that you're getting for the price that you're getting at is probably at least 50% off what the true value of it is. They're trying hard, bro. They're trying to really coin the whole metaverse thing as something that's theirs. And eventually, if we're not careful, it'll be like that. People will forget that metaverse came before Meta, and they'll just assume that, Meta created the metaverse.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Facebook changed their name to Meta. In the future, people will forget that. People will just think that the metaverse was created by Meta. That's Zuckerberg's intention. That's why he's trying to trying to corner the market.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
McDonald's is on their ass too. They buying up everything on the metaverse.
How so?
McDonald's can't wait to sell y'all digital burgers and fries. You fucking kidding me?
Well, they're getting it to where you can like be on the metaverse and do your order on the metaverse and literally have drones drop the real food off at your door if you're home.
I heard there's a Happy Meal for adults coming out soon.
What you mean Happy Meal for you don't eat Happy Meals? I'll fuck up
I fuck a Happy Meal up every I'm telling you.
Yo, Happy Meal's a good guilt-free.
When I realized that the Happy Meal cheeseburger was the same as the regular cheeseburger, I was like, what the fuck have I been doing?
No, I heard there's like one coming out for adults.
And you get a toy?
And you get a toy.
It's for adults and fat kids.
No.
I wonder what kind of toys they're giving the adults.
That shit's poison, though.
Nah, I'm just kidding. What's in the Happy Meal? Is it like healthy? Obviously not. Probably just like a Big Mac.
I don't know. No, it's coming out soon for adults. So might come with an NFT or something.
That's funny.
Yo, I will be honest though. Some of the shit that McDonald's has given away has become so valuable. Like, so much money was made off that fucking Travis Scott collab. Them fucking Travis Scott McDonald's worker shirts were selling for like $500 on fucking StockX.
The what? The shirts?
Yeah, they made like
Yeah, that was more Travis Scott than McDonald's though.
I mean, yeah, but it really
he's got
was
a cult.
McDonald's.
You could wear a paper bag and
Dude, it was so McDonald's though. Without McDonald's being on every corner of every fucking block and every fucking part of the world, like Travis Scott couldn't even pulled that off.
Yeah, it's nostalgia, man. They found a way to work their way into nostalgia. Like,
I mean,
people got rewarded with McDonald's. You did something good, you got to go to McDonald's. You know what I mean? Like,
could you imagine
whenever you're feeling
Chick-fil-A
like
did
shit,
someone?
you just pull into that drive-through. Chick-fil-A is the shit.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I got that card, so I should probably wait till it comes in the mail so I can like physically go and do that shit, right? I added it to my Apple Wallet.
You can use it with Apple Pay. Like the way I load up my debit cards, I'll just go to the grocery store and like they have that lady at the where that sells lottery tickets, and I'll just tell her like, yeah, I want to load up this debit card, prepaid, and then I use the Apple Pay tap. I just tap the thing. I don't even put the card in.
Okay, so I'm about to
use
load
my phone.
Okay, so load up 2,500 onto the Coinbase card, then go
Well,
to
no,
Walmart.
no, not yet, because you're not up to that level yet. 500. You got to start with 500 on. You're not going to be able to withdraw more than 500 on your debit card per day without charges.
Okay.
So you're going to want your first prepaid debit card. That's going to be 500. Then if you work your way up and you get organized with that and figure that out, get yourself another debit card from a different company, and that should have a 500 cap as well. But start with the green dot one. That's a good one to start with.
Okay. I'll go do that tomorrow. Let you know how it goes. I go out to fucking Costco like at least twice or 3 times a week, so I can do it every time I go out there.
It's real good if you have a business where you've got to, inventory and shit too, where you're spending money anyways. It's always nice to get something back.
Yeah.
Yes, all your bills, you should start paying with that, unless you have a credit card that gives you more than 4% or something like that. But the highest I've seen so far is like 3.5. Rob said he got a crazy one, but he's out of work for that.
Good, man. I took
my Amazon credit card through Chase gives me pretty good. I get 5% back
on everything you buy, though.
On everything, yeah.
What? Who? Where? Give me that. Where?
It's a Chase Amazon.
Chase Amazon. I'm looking that up right now. 5%. You crazy? I'm all over it.
They're outpacing bonds at that point.
But you only get that in Amazon rewards? Did you get that as actual cash?
That's what I don't know.
Boo.
You know how mad I'd be? I have a bunch of Amazon basic shit in my house. Like, god damn, man. Guess I do need a couple monitor arms. Fuck.
Bro, I shop so much for Amazon.
So you get 5% at Amazon.com. So anything you buy at Amazon.com, you get 5% back.
That's
which is good.
So, yeah, it's good.
So they take off 5%, but they don't give you cash back. Whole Foods Market 2%, and restaurants, gas stations 1%. I think
it's a pretty good
I'll
card.
take 5% off my Amazon, man.
I think I have like 23,000 points saved up so far on Amazon.
With eligible Prime membership, 5% back. So you got to do another Prime membership on top of that. So I know.
Well, I already had Prime, so.
Oh, if you already got Prime, you get together.
Yeah.
Yeah, guilty. Me too.
Damn, y'all balling.
Bro, Bezos gets way too. He gets too much of my money.
Cash
bro.
from y'all, man.
I mean, but bro,
I
it's so much
definitely
cheaper.
bought this man
Eats,
a boat.
man.
Amazon is lit, bro.
DoorDash, they getting loot skis from D Block.
Listen, I definitely bought Bezos a yacht, or at least had the woodwork redone in one of his yachts.
You had it polished, bro. You had the woodwork polished.
Nah, I've gone heavy, bro. I'm not proud.
I mean, I go heavy.
Coronavirus was just like shopping therapy. I was going nuts.
I'm not mad at it.
Nah, it's all disposable. I treat Amazon like trading. Don't spend money you can't afford to lose.
Yeah, so year to date, I have spent $10,000 on my Amazon card.
Oh, there's a place where you can see that. Tell me where it is so I can avoid it. Because
Rob was trying to show me before. It's on accounts, and then you pick a year, and you got to do it from the PC because I tried to do it from my phone and it didn't show me.
Nah, I'm good, bro. That's like checking the screen time on your phone. It's just something you don't want to do.
Don't want to do, huh?
So that'd have been $400 extra if you were using a Coinbase debit card.
Right.
But I like Amazon, so I shop the shit out of it.
Yeah, me too. Everything I buy from Amazon's for the home office, though, quote unquote.
Bro, customer service is impeccable. Just send it back. It's almost better than Walmart.
Yo, my girl did some wild shit the other day that I didn't know that people did. She's shopping on Amazon, right? A bunch of stuff came to the house. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck is all this shit? She's like, well, I don't know which one I want yet. And I said, what?
Yep. Yo, it's my girl be wild like that too. I'm like, what are you doing?
Bro,
she sends them back too.
Genius.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she just tries on whatever, looks like that, don't like that, blah, 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 send it back. I'm like, yo, you're tripping.
Right, it's crazy.
Bro,
they
got
doing that shit now.
Yo, my girl figured out a lot of times they don't even want the shit back. If it's like sometimes they're just like, don't even send it back because like you're just like, well, I don't want this, and for them it's more of a cost to get it back to them.
Yeah,
and they end up letting you keep that shit.
Bro, with the card, you get $15 back on Sunday game tickets. They got a 15% back, 15% back on Gaylord Rockies Resort. I'm going just for the fucking.
Whoa, where?
Whoa, where? What resort?
Gaylord Rockies.
What they doing over there?
I'm good, bro. Send me a postcard.
It's the Gaylord Rockies
playing joust
Resort.
over there or some shit.
It's in Aurora, Colorado.
Dead.
My offer expires on the 4th. I got 4 days.
Shit. That's dope, though. I mean, if it's dope, but damn, just don't tell anybody where you're going.
I'll let y'all know, bro. It says
just hanging out the Gaylord.
It showcases Colorado's alpines, charm, and beautiful mountain vista views.
Sounds romantic. Maybe Luna's right, bro. Maybe we are a bunch of kids. It's late. I'm way too high.
Oh shit! It's already 4:41.
Damn, I didn't really look at the time. It's 3:40 here. I'm gone, man. Y'all got me fucked.
All right, bro.
Bro, I'm so what y'all caught, but I was just like looking at the percentage that was given back.
No, I hear you. I
mean, Gaylord Rockies. That's wild.
Yeah, that's wild.
And I clicked on it and activated it too. It's ready to go.
Like a good time, man. I'm not here to judge nobody.
Yeah. I'll fill you in on it.
Just don't eat the fish sticks there.
Yeah, stay away from the glizzies.
All right, Bitcoin. You weren't able to make
Alright.
it up. It tried, but it couldn't make it. It's curling back down now. Head and shoulders, 4 minutes shorter, small time frame.
Yo, I'm emotionally invested in that dude's Ethereum long from like 2 hours ago. Like, I don't feel like you shouldn't be able to come in here and tell me your position if you're just gonna disappear and not keep me up to date with what's going on.
Yeah, that's messed up.
He wouldn't be taking profits till probably this next hourly candle. Unless he got shaken out.
I've noticed sometimes I just like looking at my new cars instead of driving them. I get more enjoyment, and I'm not putting miles on them.
I got the perfect house for you, bro. Tomorrow, when I remember, I'm gonna send you this link on YouTube. It's this house in Cali. So the house is dope, all that, whatever, mansion. We've all seen mansions. But his fucking basement, bro. You go down to the basement and it's all set up like basically like a smoking lounge, right? A lot of leather, a lot of wood. But at the end of it, he's got a revolving, I don't even know how to explain it, bro. It's like, imagine a revolver, but of cars, right? And he presses a button and it just goes in a circle and it brings the next car
Like a
and
card
the next
dispenser.
car. Yeah, bro. Yeah, and he fucking, you pull the car in, you can get in the car there, take it up to the top, dip
That's
out
what's
like
up.
some sort of backhead.
Carvana got some shit like that.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about
That's
just
dope.
like having a party and having that shit on cycle and just stunting.
Yeah, that's done.
That's a flex.
Oh yeah.
When the power goes out, there's like some kind of manual Conan the Barbarian wheel you have to push.
Yeah, nah, I pay somebody to crank that wheel. I don't care if the power goes out. I need that shit to keep spinning. We got guests.
Yeah, the power goes out, you got backup power. The backup power
Yeah, a
goes
house
out, you
like
got
that.
backup. Yeah.
Wish I could remember the name of the house. You know, houses at that level got names and shit.
Right. Like the Theodore.
Yeah.
The Clevelander. So yo, I got this little air coming. This one's a hard top, and there's some air coming in that little hard top. So I'm gonna try another lemon lock case.
Bingo.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was like looking for
Bingo.
something. Found a little something. Now I'm gonna try to see if I can
Bro,
do round
you need
two.
to go speed over a bunch of fucking speed bumps.
Hell, you know it.
Rattle that shit around.
Hell yeah. I
Shit.
called him and told him
You
about it. He said we'll be able to fix it. But that's what they said about my rattle on my soft top. So
You might have found the cheat code, bro. You keep doing that, they're gonna see you walk into the Jeep dealership and it's just gonna cut you a check. Be like, look, we'll give you 15K to just leave. Because I know you're gonna hit us. You're gonna hit us for 40.
I go in there and slip and fall and shit. It's like, where's your slippery sign?
Oh, it's hilarious. Yeah, you're gonna go on some type of list, bro. banned from Jeep dealerships nationwide.
Well, it's Ford. Jeep, I've been good with Jeep.
That's right. My bad. It's a Bronco.
I've had 2 Jeeps, no problems with the Jeeps. Them shits are built tight, nice and snug. These Broncos always got a little something.
That's funny. I wonder how many people just put up with it.
Oh, they all do. That's like the first day was like, oh, just turn the music up a little bit. I'm like, you really gonna tell me that, yo?
Wow,
that's fucking,
crazy.
$40,000 whip. You're gonna tell me to fucking just turn up the music.
Not only that, how long did you wait for it too? On top of it,
yeah, like a year.
Doge is getting a little uppity here from ETH. Bitcoin is not biting, but ETH is moving and it's pulling some of the alts up.
I'm gonna give Bitcoin one more chance to dip here, and then we'll call it a night. Probably at the 5 o'clock candle, 5:15.
Yeah, I hear you. Same.
Because every time, like, I do fall asleep, I wake up and like, yo, it's doing some shit at some odd hours. Like, it waits for everyone to crash out, and then it starts doing the good stuff. 5 a.m., 4:30. I've been noticing a pattern like on Thursdays, Fridays, and sometimes Mondays too. Just do some weird, whether it's bearish or bullish, but it always gets some kind of volatility like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
I wonder what type of weekend is gonna be. These weekends are always up in the air, man. Doge's still pumping.
Bitcoin's looking like, even though it got some nice moves, still like in the overall, it looks weak to me. Like 15-minute, it got that pump, but that pump looks artificial. That was just someone trying to hype it up and came right back down where it came from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's starting to fill in those 2 green vectors there. Red candle, a little bit of a downwick on it, but it still looks weak.
Because like it gets walked up too. You can see it gets walked up and almost tries to do a bull flag, but it doesn't even get halfway through it and drops right back down. Just like that ugly Bart Simpson we had earlier. Because that looked like it had momentum. Like I was thinking, wait, are we going to actually try to go up to that 28 that I was talking about? Because like this setup was there. The bull flag, bang, bang, bang. Another bull flag, and another one. And like that same kind of chart you were showing me the other day, how like Bitcoin would just step up on top of its own flat top wedge.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But it just got rejected into the Bart Simpson, so that shit's deaded.
Yeah, I've seen a lot more bullish patterns fail than bearish ones.
Yeah.
They just don't have. I just don't think there's enough money to play them out.
What's up, buddy? What you want me to do here, huh?
Said go to sleep. My cat does the same thing. My cat will come in the living room and just look at me like, yo.
Like, yeah, it's getting late. What you doing?
Like, what the fuck? Right? It's bedtime. What the fuck you doing?
I'm supposed to be sleeping on your ankles right now.
Yo, Biden said Putin can't seize his neighbor's territory. Somebody need to teach him how to talk to Putin, bro.
That's what I'm saying, man. Trump would be a good mediator, even though Trump, like, just to mediate some shit, because Putin gets down with Trump.
You heard Dennis Rodman say he was going to go over there and try to free,
The basketball player? Someone should, man. That's just fucked up.
It might work, man. I mean, fuck it. So at least somebody's going over there to try to do something.
That's a good look.
Have him talk to Putin while he's there. Like, yo, relax.
I'm going to give this guy a treat. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hey, D-Block, check your messages in your chats.
All
It's the one you streamed from.
All right.
That last one that I sent, the last picture, if there was a title, it would be John Wick inspired viewing area.
Oh. Yeah, I'll check it out right now before I go to bed.
Yeah, probably going to be sideways action here.
Yep. Yeah. And even if it's not, I'm okay with missing it. I'm asleep just fine.
I'll check you tomorrow then, man.
All right, brother. I'm about to expose your messages on live.
What?
Just remember when you send me stuff to what I'm streaming on, that for me to check it, everybody gets to see it. Oh, it's pretty dope.
Yeah, the plane interior is growing.
Nice, nice, nice. All right. I think that's it for me too. All right, I think I'm out of here too. Go get some sleep before the sun comes up.
Later, man.
All right, y'all. All right, YouTube.